ring organizations on the continent of Europe, and those parties believe in a white Western global hegemony. Yes, when the
what are you talking about?
When the Federalist Society, who currently is in the West Wing, the Federalists and the Heritage Foundation are implicitly stated that they believe in a white Western planetary hegemony. Yes, that doesn't.
Put the link in the chat. I need more. I need more. No, I need a link.
It's
popcorn style, bro. It's popcorn style.
Yo, no, it's not.
You gotta stop being sensitive, because in a real conversation in real life.
You gotta let me talk without an ad-libbing. You gotta stop. What I'm saying is this, is that yes, it does not. A white Western hegemony does not benefit us. One of the things of why you guys cannot show me any policy that China has done when it comes to trade in Africa that mimics anything that Europe has in terms of forced trade. China doesn't control the currency of any African country. No African country has to get permission. That's facts. So I'll give you an example, like Ghana, right? Ghana, France controls 75% of the Ghanaian currency, right? The actual currency is printed in France, right? They control the majority of their economy. There is no Chinese policy that has that over any African country. What essentially China has allowed for many African countries and even Caribbean countries, and in the Caribbean, they have allowed for those countries to say to the United States, we are no longer going to go by your tyrannical policies, and to Europe, we are no longer the EU. We are no longer going to go according to your tyrannical policies, because we now have another way that we can to keep. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, well, did he cut out? Did he finish? Or was that, did he go into the Matrix or something? Yeah, that was Jesus. That was the power of the grace. Graceful Almighty Lord.
Like I said.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? It's hilarious.
The wedge issue that they created for the low intelligence just has everything to do because Nigeria is a major oil.
Just let him finish. He doesn't know he was in the Matrix.
Nigeria is a major oil processing. They have a lot of oil. They're a major oil reserve, and essentially, Sean, you talked for 45 minutes.
Oh my God! Just finish it,
Nigeria is a major oil producer, and the United States went in and bombed Nigeria to basically threaten them and let them know that we're no longer going to tolerate you being in tandem with China. This is about repositioning the global Western hegemony. And I'm not for that. I'm for a more equitable hegemony on this planet. That's what I support.
So when are you going to relinquish and move to China? Because it sounds like you just want the change to be the whole.
I'm saying,
I don't want you. I don't. It was a rhetorical question. It was a rhetorical. I don't need a response. I don't need a response. I don't need a response. I don't need a response because it was a rhetorical. You live in a Western homogeny. It's not hegemony, it's homogeny. So not only do you live in a Western homogeny, you as the individual, you have in so many ways prospered because of this bullshit homogeny that you claim is oppressing people. Now let's talk about how oppressive China is when they roll in and they start with the local governments. You know what they do? For those of you in the back that don't know, that read is spewing intelligible shit, let me just tell you that when China rolls around, they take over your government. They buy everybody out. You can give me all the thumbs up, thumbs down that you want. This is a fact. They buy everybody out in your government, okay? They buy the dirty ones. They buy the maybe good ones that you'll have in your government, and then MAGA, go fuck yourself. Not only does China buy everybody out of your government, they also put loans. They hand you loans that you're never gonna get out of as a country. You want to know why? Because the way the loans are structured, you fuck up, China takes over, and even if you don't fuck up, China still takes over. Let's talk about the cobalt mines in Africa. Let's talk about how it comes in and buys out big swaths of land, and then they are local guerrilla members to run the mines. And you know who typically works in those open pit mines? Little kids. Okay, little can turn around and send that cobalt to a Chinese factory. I'm sorry, a Chinese factory, which, you know, they process the cobalt and then they turn it into a pretty battery. Then in turn sell to you Americans, you know, like Creed, who wants to roll around in his little electric car. And you know what happens? That battery comes over to America overpriced because the Chinese are also manipulating their currency, and by thus manipulating their currency, they keep all of their goods way below everybody else's prices. So it's not just Europe, it's not just America, it's everybody that gets fucked over with this system that the Chinese have. Lastly, I'll leave it at this. It's funny how these people who have been, you know, splurging, if you will, off of the American wealth for the last, 100 years, okay? It's funny how I see the descendants of people who fought for them to be in the position that they're in now, willing to relinquish the position that our ancestors fought so hard for us to have. It's obvious how, from the comfort of your American home and the comfort of your American internet service provider and the comfort of your American meal and all of the other things that America affords you, you want to succumb to a regime that is willing to put you in a camp and, just like the Uyghurs, have you put cell phones together. You know, like the same cell phone that you have in your hand right now.
What are you talking about?
So when you want to pound your chest and think that, you know, everybody but America is just the only evildoer in the world, let me explain something to you. Everyone is equally chasing after power. There are some that are lesser evils, but we all know that evil exists. And wherever there's power, absolute power corrupts. And the only thing that corrupts absolute power is the evil that comes right behind it, dressed as a lamb. I'll leave it at.
I agree with you, brother. I just didn't hear your position, honestly. So I apologize for that thumbs down on you, because you said some real shit.
I do want to say this, though.
That's a real man should at least admit it.
I didn't hear you mention anything about, because you say, you know, man, you know, your ancestors fought for this. You know what I'm saying? They fought for you to live like this because before they fought, they weren't living well.
Right. So, and it's not perfect either, Next. I didn't interrupt you.
I didn't interrupt you.
You're right.
Because you never once mentioned how rich white man is the reason why China became industrialized the way it is today. So you so indoctrinated and engulfed in their ideology and their talking points. You're like, we gotta do this, and this is what, bro. They said the same thing back in the 40s and 50s and 60s when they sent the jobs over there. They told us that was going to be good. Now they're telling us we need to scale back on that and fight these people, and we helped them build their society up. We gave them the keys to industrialization. We showed them how to make vacuums and TVs and cell phones, and we paid them to do it, and we gave them the blueprint.
I agree, and that's why I said.
So listen. Hold on. So for you to be so, how can I say this? So strong-minded on their talking points and their agendas and feel like this is the way, this is the remedy, this will work. It's kind of, to me, it's kind of crazy, especially when you put our ancestors in there and do all of that when they didn't fight for the white man to send our jobs overseas. They fought for our freedoms and rights as Americans.
Absolutely,
exactly.
100%
So the
agree
white man, our ancestors did not fight for the white man to do that. The white man did that on his own. Remember that.
Right. But that doesn't mean that just because the white man fucked up, we can't just sit around and let the motherfuckers just continue to fuck shit up. So now we gotta fix what old white men from the past did. That's all it is.
That's why
I didn't say that what they did was right. Listen, at no point in time, Next, did you hear me say that any of this stuff that was done, all this fuckery that was perpetrated previously, was right.
Ancestors fought for.
Our ancestors fought for us to be in the position that we're in now.
As a black Americans, but that has
you got
industrialization.
But it doesn't matter because they knew that at some point in time this was going to happen. We were going to have to be entrusted with these kinds of decisions. So for us to now sit around and act like, well, this ain't our problem, this is the white man's problem, then what the fuck did they fight for?
That's not
this
the point
is
I'm
the
saying.
time.
My point is you gonna let the same person that caused the problem try to fix it instead of you saying, no, motherfucker, how about we just get you out the way and we come up with our own solution? Because you fucked it up. Donald Trump ain't 50. He's not 40. He's 80-something. He was alive when that shit was going on. His parents was a part of it too. All his family benefited from that shit. The Bushes, everybody, Trump's, Clintons, Biden.
He didn't offshore the jobs though.
All right, but listen, we're gonna sidetrack into Trump.
And they offshored a lot of jobs that were in the inner city
in the 80s and 90s, correct?
In order to
the 80s and 90s, correct? Yes.
More to make. They wanted to intensify jobs.
Right. They wanted to move us into a service. They wanted to move us into a service economy, and they figured, you know what? Why not just send the manufacturing economy to the developing world?
And that's why the tariffs
to us
slapped.
And that's the reason why the tariffs have been slapped, because we sent all of this manufacturing out to these developing countries to help them catch up to us, because we wanted everybody to be in an equitable world. As Malik goes by somebody else. They have a different name. Malik has been around for a hot minute on this. Creed. Creed. There you go. Yeah, Creed.
They thought that.
I'll tell you what.
They thought Americans were going to take advantage of higher education, and if you look at the records, they literally didn't. They provided crazy subsidies for niggas to get skills, so that 10, 20 years later, when the manufacturers were gone and they wanted to be a service industry, people were equipped with the proper skills to take advantage of it. And motherfuckers.
How you know what they wanted? Was you there?
No.
Yeah, because you can see the policy.
Big dog.
You can see the policies that were put in place, and exactly what Puff was saying happened. They sent manufacturing to the development world. They wanted Americans to have a higher standard of living, so they wanted to subsidize at higher education, and there's a whole generation of Americans that dropped the ball on it.
So can I just say this real quick?
Israel has taken over.
That is literally what happened.
Y'all be so green, bro.
Come on.
Y'all
Don't
be
do
doing
that.
this shit.
Man, can I say this real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
I don't agree
with your point of view.
Then why such much pushback when it comes to trying to force manufacturing to cut back? It's like we're taking on globalist, white liberal talking points. That's why I said, because if we're mad at the situation of getting all the offshoring job, well, that's what the whole point and purpose of tariffs of that company that went to Mexico. That black man lost his job in Georgia because the plant that was in Gwinnett County, Georgia, that moved to Mexico. Like, that was literally the whole point and purpose of why the situation's happening, where I think we got Puffin, I'm just going to say it to Puffin directly, I think people got such a beef with somebody so much that they don't give a fuck about the ramifications. They don't give a fuck if it's going to literally bone saw, literally domestic industries, workers, production, military,
Didn't want their people working in those conditions.
Military resupply, and that. Damn, man.
Sean, you've been talking
I ain't
a lot.
saying no names. I ain't even accuse nobody. I'm just saying when it comes to the whole situation, when it comes from black men in the 70s and 80s, and that show you that we are spoiled children. Most of us don't even remember America when it was made in America, built in America. Baby boomers saw that generation.
And Generation X, my generation, we saw the tail end of that.
People that was born in the 80s and 90s, like me, we don't remember that shit. We came from the internet aspect where everything was all globalized, all this
Not true. I was
cheap imports, trade deficits that lead to jobs being lost in America, situations of a lot of blue-collar black men. Literally 3 million manufactured workers lost their jobs, and I had 1 million black men in the 80s and 90s, which led to a lot of when the old adage when your uncle used to say when they offshore the jobs overseas and shit, I had to put in word read. The same concept.
Yeah, Sean, you know, I'm blessed. Like you off the mic. I don't know if you or Ori want to say something.
You can go, bro. Go ahead.
Au revoir.
You're good. I have an external headset. You're good.
Au revoir. Je te parlais. Two-part left?
Nobody fancy. Nobody fancy.
I hate when these extra. I'm gonna do from mine. Get to the point. I'm gonna do from mine. Let's go. Come on.
Man, get to the point. All these, don't be extra, cuz. Like this.
Man, I was asking the dude if he was going. That was it. Chill out. You good, Landslugger?
I appreciate
When
the
we talk
French
about
from landslide and
When we talk about manufacturing jobs, so do you ever go back and like look at some of the? Do y'all ever go back and look at some of the photos of those manufacturing jobs? Them motherfuckers was 10 looking 60. Like literally breathed up air, fire.
Good in the Matrix, bro.
That's the power of Jesus.
Yeah, I'm saying. Trump brought a lot of countries
See what I mean
back
by the extra?
A lot of
Breathe,
factories
Blue,
go
breathe.
back to America, man. At the end of the day, if you don't love this country, get your ass deported and get the fuck out of here. I'm tired of all the anti-American slander from America. Shit pisses me off, bro.
Being anti your government does not make you anti-American. It's not making the same.
Correct.
Lives
That
out
actually
here.
makes you very American.
Y'all gotta stop acting like we have kings and queens over here.
I agree with next 100%.
Disagree.
We don't have any kings or queens over here. I can question Donald Trump. I can say fuck him. I can
That's
say fuck
right.
Biden, Obama, Bush, Clinton. I can say fuck. If I don't agree with them as an American, I am obligated. It is my duty as a citizen to stress that publicly. Right? That's how America got great today. Not because of some war.
Yeah.
It's because of what we did here on the grounds. Our ancestors here in this nation, on this soil, not abroad. Remember that.
Absolutely.
What makes you un-American when you say, I'm not going to question my government and I'm ready to argue with my fellow brothers and sisters if they question
On behalf of the government, yeah, that's
Hey,
not.
next. I'm gonna say next.
Hold on. I'm arguing,
that's a big
I'm arguing
no-no.
the point of MAGA. I'm actually trying to develop a Charger-style boat so we can put y'all niggas on, because we know you niggas love these Chargers, and we're going to ship you niggas over here.
Well, the funniest thing about it is, that's why when homie said you want to break the homage in the West, he hasn't been in some of these African countries.
No, he has not.
You can't never talk about Museveni. He's been running Uganda since 1986, and you try to think you're gonna do how we do Donald Trump and say, man, they need to, like how you see them Instagram comments where they say, can you please hit 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue right here? No, you can't have that situation. No.
Yeah, or try living in a Chinese. No, I wouldn't say Chinese. Put it this way. Hold on. Try living in a CCP, Chinese Communist Party, homogenized environment or society. You can't say shit. All of that shit that Creed was running around, fucking flapping his gums about, yabbing his suck muscle off about, Western him on all of this stuff. You know what would happen to him? He'd be in a Chinese gulag somewhere. Okay, putting iPod Pros together. That's what would happen. So the fact of the matter is that this look, are we perfect? Listen,
Remember that Jew that drew the cartoon of Muhammad and he ended up getting killed?
In France, you talking about oh my God, what the hell was the name of Charlie Hebdo? That's the
They burnt the
newspaper.
building down and killed him just for talking about the prophets.
Just because, right? So this is who Creed wants the world to be homogenized by, those weirdos, those freaks. So look, I tell you what.
He thinks other people in the world are cool with living with those freaks too. That's the crazy part.
Right. And this is the thing. Are we perfect? Absolutely not. Do we have long ways to go? Hell yeah. But what separates us from them is the fact that, even the waiting room itself is a prime example of how developed we are. We come here, we don't agree with everything we say, but we don't go off and try to, I don't want Blue to get locked up because you see what I'm saying? I don't want Blue to get put in a gulag. Blue, but stop, Blue, because you know right now what you're doing, and you know that the points that I'm making are a fact. If you say anything against the Chinese government right now in China, they are going to chase your ass down. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You've never been there.
Have you been there?
Chinese been there.
Have you been there? Come on, answer the question.
Have you been there? Have you been there? Stupid as fuck, bro. We not
Have you been there? Come on, man, bro.
Of course it is. So listen. We're supposed to not take the word. Blue, hold on. We're supposed to not take the word of Chinese dissidents that have come to this country and told us, yo, listen, what they're doing out there is fucked up. Listen, there is a dude right now. I don't need to be there.
Okay, then
know what's going on. Don't give me that because that is bullshit. That is like somebody. That is like some niggas killers and that is that. Okay, according to you, hold on, Ari. So according to Blue, if you don't have a medical degree, then you should have no opinion on what vaccines going to your body. That's how that works. That's how that works. So Blue. Well, listen. Whatever you caved to, you caved onto it by yourself individually as an individual. What I'm pointing out is the fact that we have millions at this point over the last 20 years, millions of Chinese who have defected from China because of the simple fact that the Chinese Communist Party is literally a fist and sickle all over again. So, like I said, the crazier part of it all is that we sit here and we buy their fucking products. You know, going through the Cold War with the Ruskies, with the Soviets, we weren't sending our factories out there. You know what we were doing? We were putting embargoes on them. So I don't get why Nixon thought in the 60s that it would be okay to open up China to the rest of the world. Yeah, you good. The main thing here is that we have a lot of people that have gotten so comfortable with living under the Western homogeny that they think that if a world-changing event takes place that topples this Western homogeny comes in or takes over, they're going to have it good. But I assure you this, you're going to have a rude awakening when them motherfuckers take over. And now you're going to go on mute. I'm going to go on. But if that's what you think, yo, listen, I know this is going to sound corny to a lot of people.
We know you about to go.
I'm not flying, Blue. I'm not flying. I don't need to fly. I don't land no plane because I'm not flying. I'm talking. So, and I'll end it with this. Everybody wants to rule the world.
I believe what you just said, Blue. You tried to cut him off. You stated some strong points. You know what I'm saying? That shit uncalled for, man. These conspiracy theory got niggas really believing that the government, the United States, don't really be doing good shit and it's all evil. That shit cap. It's bullshit. False news. And CNN has been purchased, you know what I'm saying, by Donald Trump's friends. So hopefully all the fake propaganda that y'all be seeing.
I'm gonna just laugh at that. That's why I be laughing because I feel like God just can't be it. Just keep going, man.
Been purchased. They have been bought out
by Jared Kushner, right?
Yep, a good strong.
Yup, keep going. Yup.
All right, but Blue, instead of cutting people off, why don't we just go on mute? Blue, you clearly have something on your chest you want to let off. So why don't you go on my chest, bro? So why do you okay, so you get upset if I ad-lib people when I'm agreeing with them, but you want to jump in and interrupt.
You're right. I'm going to go back and forth.
You know you
have this thing. I'm going to be quiet from now on.
Okay, all right. Well, if that's between y'all two, then I'll step out of the way. You still
Can I say something really quick?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right, bet. I agree with
East
him.
Jersey, baby.
Every president has bad in them, don't get me wrong, but a lot of the stuff, I don't agree with some of the stuff Trump does, but a lot of the stuff that he has been doing, they try to paint this false narrative as, he's the bad guy, he's the villain. But I agree totally about the whole China shit. This was the reason why Trump went and took back over the oil rigs that we once owned in Venezuela years ago. Like he said with the whole Nixon shit, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but a certain president that we had gave up our ownership to those oil rigs that we once owned in Venezuela. The reason why Trump took those back over is because we used to own those oil rigs, but then at the same time, like he said earlier, China was trying to buy the oil rigs so that they can take over Venezuela. China is trying to find every way to get closer and closer to the United States for, war purposes and bombing the United States. This was the reason why at one point it came up that Trump was trying to Greenland. Greenland is halfway, it's the midpoint between the United States and China. Literally. China was trying to buy out Greenland, and that's why Trump said, no, we want to take over Greenland. Yeah. China is trying to find every way to bomb and take over the United States. Like
you see, these jerseys.
I'm not a politic, but I am ex-military. I'm telling you right, I'm ex-military. I'm telling you, I can't say too much.
You can't say too much. Why you saying
that? I do know is classified information, but it's not.
I believe what you're saying, bro. I appreciate your courage and dignity to speak what you spoke, bro, just now. Cause that shit mean a lot. For those that don't want to believe it, they're just, they lost in their head. We already know we got some.
You can tell like they in the county jail, bro. And we just speculating in the county jail. That's what it's telling me. County jail talk.
Blue gotta be trolling y'all niggas right now.
We didn't own those oil rigs. That's not true at all. Did we operate over there? Yes, we did.
We developed those oil rigs.
One mic on that lady.
The president gave up those oil rigs.
What you said was that we own them. We did not own the oil rigs or the oil reserves. It wasn't sovereign property that we could just take back. We operated there, but that was under contracts. And then Venezuela later nationalized those assets. So seizing stuff, we're leveraging sanctions and doing all of that, but it's about taking over previously owned assets.
And I want to say, old white men is a problem. We talking about what happened back then, Reagan and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, man, how long ago was that? That was almost 40 years. This be the problem. Niggas be old as fuck, getting it all, trying to relive some shit that they done planned 50, 60, 70 years ago, or some shit that they regret doing because they was not thinking 50, 60 years ahead in the future. They was thinking short term and profits. This is the problem right now. They're thinking short term and profits. And I just personally just want to say once again is that the issue we have as Americans is we refuse to check this system and saying, hey man, we don't even need y'all to guide us like that. We need some new leadership. We need to sit down as Americans and see what's best for us. Yeah. Instead of taking their word on everything, because that's been the issue. If we can highlight that they offshored the jobs, industrialized China, built them up to what they are today. They created their own enemy. They shot themselves in the foot. And now they're asking us to be okay with risking everything that we used to, right? Because they want to make a change on some shit that they fumbled and fucked up. Because they want to run the world. People talking about these globalists this and globalists that. Bro, the minute America defeats a country, they put corporations into it. Around the globe. Hold on. Which is still globalization. Yes. They still selling Fords in Europe and in the Middle East and in other countries. That's globalization. If you're going to be completely against globalization, then that means nobody should be doing business with nobody else around the world unless that shit coming straight from your country. That means nobody from no other country should have businesses nowhere else.
Well, Big, can I ask you
because we have been living in a globalized setup for a long time. That's the reason why
can I say this?
For the last 30 years.
Big, can I say this real quickly?
Listen, man.
Should the black man
why, Sean, why do you be so pressed to talk so much? You've been talking for like 8 hours, bro.
Well, hold on, it's popcorn out. That's he's asking you questions.
I'm not letting him land.
Let's keep the rotation going.
You hear me cooking, and I get it. This is popcorn style, so I apologize for that reaction. But I'm just saying, bro. You hear me cooking, bro, and I know you want to refute what I'm saying, or you want to debate me. But I'm really not in the mood for a debate because at the end of the day, my problem is that right now we saying that this is good. But then the minute we have an issue, we're going to be like, man, our government be wilding. What is it? Brother, is our government doing the right thing for us? Or do we need to be looking forward to some type of change in the future ourselves?
Brother, I'm not refuting. I'm just saying when it comes to globalism,
you didn't even take a deep breath to even fucking take in what I said.
But can I at least finish what I'm saying? I'm not disagreeing. I'm more or less saying when it comes to these rich white liberals, when they say that, well, we have to have globalism. But like Ross Perot said, that nigga, you hurting your own black constituents. And he said, all right, so is it cool to sacrifice your own black constituents to make cheap labor overseas while hurting black men, black families, black wealth, black home ownership, black unemployment, black employment, where that is literally where it happened in the 80s, 90s, and the 2000s with both sides of the administration. So I'm not even attacking your point or anything. Because people 30, 40 years ago literally tried to say you're hurting the black community. doing in this situation of offshoring, manufacturing, logistics, trucking.
Yeah.
So when it comes to this situation, people can put. I don't see how I can get X's and get disagreements when we're talking about other black men that actually live in this country. Because we got 2.6 million black men construction workers and 2 million black men truckers, and I care about them just as much I care about anybody else.
Well, let me ask you this. Why didn't they take the time out to pay us reparations instead of sending us to war? If you're gonna spend a lot of money doing something and making something better, why do you want to tear the black community down, flood it with crack, and then 20, 30 years later, it's the war to fight back something that you took from the nation without our permission anyway? How about you just pay us what you owe us? How about you just pay us what we owe us and we build our own infrastructure?
I agree.
You know what?
And that I agree. But we're going to have to take it up with governments that people haven't been holding accountable, because we have a lot of black leadership that speak on the behalf of black communities, and they don't have nothing off but immigrants, immigrant funding, down payment assistance, where in California, we done stole $50 billion off the tax coffers, and that could have went to right there. But
and we spend $17 trillion on war.
Reparations. Then you see of Los Angeles undocumented immigrants, $600 a week to be able to stay in the crib.
How you keep compartmentalizing it, bro? The government spent trillions. You said 150 billion. They owe us trillions, bro. Do you not know that the country lost $16.2 trillion due to racism?
We're talking about such.
You keep talking about California instead of the United States government that owe us reparations, and they removed the jobs from our communities. Pay us, and you don't have to go to war. We'll build the infrastructure ourselves, and the country will take over. Listen.
We ain't disagreeing here.
They could have spent that 17 trillion on black people and nobody would have died.
Hold on.
You know what? I agree with you.
One mic, please. Mike, Madison was trying to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, like, I lived during that time, especially being from Detroit, and I saw the manufacturing and where it was going. And I think both of you have very salient points, especially when it comes to the crack era, when it comes to reparations. And also, there was no pivot for us in terms of manufacturing into technology, because when the auto industry started declining, it wasn't a secret. Automation was coming, right? Global trade was shifting. All that was happening at the same time. And there was no strategic transition plan for us, because Detroit, we were the industrial backbone of. I saw the plants in Flint close, and unfortunately, I know we're a part of that. Dudes would literally get off their jobs and go take their entire check, and do something else with it. And it was a horrible decline. There should have been a massive tech incubator movement, right? Why weren't the public schools being retooled toward engineering and computing in the 80s? Why was there no capital? Silicon Valley could be incubated through defense contract, venture capital. Why couldn't that happen in Detroit and in our communities? And so when the factories left, the capital left too. So communities needed that foresight. And so when we talk about, governments pick and choose who they lift up and who they don't. And it's very strategic when they do.
Exactly. Thank you, Madison.
And everything you said is so true, right? But guess what? Same problem we had back then we have now. Why didn't we pick ourselves up? Why didn't we have a leader step up and say, this is what we need to do? Push Congress, get our people behind it. We're not even doing that today. So we're going to repeat the same old thing over and over again because we're not stepping up for ourselves. Them other communities, they make sure they're in position. The Chinese, the Middle Eastern, whatever you want to say, the Russians, they always make sure that their people are in positions to take advantage of the opportunity that comes forth in America, and we still today are not in position.
Well, I think that's partially true because they literally have parallel systems when they're immigrated here. They have a whole infrastructure, and I don't know if people are aware of that we don't have. So it's not just that these communities do more than we do, because we've been spinning our wheels for a long time trying to figure it out, but we don't have the infrastructure support too. So I agree with part of what you're saying, but at the same time,
let's stop talking. Let's talk about policies that we want.
Let me deal with
We just doing a lot of talking. What policies do niggas want? Let's start talking about policies and let's start doing some shit. We just talking. What do niggas want? Somebody write the shit down. What do niggas want?
I got you.
And let's start from there.
Back
What do,
It's crazy. We got
what
World
do
War
black
III
people
before
want?
we got
Like, we
CTs.
ain't hard niggas.
Y'all okay with that? Y'all okay with that?
Well, I mean, we want targeted reinvestment. We want
As a
targeted
millionaire,
reinvestment.
All right, explain that.
Zero
Explain
taxation
what that is.
zero
Explain
taxation
what
on
that is.
corporations.
I can
Explain what that is.
I
Write
can
it down.
explain what it is.
All right, then write it down and let's vote on it.
I can explain what it is. I'm not talking about random grants. I'm not talking permanent. I'm talking about permanent R&D hubs, right? Placed in cities like Detroit with AI, with robotics. It's what David Stewart is doing right this $500 million facility. The same way Silicon Valley was fed through defense contracts and federal money. We also need public venture capital funds. If the government can back like private banks and corporations, it can see community-owned tech funds. All of these things are happening already. They're just not happening for us. You know what I'm saying? So I'll make a list.
You going too big for me. Let's start with the average. Let's start with the lower class folks. I don't want to say niggas because somebody gonna take.
No, but the thing is, you're not understanding.
What policy?
That is something for the lower class black people.
I don't know.
It's protecting
went all over my
Black people.
No, let me hold on.
go
Let me
ahead.
break it down for you. At the base fundamental root, you need to financially back your communities. Does that make sense to you? And financially backing the community means that you need to install a financial safety net so that community has some room to grow, make mistakes, bounce back from it. But it's not currently, what she's talking about is Silicon Valley protected their tech hub, right? Financials with outside investments and people lending money so that they had a cushion. They had a barrier. And so she's saying, we need legislatively barriers put in underserved neighborhoods so that we have some room to actually work.
Yeah, and see, and I saw it happen firsthand is what happened with the unions in Detroit, right? Detroit had the first black middle class, and that was for a reason. So if auto unions can do that, imagine unions in EV battery plants, right? AI hardware assembly, green infrastructure. Technology doesn't just have to mean gig work. And if you tax incentives to the community, if tech companies are moving right now, it's actually happening all over again there. It's sad that it took so long, but it's actually really happening. And if we have high-speed broad, like as a public utility in places like Watts and, capital access reform, there are a lot of things that can happen, but somebody else was also right. Our representatives have to make sure that they look out for our interests, and it doesn't always happen.
All right, can we throw that on the wall? Now, get the policies on housing.
So,
Everybody talk about housing.
so Jose, real quick, all of that. Yeah, there's already something on us making the right choice at a local level to elect the individual we know aren't just going to piggyback off of our vote and then go down to DC, become millionaires, and forget about who voted for it. That's really what it boils down to. If and I don't mean to it's on just one party. It just so happens that that's the party that's been in power in Michigan, in Detroit specifically over the last 70 years, and it's the Democrat Party. Once again, I'm not hinging this on the party corporate culprits in this whole fiasco. If anybody remembers the Republicans of the late 80s and 90s.
The case the Dems are Detroit turned around though, bro.
Well, I tell you what, Detroit is definitely turned around now. It's turning back around now because of the fact that there's a lot of incentives, and obviously, I believe that
y'all just now seeing it. This is over a 10-year process.
No, I know that. It's actually been a little longer than that. It's actually been the last 15 years or so that they've been. It actually started during the Obama years when they tooled Detroit to do other things other than just manufacture cars. I could be wrong about that, but Madison can correct me if she's on the ground. But the whole thing is
on
that
the side of Detroit. That's why I'm speaking so strongly about it. I'm literally driving at Michigan Avenue right now.
So we just saying the same thing in different words. Okay, all right, say no more. So this is the thing, though. It is interesting to see the dichotomy that's playing out in front of us today, considering that just 15 to 10 years ago, we were cool with the status quo that was going around globally. And now, and don't get me wrong, I completely 100% agree with Next. We should have stood up earlier and said something about the fuckery that was taking place on a global scale, realizing that our parents and great-grandparents were getting stripped out of the wealth that they had built that was supposed to get transferred over to us. But and this is going to be my sole point. Every generation is born to tackle something. We can be in these rooms, we can talk about it, we can spend hours, days, weeks, months, years talking about it. But as long as we don't put, foot to the ground, if we don't put our shoulders down and we get the work done at a local level, because I know it's talking about national, but it's at a local level where the change starts. If we don't start, we're going to continue to pass the buck down until eventually there's nothing to pass the buck down to.
I think this is a big distraction because the world and the black community, we're suffering right now. We getting everything in the world but Curtis Jackson jumping in the booth and responding. This is a tragedy. And this is a distraction right now for Curtis Jackson being able to duck and dodge. Nah, fuck that. We gotta hold that nigga accountable.
What?
Yo, yeah, let's keep moving. Hey.
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, let's.
I have no idea what he's talking
Somebody
about.
take his minutes. Somebody take his minutes.
Josh got need to be held accountable. He ain't no politics.
But I think that we're focusing too much. The fact that we think that leaning on politics as that it's going to be the saving grace is the problem. Like every time this question is asked, we all go right to politics and nothing else. And two, because I don't know, I think we don't want to spend money like the Jewish people do, spend money to lobby, and we have it collectively. We have it. It's there. But we go to stuff that we go to the free shit first. Well, I'll just vote for this, vote for that. You think that's going to be it? Like politics is about money, and money is nothing without having politicians in your pocket.
Yo, is that the beautiful, is that the beautiful, the one and only Reverend speaking right now?
The most beautiful.
The most beautifulest of them all. Oh my God, yo, what's going on, Rev? How big?
I hate
Good to hear you.
I hate to say it also, but I want personally was there to be a separation of folks who think it's okay for black people to be called niggas and to say we are niggas and out loud in public in front of company, and because that is, I can't trust folks like that. Because is that what you think of me? Is that what you think I am? How are niggas gonna rise?
They're gonna call it respectability politics. They're gonna call it respectability politics.
How?
Every time when you call it out, they always gonna say that.
No.
You just sit down and
I want to talk of. I got a solution. Hey, bro, I got a solution.
The white man with the bag.
The arguing.
The white man with the bag can come to you and just wait. Let a white man call you that and rub you on your head, and then it's just a word. Say it's just a word then.
Hey, crackers know not to touch me. All right, I carry. I protect myself.
So we shouldn't have been out of shit when white people say it about to us then, when they say the word, if it's just a word.
Y'all be so emotionally charged and you're standing about you, and that's why they keep on leveraging it. Hey, I'm still fucking speaking, bro. So hold on, because I'm
You ain't talking about nothing.
You not talking about nothing, because like I said, I have a solution. One of the things that motherfuckers can ask for is zero tax on any melanated business. Do you know how that will incentivize other people to JV and bring money into your community? All these melanated businesses. So y'all just want to keep on talking about problems, or you just want to talk about...
I'll bet. Keep talking about it.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's something that could absolutely help people. No taxation on no melanated business. You want to know why I know? That in the tribal community, always coming to us, asking to partner with us because of the tax breaks they get from dealing with us. There you go. I'm done.
But on the strength, we have to.
The brother that kept asking this who was writing shit down. Did you write that one down, bro?
Yeah, put your notes in there. For sure. Hey, as I said, you have to reverse the polarity.
I promise you. Don't start.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's
But you have to reverse the polarity on whatever you see Donald Trump saying or doing, such as no more wars, no new wars. That means you're going to have some kind of new war, and that is, it's manifest. But do we have the authority, moral authority, to actually bomb anybody, anywhere, at any time and who died and left us in charge of bombing anywhere in the world, leaving behind, of course, the cancer-producing agents that peels off of the uranium, the SDAC products that come out of that, leaves cancer in the soil, the air, and the water. Where is the Environmental Protection Agency? All we do is sit there hating that smoke, look at it, look at that bomb, and go to the next bombing. So how many bombs will it take to separate the real leaders from the fake? What's on the mind of these people, these generals? Say, hey, I know what we can do. We can ease around there and pretend we're doing peace talks, and we can bomb Iran. You understand? But there's no difference in going into Venezuela and say we the boss and we're in charge of the water and the oil and we invented petroleum and just the stuff we do with the brass testicles, the posture we take that we are supposed to be the sole authority on who has what kind of a weapon and who can and who cannot go to the bathroom. Are we the real official bullies on the playground in this thing, or are we official? Are we acting in the betterment of the humanity of it itself, self-ingrained purposes and so forth? This is something, man. We really, when you kill somebody, you don't know the kind of blood stains on your hand when you release a bomb, such as in Hiroshima or Nagasaki or any of those Pearl Harbor bombings and World War I, War II, and has accomplished us. There's never been declared a victory in these wars. Just we're gonna bomb and call it World War III. But nobody stepped forward when I said, what can we do to stop the war on us, on we the people? What can we do to stop the heinous crimes? What can we do to stop the hanging?
Yo, you wouldn't be saying that if it were the other way around, though, buddy.
Right? I'm the one that lied to you, so I'm going to take my hit. I told you that Thurgood Marshall and Martin Luther King stopped the hanging. I got 3 hangings this week that I'm still managing on my desk. One in Michigan, young brother hung, college student in the Delta in Mississippi, and another one at Marietta, Georgia, right there live in the face of Newt Gingrich, Donald Trump, etc. And nobody's seeing hate crime yet. But they see us hanging from the damn tree. Even then, hangings, just sit in the city of Atlanta. No, yeah. Say city of Atlanta. Remember that big hanging? Right, and all of that, but I'm just saying, we're the only ones committing suicide by hanging. So a strange fruit hanging from a strange tree, according to Maya Angelou, even with the hangings, still our rise. Bad food and bad mouthing, still
yeah, but you gotta say thank you. You said,
oh, praise God. But we need, I land on the fact that we are the only one living delusional in 2026. But the question asked, just like you asked, what you gonna do when they come? They're gonna run out of Iranians and Iraqis and, El Salvadorians and whatever else they're going, Mexicans and Canadians and Greenlands. And then what you gonna do when they come for you? Oh, my.
Nah, same thing that we always done, just dominant.
What would you do if you had 24 hours to live? Who would you screw? What would you do? And who would you notify? Get your ass about.
Ladies, we are in trouble. We are in trouble. This is our leadership.
Nah, we're chilling. You guys are chilling. Just go to your Starbucks.
Why y'all say we in trouble?
You listening, dude? Because I am.
They don't see a way where they can actually take control of their own lives. That's why I write that out loud.
Yeah, that's what I figured. And it's scary as fuck.
Don't be scared.
Please.
Yeah, Reverend, don't be scared. Me no why is here for you.
Don't be scared, because you're not doing that anyway.
He gonna take a kid.
No, I live too close to the president to not be.
Hey, yo, Reverend. So you still crashing Julian's rooms or not? You don't go over there?
Julian's? What's that?
Julian. You remember Julian? That's how we met. We met in My Enemies Necessary.
a while.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute.
What's his other name? What, he has another name?
Oh my God, yeah, he's got a couple. You know, who got that on back channel? So,
allow me to reintroduce.
No, you can click my name. The original was just on the ad.
well, let's stay on topic, folks. So, look, I want to take a quick a poll, if you will. Who in here, if anything, for those of y'all in the chat, for those that are not in the on stage, and I'm gonna take the liberty to do this right now. My apologies to the mods, but for anybody who believes that this is going to lead to World War III, put a 1 in the chat right now, please. For those of you who believe that this is just another move by America to do what it has to do, put a 2. If you believe that nothing's gonna happen out of this, just us doing what we're gonna do. One, if you think this is the prelude to World War III, or 2, if you think this is just another random excursion that's gonna lead to us getting what we want.
The reason I put a 1 in the chat because the mentality has to have a villain or somebody, Ghostbusters, to chase down some type of Frankenstein or Dracula. Hey, that's
what would be
that's a World War I. Would you live there?
Wait, hold on. Who said what about World War? Was that you, DJ?
Yeah, I asked, what would be the benefit of a world war right now in 2026?
I mean, the same benefit that we garnered as a Western civilization when we went into World War II. I mean, even though we didn't want to go into it, you got to think. I mean, manufacturing boom. We had, all kinds of pluses on percentages in terms of output. And I'm talking about manufacturing, that is. And then you got to think after that, look at all the territories that we ended up taking over. Look at all the areas that we ended up populating with military bases that ultimately throughout the last, 80, almost 90, maybe almost 100 years, we've benefited from of having those locations as pivotal asset points, militarily speaking. And then you got to think also the fact that, as a country, just right after the war was over, the 50s and 60s are considered the golden era of this country. Granted, there were societal things that were taking place, but from a financial standpoint, this country was roaring, unlike anything seen since the 20s. So that's really the benefit that we gained out of it. And you got to think, we got how many generations out of that? We got the boomers, we got the Gen Xers, the millennials, and the Gen Zers. So we got, 4 generations, 5 generations out of all of that wealth?
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's really only one component.
Let me respond to this real quick. Damn, I almost lost my train of thought. Do you understand that around that time, right, when you said the industries was booming and everything, and I like the way you said it so casually, like, yeah, we were taking over, going other countries together.
That's already proven.
That's right. And we were in a perpetual state of war. And constantly the American people were being lied to, and people overseas and our people were dying, becoming the drug.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah. Guess what though? Guess what? Hold on.
Yeah, hold on, man. Let me finish.
Because y'all, we're supposed to be talking about the war, but then I'm gonna start cooking on y'all because we gotta.
You can't. History already happened.
Please, we know how to let them finish.
The military-industrial complex, right, is the ones that put us into World War II in one, but more so too. The Bush family, the Remingtons, it's about several companies and families that pushed America into that war. And if you don't believe me, go and look up something called.
Thank God that we did, bro.
You said thank God that we did, but listen. You don't believe in God because when you get to the pearly gates and you say, Lord, yes, I was down with people of my government killing people around the world because I thought that was necessary in order for me to have nice tennis shoes and electricity in my house. And he's going to say that wasn't the way I meant for y'all to live.
True that.
So when you sit up here trying to justify this way of life as if this is destined by God, as if this is the way he wants things to go, and you thank God, bro, you should really be careful about what you're saying and just think. I understand you want to respond and you want to sound clever because we're on the internet, and it's cool. But really think about what you're saying. We have other nations around the world that have access to all of the resources, and their people are doing just fine, and they do not go to war. They don't send every generation of their children to war and convince them that this is the only way you can keep a flat screen on your wall.
True,
That's bullshit. And if you worship materialistic items more than you do life, you worship more than you do life, money than you do life, then Satan has completely corrupted you.
That's a fact. There's only one component on the propaganda machine, and it's only one component of the propaganda and the cover-up. Just like when they killed one of our youngsters, mental health patients got killed. I remember that, and they did all these hooplas to cover up the fact that the lieutenant and the sheriff went on the cover-up and the killing and the whole nine. So these guys have gotten some crazy charges. All the pedophilia was at the height of the news or whatnot, and the forces were moving in on the Clintons and the Trumps and their buddy system and all the I guess the Epstein files, etc. So they said, well, I know I can make some noise over there. They'll clear me in yet. Now, quick, I'm going to set off a bomb. And it would not get you out of this. Your record remains the same with or without the bomb. The truth sheet, it only deters the righteous from checking the wicked for their underground, underhanded, dirty works that they do, the schemes that they practice against others, their humanities. You just don't go around here bombing nothing on 196 million, 940,000 square miles. And you exercise the right to bomb. And don't complain. Please don't have a complaint in your box. When the truth come and bite you in the mouth,
we're gonna be so well off.
And that pit bull won't release until a righteous man tell you that the pit bull's teeth is in your ass right now.
You will be speaking
Now, who's gonna get the pit bull off you?
You when they speak in German right
hey,
now.
hold on,
That's a good thing. You might not even have it here. You can be here right now, bro.
Yeah, you better drop them down.
I'm talking so big.
I'm gonna get up this
song quick. Yeah, go ahead. Why you arrogant, bro? You can't talk this a lot of arrogance in here. Come on.
I mean, it takes all kind.
Come on, Blue. It ain't arrogance.
So how many bombs will it take to separate the real leaders and the fake? How many bombs will it take to separate the real leaders and the fake? And I just land my plane and say, oh my.
Man, Sheik, you was flying? Okay.
That's real talk. Why do we bomb Desert Storm? We must bomb Iraq. It's an absolute must to bomb in Syria. And why we always gotta be bombing on the Muslims anyhow? And I don't know who gave him that God. What God gave him the right to just bomb people who are living there? Now you isolate a bomb, user-friendly bomb. It'll bomb Fort Myer or Fort Belvoir or Fort Hood or somewhere, and all the people outside of the fort, they won't be affected by the bomb. They're selling that type of propaganda package. We only hit the major nuclear spots. Just crazy talk all the time from this administration. It does not make sense to bomb people. To bomb innocent people, it is not a luxury that you have earned during this watch. And I'll land my plane just on the facts and say, my.
They against Jesus Christ. Okay, y'all against Jesus Christ. Until you make that right, what you think is gonna happen?
Hold on, Dollar. You talking about the white?
No, I'm talking about black Jesus.
Oh, okay, you got that.
Right, I'm talking about black Jesus.
You niggas. Don't do that, Meech. Don't do that.
You listen, and people, you continue to give Caesar, which is Caesar, because we got a housing crisis over here. We got starving kids. We like the one dude was talking about Skid Row. Go look at Skid Row. We gotta listen. I'm not saying that's a distraction, but maybe it's a distraction. But we got to care home base, man. We can't, But give Caesar, which is Caesar. I'm done speaking.
so we're just gonna say, I believe we got new folks on stage.
Go ahead.
What up, Lonzo? We got Lonzo on stage. We got Tim on stage. What's up, fellas? Y'all want to say?
I mean, shit, that's a lot to take in, man.
Oh, Lonzo want to say something.
Damn. You know, think about this shit, man. We got a whole nother motherfucking war again. My lifetime alone, you know? I mean, goddamn. I've seen us go to war with Iraq, Afghanistan, now Iran, Syria. I think, shit, we probably done seen more war than the previous generation. Because,
You know,
they've been, the last 25, well, I can't say the previous generation because they're still alive. It's not like, you know what I mean? So you're right about that. They witnessing the same thing we witnessing too. But,
hey, bro, but at least we got PlayStation and HVAC, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that's right. We have those things.
It might be a trade-off, bro.
Okay, listen, that's true. Hold on.
And when
real quick, before you do that. We don't have the PlayStations because of war or anything like that, so I hope that's not what you meant by that. Because video games have existed for a long time.
The computing power that gave us all of this technology came from military investment into computers.
Hey, no, this ain't on.
You can correlate one with the other. Who's doing that?
I got some breaking news. No troll shit. I swear to God, everything.
Nah, one of the minds is muting it. Let it out. Mod, what's up?
Hey, look, basically, I was in the Iranian room. Like when I left out of here, I went to the Iranian room because it had a lot of weird looking suspect Iranians in there. So I said, you know what? I got this little new app, Transit.
Yeah, thank God, man. Moving, man. All this ignorance. Niggas ain't talking about nothing.
Y'all move, MAGA down. What the fuck, man?
If you don't think he ignorant, you crazy with him.
Off and MAGA did too.
Yo, I don't understand how people control in these topics, man. These topics.
Wow,
that's crazy.
Controlling them, but y'all be sounding crazy.
Yeah, that shit is
not only that, but y'all been speaking a lot.
Yo, can y'all mute up?
Hey, now, trying to say something, bro?
Damn, my mic really must not be working, man.
It's Omar. It's Omar.
Go ahead. Who was that said somebody was saying something? Who was that?
I said Nas. Nas, you was trying to say something?
All right, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, what am I going next, man? Next, go ahead and finish, bro.
Yeah. Shit, I don't even know what to say now, man. That's fuck, man. Hard to keep up sometime. But yeah, I'm just saying we've seen a lot of war, man, and it's unfortunate that, you know, we have to see another one. And because these things don't end quickly, right? It's not like it's going to be over with by next week, even though it will still be a very bad thing. You know, we're probably in for another 20-year run in the Middle East, fighting insurgent groups, spending trillions of dollars, which is going to make the debt go sky high even more. But I guess that's what we need as Americans, man, you know? I don't know, man. I'm fucking lost at this point, honestly, because shit is crazy.
Yo, so what I was trying to explain when I said that, bro, was like, it wasn't about the PlayStation being directly attached to war, right? And then even though there might be some factual data behind that, what I'm saying is the technology inside society has advanced a lot. But I don't know what what time reference you were mentioning when you was talking next, because there were times where the people always lived in constant fear of war, right? Or just an attack on your village. And so if we're back at a time where we are having more wars than we used to in a specific time, it just means things are changing. But nothing new. This is the human race. We've been doing this since the beginning of time. We got cooler toys. Go ahead.
All right, look, this is what it read out. I had the translation on. It said,
not this
this is what
nigga.
it was. It said division in America, the group are here, exporting division again into Britain, and group standing against equality. The popular army that has young ones gives them the big share, and the one that has older ones gives them the small share, and outside they export again. And as we discussed, Muhammad, he makes people write the supervisions, and the lineage is a gift with the I guess. But after 15 years, the same group that acted against Allah Habana, yes, but after 15 years, the same group that acted against Al Habana is the same group that acted against Al Habana. Several segments are unclear, possibly. But yeah, so basically, some motherfucker Iranians not supporting what the hell's going on right now.
My nigga, where the hell did you get that dumbass information?
Of course, MAGA.
Like, bro, I swear to God,
I gotta stop, man.
They're speaking that language, and that's what.
Yeah, bro. Stop. You sound, yo, bro.
Like, he telling the truth. He said the Iranians was in there saying they don't appreciate.
This nigga's dumb, man. Stop. This nigga dumb. He don't even read. He can't even read. Damn.
Hold on, Blue. What was he saying then?
It sounded like he said he used his translator to see what they were talking about, and he says some Iranians apparently don't agree with what's going on. I mean, how could you think that that's not true? You really think Iranians inside Iran right now was like, yes, my neighbors are dead?
Yeah. Wait, MAGA, is that what you were saying?
That's what basically I was reading and saying. Basically, he summarized what I basically just read. That's from a live conversation that was going on like less than 10 minutes ago.
Okay, appreciate it.
Hey, could y'all put me in the queue, Lonzo?
Go ahead.
I appreciate you. I was turned down or shot down before, but look, the country of Iran is like really interesting, right? Because Israel has literally been trying to like break that country for decades, right? They've put puppets in there. They've tried to overthrow democratic elected leaders prior, or they did. If you look at Mossad efficiency in Iran, it's fucking stellar, right? They've had people like Afghans and others that they converted to be part of like Mossad, go in there and kill innocent Iranian citizens. It's really, really interesting. And there's a lot of Iranian citizens that are on Clubhouse that live in America that want their people to die. Like, I've literally heard Iranians say things like, yeah, I don't care. They don't even fucking look at their people as they're their people. So you have a bunch of traitors on Clubhouse. Well, I didn't interrupt anybody. You got a bunch of traitors on Clubhouse telling you that it's a good thing that their brothers and sisters are dying. These motherfuckers are fucking scumbags. They're traitors. And, we really shouldn't sit around those people. Because these people are basically like, I don't want to say coons, but the Iranian version.
I want to say to that, we don't know people's origin story. I know that a lot of the Iranians that have come to the United States, they were fleeing persecution. And many of them, for various reasons, whether it's religious persecution, whether it's because whatever, they were against the politics of things, they left. And so, no, they don't agree with the state of the government today. On my PTR, this is a picture of some Iranian women in the 70s. And as you can see, they're not dressed like, inappropriate or anything like that. They're actually dressed modestly. They're smiling. You can tell they're just like having a good time. And you can find tons of pictures just like the one in my PTR. If you just Google Iran, before the change and before Islamic extremism. And again, there's nothing wrong with Islam. Nothing wrong with any religion. But when you have an extremist version of it that suppresses people, yes, there's a lot of hurt. There's a lot of resentment from people who have escaped those regimes. And even amongst the people who are there, even amongst people, finding out that some people in their population have been killed, even on the ground in Iran, there are people who were celebrating because they are hopeful that there will be a regime change. But they can't speak up. So we're getting the ones from America, and I'm laying here. We're hearing the ones from America and Canada and these other places, but we're not hearing the ones from on the ground because guess what? They don't have freedom of speech.
Can I say something really quick? I definitely agree with Sister. Totally disagree with Lonzo. The shit that came out of your mouth, Lonzo, is straight up just malarkey and garbage. Because, like, I agree with Sister. It's the same thing that happened in Venezuela. It's the same thing that's been happening for years in Mexico. This is the reason why Mexico has a new president. Mexico was being ran by, just straight up garbage. Mexican cartels, Sinaloa, Martinez, everything. Venezuela was ran by pretty much a dictator, a fucking scumbag, a drug lord in Maduro. And these same Venezuelans, this is the reason why a lot of Mexicans have fled to the, United States. Venezuelans fled to the United States to try to escape the tarnishment and the bad shit, the hardship that they were going through in Mexico and in Venezuela, being ran by drug cartels, being ran by some, corrupt-ass government that was being ran by drug cartels. Venezuela, the Dominican Republic, they were born there. That's the thing. They were born in Venezuela. They were born in Mexico. They can't control the government when it's being ran by cartels. Cartels run these type of countries. The government is scared of these people. Have you ever been to Mexico? Because I have. And
okay, brother, you're right. So I'm assuming, Trump is gonna save it, right? Wait, hold on. Let me just. Trump is gonna save it, right? Let me just.
No, I'm not saying that Trump is gonna save these type of countries.
No, because a lot of the talking points, it always comes. Go ahead, finish, brother.
No, I'm not saying Trump is here to save these countries, but like what Sister said, Iranians not approving of, what's going on within their country. Same thing with Mexicans, not approving of, drug cartels running their government. Doesn't make them a fucking coon. Like Lonzo said, that doesn't make them a coon.
Answer my question, bro.
After you're done, let me roast.
Hold on, because it's like at the end of the day, like I said, that doesn't make them a coon because they don't agree with their government or their country being ran by corrupt, drug cartels. It's the same thing for like how, whites or blacks try to call black people that don't agree with what a lot of stuff happens within black communities. With, black people, black on black crime, robberies, whatever the case may be. When black people don't agree with that type of shit, what do black people call him? Oh, he's a coon, he's a bootlicker. That's just the wrong mindset to have, just because they don't agree with black on black crime, or they don't agree with, black people robbing each other, killing each other. That makes them a coon.
Are you done? Are you done? All right, because he addressed me one time.
Real quick before we get back to the queue, welcome y'all to the waiting room. Hey, Lonzo. Did y'all talk about the Iran Supreme Leader he was dead after the U.S. strike?
It hasn't
confirmed. Yeah.
It hasn't been.
Okay. I just seen it on my AP 30 minutes.
Yeah, it could be propaganda. They said they killed him last time too, so he was still alive.
The last time.
Yeah, in the 12-day war. But yeah, so it's super interesting, man. And I get it, right? Somebody might have took a trip to Tulum one time with the John, or it was a passport bro here and there, and because of that, they believe that they're experts in Mexican lyrics.
I've been to
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you. Yeah. And therefore, they believe that they understand the way that Mexicans live. Look, historically, there's been a lot of coups. If you just Google how many coups have happened in Latin America by the CIA, you'd be surprised. Often those coups are taking out democratically elected presidents, assassinating them, and putting puppets that sometimes are dictators in their countries, while those dictators sell off the resources of those people to American U.S. companies. to the demise of the people. And then what ultimately happens is the people fight back, and then they have to be sometimes more strict because they understood how it got there. You know, the Iranians had leadership that the Americans and Israel replaced. Did you know that? Probably not, right? And, you know, within that leadership, they killed innocent Iranian citizens, men, women, and children. There were a group of people that were benefiting from the coup that the U.S. and Israel put in place. Those people's parents had to flee because they were working, many times, they were working with that dictatorship that killed innocent Iranian citizens. So a lot of them are in places like the U.S., Canada, all over Europe, and their kids are talking on Clubhouse. Right? I have Iranian friends, and they tell me how it is. I have friends that actually live in my own Clubhouse, you know, and they say this, and you know, they tell me from their perspective, and I make my own decision. So I get it, bro. You know, you might not understand that, right? I mean, watching Fox News or CNN, like you think you probably have like the best landscape of how this goes. But there's other reasons why things happen. Look, Mossad is heavily in Iran right now. They've killed innocent women and children trying to start several uprisings. It just hasn't worked. Just hasn't worked. And yeah, you're gonna get a couple, you know, people that say, hey, this is good. But I just don't understand how anybody, and I do think you're a coon if your people are getting killed and you're cheering it on. Yes, you're a coon. If your people are getting murdered and you're smiling or you're making jokes about it, you're fucking disgusting. There's a place for you in hell. I don't think I'm being too strict with that. I don't think I'm, you know, like jumping the table, y'all. I think I'm being pretty fair with that.
Is your people based off of just national alignment? Like
your race? Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm American. But wait, no. I mean, those are all different characteristics in which you draw the line. So let me know which characteristics you refer to as your people.
And you come from Persia, and Persians are getting killed by non-Persians, and you're supporting that, you're cool.
This is the first time Persians have killed Persians.
Well, yeah, that's like saying black people are killing black people, so it's okay.
Not even that though. So I think like drawing the line on nationalism, ethnicity is all cool. Like you might have came from the same place, but we could go down two divergent roads, right? You can be an American. This is I'm an American. Do you think that you're as American as say Jeffrey Epstein? That's your people. You're crying tears if he dies. That's the thing. Like just because we come from the same place doesn't mean that we're of the same cloth. And I hope that doesn't go over. Like, just don't think that people should support people because they came from the same place.
So 161 or 62 girls got killed from an Israeli bomb this morning. You know, all girls.
Is that confirmed? Because I've seen the same thing. We got the same news cycle.
It's good. No, you know, I put it in the chat, but yeah, it's confirmed. The rubble.
I'm not saying that I'm not talking about the girls dying. I'm talking about who sent that missile to action.
Of course, it's Israel, right?
Saying of course is crazy. Right. So again, it's not confirmed.
So Israel struck today, and 160 something girls died. Maybe a crazy coincidence. I don't know. Maybe it's the Martians. Right? Maybe they struck at the same time, right? So. If it wasn't the Martians, right, it was Israel that was also striking, this is bad. This is not a good thing. And those innocent girls should be here.
Well,
whether I know them or not, whether I look like them or not, those girls should be here.
Right, and I don't think people are cheering for you because girls died.
No, some were not.
There's clearly
and a few other.
Great, all right, some were, but you talking about it as if it's a certainty or it's a totality of these people celebrating. Either way, the point was brought up about the news cycle, and amidst all this shit going on, like, don't take your eye off of the mergers that are coming down the pipe. CNN was one of the only news medias that were not being held by a certain person's friends, and they had just been sold. So when it comes to the news cycle and things of that nature, as soon as you see something, it's not for you to go ahead and throw at the wall and, you know, use it as a way to demean somebody or support somebody else, because it's getting real scary out here. You see the same people running with the same narratives, with the same exact captions, tweets, character to character. Just be careful of the things that you take and you say that all of these things are confirmed. Because to my knowledge, these things weren't confirmed, right? And I'm not going to go ahead and just say, hey, man, I seen this 2 minutes ago. It has to be true, so you should go ahead and use that to drive your worldview. That's all I'm saying.
Real quick, Lonzo, I just want to say to him, and like I said, don't agree or disagree with, you know, some of this being put out, but I mean, there are articles that are showing, you know, it was a failed projectile rocket that was actually going to a United States base, and the school was right in front of it. So whether you believe it or not,
I saw that.
yeah, and you can see the map, and you can see where it was fired from. Where, and look, I'm not saying it's true or not true. I'm just saying, like Bobby, right, as far as information, because shit is flying out here left and right. So yeah, we gotta be careful with it.
I just want to say this real quick. I seen that photo too, and I looked at the few people pages that researched it, and from what they say, the time of day and the weather that's displayed in that photo is not the current weather conditions in Iran. Not only that, but Iran has been firing ballistic missiles and drones. They don't have a weapon system where they're firing ballistic missiles from by schools.
I'm talking about a map. I'm talking about a map. I'm not talking about the photo.
Hear me out.
Any ballistic missile?
A ballistic missile has to be fired from a silo or from like some form of truck, like a big ass truck. I'm talking about a big ass truck. But ICBMs are not fired from small little cannons or anything like that. So yeah, I definitely researched that photo. When I get a chance, I'll find a few links, because I seen it at first when somebody brought it up. I believe that was Sean, and I looked it up, and that was not the case.
Oh, no,
they didn't fire ballistic missiles. If it was an Iranian ballistic missile that backfired, it would have did a lot more damage than that. But you can't fire ballistic missiles from them type of locations. If you was, the truck would still be out there that fired it, and yeah.
But I'm saying, like, so we know the truck is gone if there was a truck, and how do we know that?
I mean, because they just can't. I mean, they don't fire ballistic missiles.
Yo, can I correct you real quick?
Do you care if I correct you?
Hey, Big, it was the Martians, bro. It can't be a
Go ahead and offer me your input on what kind of missile it was.
Iran possesses the largest and most diverse ballistic missiles arsenal in the Middle East.
I know that, Meech. I'm saying that you can't fire a ballistic missile from that type of location unless you move in some heavy equipment and there was no presence and no equipment anywhere. And not only that, but the photo that people used to push that talking point, where they showed a projectile, it looked like a projectile was trying to take out a missile, and it also looked like a missile was being fired. If you look at it, it's two different streaks of smoke in the sky. One is a missile taking off, one is something trying to knock that missile down. And not only that, but the weather conditions in that photo is what made the picture, people debunked it. They're also using Grok.
Yeah, no, I'm actually talking about a map too, but I'll put that in the chat for anyone want to see. And like I said, yeah, that's why we all just kind of gotta, like, you know, look both ways when we crossing the street, like, cause this shit is out here, and we know, like, times like this is heavy propaganda time.
Everybody trying to promote their political agenda. That's the other thing. So yeah, you're right. We got to research, double research, especially in a time like you said of AI, when it's just there was something, I think a plane that they said had crashed, and that thing had gone so viral, and it turned out to be AI. It was Grok. So just definitely let's do our research.
Very correct, and that's why I totally agree with Big. What he was saying is very true. And just to piggyback off Lonzo, dude, I don't even fucking watch CNN. I am ex-military, ex-special operations. So I have people in other places that gives me secret information. So I don't watch none of that bullshit, because like Big and all of them are saying, a lot of the shit is usually false narratives, literally. And you can't go off what somebody else is telling you based on, you know, what you think that they feel or how they're acting. You have to go based off, you know, where these people are from. And, you know, have you ever been to Iran? If you've never been to Iran, you can't sit up here and dictate somebody being a fucking coon because they don't agree with the shit that's happening in their fucking country. You're not from fucking Iran.
Hey,
you know people from there.
That word must have triggered you. You've been called a coon a lot of...
I've never been called a coon, but it's just the principle of it. It's just like saying Mexicans, if they don't agree cartels running their fucking government, you can't just sit up there and call them a fucking coon. Because why don't you go to Chihuahua or Tijuana and be ran by Mexican cartels where they can just kill your family at any given moment and not give a fuck with no remorse? You can't sit up here and dictate and call these people coons because they're not agreeing with what's happening within their countries or their communities. It's the same thing with like that's why I piggyback and I agree with Big or Bobby, like what he said, like what happens in black communities, you have black people that don't agree with black on black crime, that don't agree with black people robbing and killing each other and destroying their own neighborhoods. And you know, they get called coons. I don't think that shit is cool.
Yo, just real quick, I don't mean to cut you off, but I think the reason why they said that is because when we mentioned that Iranians have been killed, innocent Iranians, right? Not just all military officials. The people that were posing as Iranians in here they basically like, so we don't care about like the innocent people being targeted. It's necessary. But mind you, they're all living in America in the comfort of their apartments. And so I think that's the reason why, because they in the chat, bro, one time the dude said, we welcome them aside, we love them. I screenshotted it. So it's like they were welcoming, you know, death on their people. And it's like, you know, it's kind of weird.
Thank you, brother. And remember when I said earlier that Mossad has definitely infiltrated that country heavily, right? If we know about things like the 1800 and this is...
Trust me, I know all about Mossad.
All right, can you mute up, bro? Can you mute up? I didn't interrupt you. Give me up. Thanks. Yeah, if we know all about that, we understand how important or crucial the internet is, social media is, right? And so they would hire either coons, right? Sometimes people in India, right, that would pose as, you know, whatever country you need them to pose as. And this was definitely found, right? Give you another example, like in Twitter about a month ago, there's like a divestiture movement happening, right? And this is where you will find like both men and women saying the craziest things about black men or black women, right? And Elon Musk unleashed, you know, where the IP addresses, you know, were coming from. And it was coming from like different warehouses in India. So these weren't even black men, these weren't even black women, but they were acting like black men and black women and saying the most vile things about each other. You could Google that if you need that. So at the end of the day, man, I'm saying this is how espionage works. This is how like social media is working, man. And, you know, yeah, just because somebody acts like they're from Iran or, you know, they could be 1800, they could be, you know, whoever from any place. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, quick question. Is Kwamani oh my bad, Tall.
No, brother, go ahead.
Is Khomeini's, how do you pronounce his name? Khomeini. Is he dead or not? I'm saying,
we're talking about the news cycle right now, in which you see that information come out. Wait a bit, just wait.
This is the initial. They have now. Just to answer your question, they had just released a clip. I can play a little bit of it. I was just gonna ask if one of y'all had played the clip or not.
Since that came out, no, I don't think anybody's played the clip. But it's interesting enough that these sources that confirm Israeli, they talk about the protests the whole time and how there's people that have. Can you turn your mic off, please?
My bad.
There's people that were talking about the protests and how they shut off the internet for Iran, right? They shut off the internet for Iran, yet we're getting videos and things of that nature surfacing. The news, when those are going on, when they supposedly killed 40,000 people, is that the Israelis were there with their Starlinks and stuff like that. So the nation's in an uproar, bombs dropping, people fleeing to go ahead and get safe. But we're getting confirmed reports of this man being dead. Either they got that shit from a satellite, or there's some Israelis in Iran furthering the destabilization. But that's just my crackpot theory.
You are correct.
Real quick, here's what we do know, Bobby. Remember, Well, first off, the initial report at 3:45 a.m. was that his palace was attacked, that their palace and the bunker that they were at were attacked. So they said that the security detail, this is from the, clearly there's surveillance inside Iran. You know what I mean? They got on the side, on the pay, like all kinds of stuff. But yeah, they were saying that he was dead then. But that the Iranians were saying, no, that wasn't true, such and such and such. So that was the report then. Now they're saying that they had removed the president from Iran. This was from Iran. They said they removed him into a safe location and that they were awaiting some kind of, now that was the story from them. And Fox News and everybody else was like, no, our surveillance, which, you know, is attached to the bomb that killed this motherfucker, said, he's dead. So I'm agree with you. I think we should probably wait, but chances are, you know, it'd be.
Okay, yeah, we can wait. I'm not sure if y'all brought up the fact that Trump made an announcement that he was dead as well. But if you have, no worries. But yeah, it's the
yeah, because according to Trump, their nuclear program was obliterated last year. So if he is dead as their nuclear program was last year, then he's still alive.
My thing is, though, I seen a clip of this nigga Netanyahu talking about Iran and their capabilities and how they're weeks away from a fucking bomb for longer than I've been alive. How do you feel about being drugged into that? Like, I'm not a military serviceman. I'm not a vet. And I'm definitely not fucking enlisting. But for those of y'all that have served, how do y'all feel about things like that? Like the blatant disregard and the blatant disrespect of you and your service, and not only your country. Like, I really wonder if, just answer that question. I got way more, but just those questions.
Well, if your vision for Iran is anything like the vision you look across Philadelphia and see zombies walking around it, these days it does not leave a good look when you're bombing. It's whatever your vision is for Iraq. Is it worth the wholesale bombing of what they're doing right now? And what they have done in the Palestine, and the wholesale disregard for human life is crazy as fuck to me. Maybe you see things differently. And I land my plane just on the facts that this is, the chaos is not worth my estimation of whatever I think Iran should be doing. Mama.
Somebody translate that for me.
It's not worth killing all these people to get. What is your vision for Iran? If you, right, you got that vision. Are you going to bomb and kill all these people to fulfill vision in Iran right now? Is that your will?
Yeah. Honestly, fuck around. I don't care. I just remember when we killed Soleimani, them niggas threatened us on live TV and said, "Y'all don't pay for this." And then like COVID popped off. So fuck them. They building dirty bombs, bacteria, biochemical warfare. I think they focus on that a little more than nukes. Like Bobby was saying, Benjamin Netanyahu was saying, "Oh, Iran is supposed to build their nuclear weapons, whatever." They do have them. They underground. So, you know, Israel, they'll get what it deserves. So, I mean,
my thing is though, Brown, you really believe that they have these bombs and after 30 years allowed niggas to come and stomp in their backyard and then do shit about it? Like, let's be real. I have a nuke for 30 years. You got a gun in your pocket. Niggas been punching you and shit. You ain't gonna draw the gun not once?
And I'm gonna use that bitch to eventually
I think it's the development of it. It's like how to launch them and shit like that. It's not just like you have a nuclear bomb, but like that's just like you have a bullet but you don't got no gun for it. Like, you know what I mean?
So wait, pause right there. You got a bullet, but you wait, hold on, next. You got a bullet, but don't got guns for it. Why the fuck are we over fucking them up then? If it's such a threat, if it's such a non-threat, you would think that we wouldn't do that, right?
No, I said at the time. We don't know if they bought the gun already, and they, you know, ready to let that motherfucker off. Like, they got neighboring countries that ally with Iran, and they probably built, like, Iran don't necessarily build their nukes in Iran, but they build them in surrounding countries and shit.
When people are overrun by greed and the thirst for power, the thirst in Netanyahu and in Trump is for annexation. They want to take the property and say, we run this now, we run that now. And it's sick. My.
Yo, but with that being said, with that perspective, if you will, that means that if you're saying at one point they did and now they do, and we're bombing on them, well, if they possess the weapon now in a way to transport that weapon, then that means pretty soon we should see that weapon being used, right? Because if we don't see that weapon being used at any point in this war, and there's no evidence supporting that they have one, which they've already said they don't have one. Trump said the nuclear program was obliterated. They never once shot off a nuke. They never held a nuclear test. They never held a nuclear test. That's only what you
propaganda. It's propaganda at the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I think it's never been about the bomb, never an axis of evil. It was never a threat from Saddam to, he's killing his own people. We got to go kill him. We got to go wipe it out. We got to do it right now because the boogeyman is going to get us if we don't hurry up and get him. So let's go. And America just gets up and says, yeah, let's go. The same thing when Desert Storm around, just bombing the cradles of civilization in Iraq is in no wise different than what they're doing right now, bombing out the Iranians for just, hey man, look, hey, we can bomb those folks. Look at us go. Look at our military. They make all these bombs, but they can't fire the bomb off. America, from Raytheon to Halliburton, from Bob Brown and Root and those guys that are going to clean up this mess that make on all of that network, they have to have something to pop off, or they don't have a fucking job. And that's where, this defense program, these defense companies are betting, they're hoping it's got to pop off. And then what are they going to do with all of the unfired weapons that are now outdated?
Man, like what if North Korea supplies Iran with weapons, like how we do like with Ukraine and shit, like what they start supplying them niggas with weapons that they didn't have before, and I think that's a possibility.
Yeah, but you're gonna punish him for a future crime? Like, I don't get that. The what ifs is crazy. It's a certainty that we over there. So the what ifs is like you're just kicking the can down the road, hoping niggas is trying to see if it crumples or not. It's just a weird position to be in when you have actual human lives on the line. I just don't fuck with that. What if? What do you know now, and why are you taking action? The whole what if shit is crazy.
So with me being ex-military, like I said, there is some information that I can't talk about because it is classified information. But yes, you have to bomb these type of countries. They do have nuclear weapons, like Big said. They do have ballistic weapons that can wipe out and devastate, kill a lot of people. And, these type of countries like Iran are threats to also U.S. allies like Israel. And, when they have these type of nuclear weapons and ballistic weapons, they also become a threat to the United States. This is the reason why they're trying to gain help from China. This is the reason why China was trying to buy out Venezuela and Greenland. Trump is not a fucking dumbass. Greenland is, like I said earlier, hold on. Trump.
Objection. Certainly objection.
Hold on. Because Greenland is...
Qualify that, but depends on who you ask.
Greenland is midway between United States and China. This is the reason why Iran is trying to gain help from China. This is all them trying to, like I forgot, somebody said it earlier, but China trying to take over the United States. If they want to bomb the United States, that's the reason why China was trying to buy out Venezuela and buy out Greenland. Because if they wanted to take that chance and team up with Iran and bomb the United States, they would have the opportunity to do so because Venezuela is close to the U.S. and within nuclear range, and so is Greenland. So the what if is very smart on our government and our military by Trump being the commanding officer. You cannot take those chances in fucking war. Fuck the what ifs, because if you know they have these type of nuclear weapons, these ballistic bombs, you cannot take that chance.
Yo, what?
All right, so if they have
MOS? Can I ask you what's your MOS game?
You say what?
What's your MOS?
Quick. Special Operations, Special Warfare.
So there you go. Now, this is coming from the source. I always consider the source. When I hear say anything, consider the source. And the good pertinent cross-examination question, it's the same person now that's in the military that tells me that they don't watch the news. And it's a good thing to observe people under that mentality that they were willing to wage war or engage people in their own country and go on a wholesale killing rampage. Boy, is I mean, yeah, that's crazy as fuck to me. Tell me, you don't watch the fucking news. You want to engage something militarily, and you fucking ticking time bomb. Way to go. Then when you explode, someone rushes to try to justify the wholesale killing of innocent people. But a guy like Saddam or a guy like they are told us, oh, they're killing their own people. Well, whose people are you killing when you go in and kill up all the people on the land? Just no logic, no sense at all. It's all sense is killing. Just to engage, to be engaging. To say, well, I tested that new bomb, it works real good. Wiped out everything, killed all the buildings, bombed them, left all the people alive. Oh, it's just as crazy as fuck, man. I tell you, right now, that insanity is being sold. And they are selling that type of Kool-Aid to the American public. And the crazier thing is that they're buying it and they're drinking it, and they're just as crazy as fuck. My.
I did want to say something about how he was speaking about these nuclear weapons, like they have them, and we have to do this and we have to do that. Or you said they have ballistic missiles. Yes, they do have ballistic missiles. But if you want to go based on a level of threats, right, and you want to scale your enemies, if we understand that Russia and China, right, we heard him say China so many times. China's the enemy, right? Russia this and Russia that. They have nuclear weapons. So does North Korea. And if we were really about stopping a threat and telling a country that's supposed to be crazy and want to, chant death to America and put us in imminent danger, you would think that we would directly engage with those countries. But then we keep finding ourselves in situations where we're in the same regions for decades at a time, claiming we're stomping out a threat that we can never somehow get rid of. Isn't it funny that the former ISIS commander, right, a guy that was wanted by the U.S. military, the federal government, for $10 million for killing American soldiers, isn't it funny how Trump greeted him last year and allowed him to come to the White House, called him a strong guy, and they backed him becoming the president of Syria after he allegedly killed American soldiers? But then y'all want to justify what Kamani did. You want to justify Trump's actions now, but you don't want to justify Trump's statement when he said that we should have never been in the Middle East. It was stupid. It was pointless. A waste of resources. We should not be in Iraq and Afghanistan. But then at the same time, he wants to kill people that's been trying to defend that area because we're not supposed to be there. Make it make sense, and you're falling for it all. It doesn't matter what talking point they give you. You're going to accept.
Why are they engaged in fucking Russia? Is going there, wiping their folks out all the time. So it's just, the argument makes no sense. It's just, we're going to bomb by convenience, bomb where we can shit it and didn't got away with it, and where we can steal some resources and leave the people, the people I don't like. Let's bomb the people I don't like. Just crazy, wholesale, stupid mentality.
And actually, the war in Iran has nothing to do with the Ayatollah or getting rid of the threat to America. Iran is no threat to America. The issue in Iran has to do with oil and controlling the Middle East oil and blocking China from getting any more head against America. the American government, George W. Bush II, had a policy to attack Iraq first, then Syria, then Iran, Libya, and another country. I forgot. This is from the 1980s. This is from George Bush policy. It took them.
The so-called axis of evil. Correct.
So now the problem is the reason why they need to do that. The same reason why they attacked Venezuela, and the same reason why they're going to attack Cuba next. The reason being is because
they attacked it this week, by the way.
Capitalism is a zero-sum game. It only functions on two things: cheap labor, cheap material. China, in the 40 years America was in Afghanistan for 20 years. How long was America was in Afghanistan for what? 2 decades and $2 trillion. China was able to, in 40 years, catch up to America manufacturing wise, surpass America, and have we buy stuff from them and they dictate price. While they went to China for cheap labor for 40 years because American labor was too expensive, they outsourced the labor, got rid of the Rust Belt, got cheap labor from China for 40 years, retooled the Chinese economy, and made them a peer competitor. Now, the Ukrainian war, again, is to break up Russia into 54 different oblasts. And I get this news from YouTube. Now, I'm listening to John Mearsheimer, Professor John Mearsheimer, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, Professor Eason, Larry Johnson, Ray McGovernor. These people were either ex-government officials or worked with the presidents in different times and periods. These are all college professors or people that work with the government. And when they talk and they give you information and they tell you, they've been more accurate since 2022 when I started watching YouTube than regular mainstream news. And it's appalling that they're lying to the public. The Iranian war is to stop Russia and China from filling the old belt around Asia, which is the longest landmass. The purpose of part of Asia is not freaking 7 continents, it's 6. Europe is not separate from Asia. They just don't want to be called Asians or Asian landmass because they think they're just better than everyone else. But that's another conversation. What's going on is the Russians are making a train track from the one side of Russia where they border China all the way through Russia to the Black Sea to put them on boats to get on trains from Iran to trade with Africa and India. And America is trying to block that because China is trying to get around the sea control that America controls all the seaports. And China does not have a blue ocean navy yet. So to subsidize that, they recreated a modern day Silk Road on the largest landmass in the world. And America realizes it's lost its political edge by sanctioning people. You can't control people's money. You can't do business with a banker that steals the money. You seize a Russian money that got nuclear bombs. And you start thinking they could seize Russian money and they got nuclear bombs. They could take my money because I don't have nuclear bombs. So there's no trust in the financial system. China is the manufacturing king of the world. They make more, China alone make more manufacturing output than all of the American industries combined. They make over 273 chips a year. America makes 2. And we used to make thousands in World War II. So this is an economic war, a realignment of global economic output, where we used to control 70% of the manufacturing in 1974. We now control about probably almost 10, 12%, while the Chinese dominated. So what you're seeing is Russia and China are now peer competitors.
13%. 13.
Yeah, I don't know. Thank you for that correction. Russia and China is taking market shares from the global market from the United States. So what they do when an empire is crumbling is they lash out. He takes out Venezuela to block China from getting oil from Venezuela, but China only had 5%. America and China had 50% trading before the Russian war. Now China has less than 5% of trading from the U.S., so the U.S. can't control them because they control all the real earth. This is economics 101. A capitalism needs cheap labor and cheap material, and America has ran out of people to go take cheap stuff from. So what they should have done in 40 years was develop South America. Trains from freaking Texas all the way down to the tip of Peru and develop all of South America. We wouldn't have to think in Venezuela because we would have developed South America, got all those natural resources coming into Texas and propagating through the United States. But it's cheaper to take people's stuff for free or cheap and control their political systems. Where right now we're running out of run room because now China can come in and say, hey, we'll build you a port, just ship me your stuff. So now that they got choices, America's nervous because they realize colonialism and capitalist colonialism don't really work anymore because now people have choices. That's the problem.
Do these professors you listen to talk about energy production and consumption? Because we're talking about oil, but you remove oil from the situation and China's still whooping our ass. We have reserves that are untapped, so you're talking about going to all these other places. It's kind of the idea that, you know, you don't get high on your own supply. We could just stop the bullshit and use the shit that we have, right?
We don't have enough
but
oil.
It's that biblical greed. What do you mean we don't have enough oil anymore?
Let me clarify something. See, I work in the oil industry, so I can give you some clarity on oil. It takes about 10 years to build out the oil infrastructure. Even if we went to Venezuela today, it's going to take about 10 years to do the exploration and the building up the pipelines, which we call the vertical, and then get it to export into markets or develop refineries that take about 10 years. So yeah, we have oil and resources, but you have regulations that tell people stop digging oil and stop processing coal. And steel runs on coal for construction and shipbuilding. But you have the political parties that tell you in this country that we can't because it's destroying the environment. So you can't build ships, you can't build bridges and roads, and you can't put them into work to go into construction because you're told it's going to destroy the environment. While a Tesla car needs steel to make the frame, which you have to get from coal to pollute the environment to increase the manufacturing output. So yeah, oil can be produced in 10 years, but we will never have enough oil to run our economy because we have too much regulation and we have to destroy Alaska and go into Louisiana. So yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. It takes 10 years to get there.
Yeah, that's more of an infrastructure issue on our end. We like to send all this foreign aid. We like to send all this foreign aid rather than addressing the crumbling infrastructure. Again, I made the idea about oil because I'm aware it takes a while for these refineries, these pipelines, things like that, and that's without the bureaucracy, right? That's just the manpower required to go forth. They're whooping our ass with solar, wind, all that. They want to talk about how nobody's using that because they want to prop up their friends. I think that there's a lot of things going on, but the perspective is that we should go out and pillage and take in all these things. Like the conversation started with us not agreeing as a people to get into these conflicts because we don't really see why that we get into them. You talk about the Belt and Road Initiative, and we could do the same thing, but we can't export infrastructure if our infrastructure is crumbling. So they tell you on the plane all the time, put your mask on before you go ahead and put the mask on somebody else. And I think that is an analogy for the onus. The onus should be on us to be using the money that we send to people for all this bullshit and actually invest in our infrastructure rather than trying to strong arm people. That's just my take on it.
But we've been fighting. You know, we've been at war since 1945 till the present time, and China hasn't fought any country. That's why the country looked like that. So if we're fighting, it's a philosophy of economics 101 called guns and butter. You can't, if you're going to make war material, you cannot make stuff for peace, for citizens to consume. It's impossible. 1,000 cars or 1,000 tanks, or 500 cars and 500 tanks. But if the main capacity of the factory is to make 1,000 of anything, and some of them have to go to war, you can't feed all your citizens. So what you're seeing is 20 years in Afghanistan, we're still in Iraq. We've been fighting for 70 years. Look at the amount of money and resources we put into war for cheap labor from third world countries and cheap material from third world countries, and we could have done all that infrastructure in America, and everybody would have had jobs.
Isn't that what I just said?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, my brother. It's exactly what you said, but you can't fight wars and have peace, which actually you can. China is what it looks like when you're not blowing people up for 40 years.
And we're competing against them because they're outpacing it. You got it. I think it's a futile effort to be going through the shit that we're going through today. We're talking about we're fighting. We chose to. We made up the boogeyman. We decided that, these people way over there are the people that are fucking up your economy, your sense of peace over you. And I just hope and pray for the next decade of media literacy, economic literacy, and for some media to be the bastion of truth, because it's going to get even worse from here.
I agree with both of y'all. I've said to myself countless times, and not just China, but like I said earlier, there's plenty of nations around the world that show that you can progress and have a nice standard of living without being in a perpetual state of war. You don't have to go to war to eat unless you're lying about something. Unless you told us something That was a lie. Listen, we don't really have the resources. You're saying we have them, but yet instead of you taking the money out to extract the resources we have, you rather spend tenfold that amount of money and put people's lives in danger, and go and kill other people to take their shit. When you could just simply use your profits to do business when it comes to import and export. Just buy it from them. You're the richest country in the world. Your money is worth 30 times their money. Whatever country you may speak of, Venezuela, Mexico, whatever, you know what I mean? So why aren't you just using your money that's worth so much, you're the richest country, to just do business? Why do you have to go in and kill? Why do you need societal change? Why do you need influence? All the way down to a cultural level. Why do you want that much interference in another nation? Why not just do business? And unfortunately, China is an example of that. Is it the best country in the world? No. But we see the trajectory. In 20, 30 years, if they stay on the path that they're on now, and we stay on this path of just endless wars, you're going to see the difference. Look how much money we have to, look at our debt. How much debt you think we about to be in now that this war has started? Look how much money the Iraq war cost. How much money you think the Iran war is going to cost when they have 100 million people in their country? Just let's take a guess. How many trillions of dollars? What it took? 17 or 18 trillion dollars for the war in the Middle East, which right now in the Middle East. You know what I mean? So how does it take? How many lives do we have to lose on either side before?
As much as they'll print, man. That's the answer. As much as they'll fucking print.
And another angle to this that people don't mention, because with the Zionism and the United Kingdom crusade that lasted 1,000 years, that's still going on today. It's a crusade. It's a religious war on who controls the planet, for ideology of who believes in what. When you die, you go to the next world, and no one is willing to die to get you to find out if you're right. To come back and say, hey guys, I was right, this side of the fence. But they all have an ideology, these people that control the world, where it went from the Crusades, the Christian Crusades, to the Zionist Crusades, right? And as you mentioned, this is another dimension, and Zionism is not Judaism. It's a completely different thing. And when you say that, if you realize who controls the media is who you can't criticize. And Netanyahu visited America, 7 times since Donald Trump been in office? 7 times. And every time he comes, he goes to another war. They just lost the war with Iran last year after 12 days. Why? If the person is in the room that says he's in the military, there's only a finite amount of missiles you can carry on any battle group. And if Iran says I have 100,000 missiles to shoot at you, sooner or later you're going to run out of missiles to defend your battle cruisers against. And some of them are going to come through. Iran realized in 12 days how to get through the quote-unquote Iron Dome, which is really bullshit. All I got to do is overwhelm your missile system to get through. So no matter what you build, there's nothing, just like a bank robber, you cannot build a bank with a safe that a crook who's determined can't get into. So you can't build any system that the other party who's trying to get into that system can't get into it. And we have to stop with this delusion, spending all these trillions and trillions of dollars on more material that will never really defend you, because no one is a America. Every citizen has 10 guns, 6 guns on average, 368 million people. You would be crazy to roll up in America thinking you're going to overthrow us. That's just crazy. Not to mention 3,000 miles of ocean. It's economics, it's capitalism, and the Zionist system that went from Christian crusades to Zionism wanted to take over the world. And I'm going to land on this. America is a financial economy. And we pivoted in that right after Russia fell in 1989. We financialized the economy. If you don't believe me, look at the percentage of what we do in the United States as a gross GDP. Majority of that comes out of Wall Street. And what we do is take a dollar, lend it around the world. They give it back to us. We print $1 for a barrel of oil for 50 years. I give you paper, and you value that barrel of oil in Saudi Arabia at $55, $75 a barrel, and it takes me 12 cents to make the dollar. That is an upside on economic output that no one could have manufactured. A piece of paper that I trade on the market for oil that's worth $75 in my currency, and it's coming from your land, in your country, in your resources that you produce in your local currency, and I price it in dollars, and I get the juice on top of that. And all I got to give you is a 12 piece of paper that says $1 on it, and I took me 15 cents to make the dollar, and I did that for 50 years. The gravy train is over. We make nothing, and we have the derivative market is 10 times the size of the stock market in regards to paper debt that we have. So collapses. The next misdirection is Bitcoin. It is not real. It's Ponzi scheme. Madoff couldn't think of a better system. You're going to take your money out of Bank of America, put it in the stock, put it in Bitcoin, and 10 other guys put $1,000 in, but you could take out $900, and you call it investment. Warren Buffett wouldn't even do it. But they're lying to you because they printed so much paper over COVID that they want to get rid of the paper in circulation because now other countries are not holding it. So the quickest way to do that is that the citizens voluntarily give up the paper in Bitcoin that the CIA made. The American government invented Bitcoin to prove the point. The American government kills countries for getting off the dollar. Why would they allow you to get in Bitcoin, bro? They would have killed every citizen that buy the damn thing. We don't let people touch our money. We have a financial system that we created a system, a parallel system, so to either shift the money into that system if everybody buys into it, and or destroy the dollar when it gets into Bitcoin so that you could take the money out of circulation and the price collapses on itself and you just give up your money and then it could reset the economy. That is the big picture no one is seeing.
In a nation where we have upwards of 5,000 train derailments a year, and at most I've seen it was like 7,000. You think building a railroad from Texas all the way to South America is even feasible? And secondly, like when it comes to the oil and stuff like that, we're in South America, in Mexico, Venezuela, Colombia, trying to clean up the cartels, but OPEC's a cartel. It's literally designated as a cartel, so I just think that's ironic. I agree with most of what you're saying. But yeah, we understand it's a game, but we want it to cease. But at this point, the can is kicked too far down the road and it's too far gone. Again, how much money does it take? As much as they'll fucking print until their objective is reached. But you don't get to see the benefits of that. If there's any refunds, if there's any market shift, for the most part, you're getting priced out of these things. So whilst we do have a grasp of it, I think that it's more of we're sitting in the rafters watching them play on the pitch.
So, can I ask an honest question? You really believe the American government cannot stabilize all of South America? First and foremost, we control the drug trade in the South America. So the CIA proved that in 1989. So all these movies you see, all these black neighborhoods that we have experienced crack epidemic in, you cannot eat. If they're frisking you at the airport, the average citizen, you really believe that regular everyday person decides to smuggle drugs through the country, in our country?
Wait, are you saying you also believe that we're the ones trafficking? Is that the question?
The government is doing it.
I'm well aware.
So if the government does it and the government wants to stop it, it has the tools to do so. Number one. Number two, if China is building train tracks in Russia that passes 12 time zones, it takes 24 hours to cross Russia. And the Russians can build train tracks against 12 time zones, which is 2.5 times the size of America and 2 times the size of China and 1/3 the size of Africa, the continent. You really believe that we don't have the infrastructure to do that? How much there will be no racism in America if every man is on a rail track swinging a hammer? And every country you go to, the citizens pick up the hammer and keep swinging it. We can build train tracks through all of South America, rebuild our infrastructure, and never think about the rest of the world, and just trade with North and South America and Canada. And we be Gucci. The problem is
hypothetically, but yeah.
The problem is, I fully agree on you that it's not going to happen. The problem is, we think it's okay for one person to have a $300 billion war chest and $900 billion to come in by the next year, and all of that comes with military contracts. Elon Musk money came from military contracts. He is not a smart person. He's not a genius. I'm telling you. The American government made him almost a trillionaire from government military contracts. That's what it looks like when you're always at war. One person in a capitalist system could have $300 billion, enough money to go from here to the moon. Dollar, tick. It's ridiculous why we can live in a world where we believe one person can have $300 trillion, more money than all of the output of California. It's just ridiculous. But that's what capitalism do to you. And they make you believe that you're going to be rich if you work really hard. It's a delusion. And they're intentionally lying to you. And then they say, but wait, when you die, you're going to get your pie in the sky. And it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to get a type of bullshit. All of it is bullshit. Because they do not want you competing with them to have the equitable resources and distribution of resources. In this day and age, by the way, to replace by robots. So I want to see how they're going to feed you now. That's what's coming next.
I think there's an analogy. Go ahead. I thought you had finished.
No. I was just, I was all the points that was unrelatable.
Yeah. I was gonna say though, like that whole train shit. Like I live on the East Coast. I know how Amtrak is. Like you could barely get down the East Coast comfortably. I think it's an analogy for all the things that we decide to focus on rather than focusing inwardly. We want to focus outward. Like I don't think that we'd ever get a train system, be it oil or whatever. They'll ship that shit on a boat before they decide to build that. I get it. Like you'd have a lot of people doing jobs, but what good is building that railroad if people won't be able to afford to get on it and don't have a good quality of life? Like you swing that hammer all day and then the government shuts down and they're just like, oh, we'll pay you when the government comes back. I don't think people really have that. So again, investing in ourselves rather than investing outwardly. Like, we got the bread. There's no question that we have the bread. I just think that we focus on the wrong things, and I'm gonna die on that hill.
Hey, the same shit dude was saying though, I was saying that myself too. Like, why? I mean, I'm not down for, taking over the world or whatever. But, just to play devil's advocate, I was like, well, if I was in that position and I was in that realm planning, logistically, I would have looked at South America like, ding, 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 ding. Like, this is it right here. I mean, look, this is the perfect setup. You know what I mean? Get all these countries right. Implement industrialization, military bases, unite all the countries, you know what I mean? Form a military alliance the same as we got with the Europeans. I mean, an unstoppable force. Nobody would ever be competition. The entire Americas, from north to south, unified militarily and economically, alongside with Europe and Australia. Like, what? It'd have been crazy. But for some reason,
They don't get it, do y'all?
Listen, listen, hold on, hear me out. It's still the plan now. I'm saying they should have never went to China from the jump because they created their own boogeyman. They built their own boogeyman brick by brick.
That's true.
That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't have to, if you wouldn't have played black people out of their fucking jobs and reparations, and if you would have focused hemisphere of the world, but instead they allowed another country or a small group of people to come here and influence them to be all over the motherfucking place. And now they're regretting it. And they're asking us to accept their, their fuck-ups and allow them to try to correct it once again. Give them another 20 years and another $35 to $40 trillion, and they'll get it correct this time.
I had to try for the big fish, you know what I'm saying? I get the big fish, now I gotta get the medium-sized fish, you know what I mean? I was going for global domination. These motherfuckers been moving pretty fast. I can't get global domination, but I definitely conquer hemisphere domination. Best believe.
Yeah, we siphoned in that bread. You look at agreements like NAFTA and stuff like that. We know about the labor, and it's interesting. We talk about immigration. A lot of these companies are making their bread off of outsourcing by shafting the American people. So I really wonder what it would be like if we're getting our just due. We're fixing the things that we need to, investing where we need to. What's the GDP looking like? What's our financial status amongst the companies of the the countries of the world? Do we still have that standing if we're doing things properly? Is really my question, because in a perfect earth, people can live wherever the fuck they live at, right? Like if you're American, you probably stay here, but if all things are invested in, infrastructure is helped out, these people are not migrating to where they need to. And when these people are of a good financial standing where they're at, and you gotta play fair ball, then what? So I feel like it's just a foundation of fucking people over. And again, we got to keep on doing it until there's a final solution. But I don't think we can really get there, man. Like, I want to be optimistic because, again, I don't want nothing to happen to me here personally. I think we've been very fortunate as Americans. So, like, a lot of these problems don't really reach our soil, but how long?
Hey, what's the bid on this war, man? What's going on?
What's the latest?
There's hella updates. It really isn't like one to point to. There's bombs.
Is this guy really dead or what's going on?
Supposedly it's confirmed, but the confirmation's coming from Israeli sources. And if the only Israelis are in the air, how are we confirming that that man is dead?
Yeah, it's actually not confirmed. I was just watching CNN. They're saying he's all right, like the high rating. So, I mean, it's just, I guess it's an argument right now. America's saying he's confirmed dead, but they're saying, nah, I think good.
And it's propaganda. It affects the morale of people that are on the ground, people watching around the world. You definitely gotta stay on your P's and Q's about it. So I'm glad that they're saying that he's straight, because again, niggas are so sure of the information that they receive, and it's not trying to chastise anybody, but just wait a second, man. Just wait.
Donald Trump will lose the midterm election. Khamenei is not dead. And Donald Trump had to stop the war today, so he'll be out of the Middle East by June, so that they could have talking points for the elections in November. But Donald Trump just lost the Republican Party will not be in power for the next four cycles, about 18 years, for 16 years. Why? Majority of the time that the political parties are in power, they're most of them are Democratic years, right? Now Donald Trump is an anomaly. Funny thing about it is he's doing more justice. Look, think about all the things this party has been exposing in America that's been pent up for all these years. For the first time, they got the majority of Caucasian people now realizing that this system is effed up because they've used up the system to the point where it's affecting them now. And Donald Trump's party realizes that by going to war with the Iranians, which have enough missiles the Iranians are planning for a long war. Russia plans for, just the difference between war and battle. After Vietnam, America retooled its military for short battles, shock and awe. When you're fighting a peer competitor, it's a war. Long, dragged out. Russia is killing every Ukrainian that thinks like a Nazi because they lost 28 Russians against the Germans in World War II. And most of those Nazis up in Ukraine who took on the side of the Germans to fight against the Russians, and most Ukrainians speak Russian, and most of them are married to a lot of Russians. But there's a pocket of those people, because it's called the hinterlands, the borderlands, that want to be Europeans. So that society has always been split between the Europeans and the Russian bloc. So now Russia decided, okay, I know how to take care of this problem. I'm going to fight a long enough war to kill everybody that think like a German Nazi. That's why they're not running roughshod over them. So now the reason why I'm mentioning this is because now we have that same issue developing in America. The British Empire controlled the American economy and controlled the American political system after World War II, because the Americans took on the same ideology of the British dominance of financializing and banking. And when we did that, it took us that many years to financialize the American economy and not make anything, because we believe in taking a dollar and making 10 off of it by lending it 10 times. Fractional denomination. And now it has reached its end point where you've loaned too much, and none of the money that you put outside the country is allowed back in. But if the Chinese and these other people are not buying your bonds, the economy is going to collapse. Just like the British economy collapsed before that. And all the other European economies that was built around financialization collapsed after a while because you borrowed too much, just like the Roman Empire collapsed. So we are collapsing. We just have to be living in a good time, a great time, where we get to live through the high and the low. We peaked in, I would say, last year when the 50-year oil agreement with Saudi Arabia expired and they started trading oils. And the Russians, after 2022, took all of it and put it against a basket of materials in their country called commodities. The Russian dollar is backed by gold and all the natural resources in the country. Our dollar was backed by oil after 74. Our dollar after 74 expired. I think it was last year or 2023 or I think it was last year. I forgot, it was in the spring when the contract expired. So now we're starting to see inflation go up 40%, and we can't control the dollar because every 6 months it's almost going to be like $1 trillion with the interest we have to pay on our money, because we did what the British did. So now in order to save that, we have to retool the economy and go back to old-fashioned making stuff. That's what a true economy looked like. That's where we are. But then we do not educate the citizens to do anything other than think you're going to get rich putting up a YouTube video. You cannot ask any person in their 20s to be a plumber. You can't ask them to do any of the 5 construction trades. They'll all say, I want to be a YouTuber like I Show Speed because we all going to be I Show Speed and 50 channels we're going to be. That's insane. We have purposely destroyed our business model of making stuff, and we have geared our economy to entertainment and financing, and none of it brings in a dollar if you're not making the stuff to put in front of you to do stuff with. That's the problem.
Hey, mister, you think we're ready for a war right now? America itself?
America is before. America cannot fight a war. They could fight a battle. They can't fight a war because it took us, I think it's 4 years to retool the economy. America has the capacity to retool quickly and reindustrialize. That I can guarantee you. If it came from if we centralize all the planet like we did in World War II, we can do that. The best timeline would probably be 4 years. All resources go inward. We can retool the economy to start making stuff to go to war. But initially, we're going to take about 4 years to retool that stuff. That vertical integration, just like a dollar, it takes a dollar printed in the treasury to hit the citizen's pocket to work through the economy. It takes 18 months. 2 year economy for war is going to take about 4 years. And the Russians did it from 2000 to 2012. Vladimir Putin made a speech, and he told them that do not go to Ukraine. And he went to Ukraine in 2008, and they built a 1,000-mile fortification to invade Russia. It took them from 2008 to 2014, I think, before they killed the 50 Russians in a church in Odessa, where the Russians then stepped in and said, you can't be killing Russian citizens like that. And that's why the Russians went into Ukraine, because they started to do a lot of Nazi shit. You're not seeing that on the news, but you can Google it. When Russia, it took from 2008 to 2014, Vladimir Putin warned them. We had a gentleman handshake that you were not going to Ukraine and you were not going to move east past Berlin. And he did. They got like 8 or 9 other countries because they surrounded Russia. Ukraine, if they go into Ukraine, it's like going to Mexico for them. And it's a flat savannah that they could roll up into Moscow, 300 or 600 miles inland to just take over Moscow. Every invasion in Russia comes through that corridor. And America invaded Russia twice, and UK invaded Russia. I think UK did it once, twice, and America did it once in the early 19th century. So Russia is quite familiar with being invaded from the Europeans. Why? Because they have stuff that they want for cheap stuff. And the takeaway from that is that it's, again, about resources and economics. So the Russian war is America and the UK getting together for taking people's stuff through capitalism and financialization of your economy. And they want you to use their dollars for your natural resources so they can stay rich. France was behind that. France had, 18 colonies in Africa to this day until that Ibn Toure, that guy in Burkina Faso, the hell out. And all of a sudden, France got poor after one country kicked them out. The economy collapsed. And then 2 other guys kicked them out. This is how weak Europe is, a big rock with nothing there. Nothing. And the irony about it is the Middle East with the Arabs is also a lie. All these Arabs believe that the Egyptians look like them. Bro, you're daydreaming. Everything in Africa is black. Jesus is black because Ethiopia brother man, Africa and Ethiopia is in the bias. Let me 30 seconds. And I could prove that Jesus is black because Ethiopia is in Africa, Israel is in Africa, and the Russians to this day know that all the prophets are black. The problem what you're seeing here is that the United Kingdom, King George, France and Germany decided to go out the Coptic religion, painted everything white, and you believe that Jesus' bloodline is white, and these people, they're doing this, and it's out there in the public. But I'm saying black not in the color, I'm saying black on the continent of Africa. The Ethiopians have the oldest Bible in the world. And if Haile Selassie was the last king of Ethiopia, an unbroken chain, the only country in Africa that's never been invaded, except for Mussolini, and they kicked them out after a while. And Haile Selassie died on the throne in 1974. And he goes back to King Solomon. How the hell is the Jews and the Europeans going to be, and the King of England and the French and the Germans going to say their bloodline come from Jesus? It's just ridiculous. And for any black person to be that colonized to say that, so let me finish. What I'm saying is, what you're seeing in this imperial war is that right now you're starting to see that veil of lying has been lifted, where you're seeing that the British Empire rewrote the Bible, and they've been controlling all of that oppression through black people in America, all the South. They brainwash you to believe. It's funny how we could believe Jesus is white, but we can't believe it's black. And it's in Africa, from Ethiopia. That's all over the Bible. And every Ethiopian look like me and you. But you believe that the Haile Selassie lineage that's been unbroken since King Solomon, there's different tribes, they're all black. And it's amazing that if you say that, Mama had Jesus over a doorpost, blue-eyed blonde hair. She believed he's white, but if I said, Mom, Jesus is black, she can't believe that. It's mind-blowing how easy we could be programmed. And it's just appalling that we would dismiss all of that across the board and say, where did you get that reference from? Look at geography. Look, you cannot take a blood test in Israel. It's illegal. It's illegal. And we can prove that through DNA. And the oldest bones in any of those.
You said
will prove where it comes from. That's another conversation.
And I used to have that same kind of like standpoint as far as like the Arabs that's in Egypt today, how they're not necessarily aboriginal to that land, but then it's like it's based on what dynasty are you looking at, because most of the Egyptians from like the 19th dynasty and on, they were Greco-Egyptians, and they were like what we would consider Arabs. They were of mixed blood. This is fact. That's part of like so if you trace it back, bro, you made me wait till you finish. Like, chill out. Like the dynasty, it would align up. Maybe not to like the first dynasty, the fourth dynasty, or something like that, but it will align with the 19th dynasty, the 20th dynasty and shit. We're talking about like Alexandria, like Cleopatra and shit. These people were mixed and so that's why, like, you know, it depends on what dynasty you're going off of, because I used to have that standpoint as well.
So, family, I'm not debating that. The origin of the Egyptian Empire, which was around for 20,000 years, well-known fact that every single continent in the world has a pyramid on it. In the world. And Master Musa came to America through the Caribbean and into Mexico, and they were trading for 3,000 years. That is a fact. The first Chinese emperor is black from Africa. The first Japanese emperor is black. The Japanese buried their people in a sarcophagus that looks just like the pyramid esophagus. It is a fact. They populated the whole entire planet. But after a while, like everything, every great empire fall. But it's ironic that even today you will see Chinese that look just like you. There's 3,000 tribes in Africa. And of the 3,000 tribes, you could go to a different part of Africa and you will see people that look like people from around the world. You see black people that look just like Chinese with Chinese eyes and a very fair skin with pepper grain hair. So this whole idea of white is not a real thing. Irish is a real thing, British is a real thing, French is a real thing because that's tribes or cultures that develop within those continental borders. But white is not a real thing. It was invented in 1681 during the Baxter Rebellion in Virginia, when the white and the black slaves rebelled, and the king of England at the time decided to a whiteness, and they separated the white slaves from the black slaves. And that's how white, the word white. But if you said Irish do not consider themselves British, and they forget those fight to this day. Tribalism thing. I'm not debating tribalism, but no one gets together as a tribe like all of Africa, all the 3,000 tribes. They are themselves. I'm Sudanese. I'm Nigerian. We as black people see, oh, we don't have a tribe, so everybody is black is on our side. And now you start to realize, that's why I love this immigration fight. For the first time, black Americans start realizing, whoa. Not all skin folks is king folks. And that now is what America's biggest fear now is that the Democratic Party can no longer use the black agenda to cripple us. No, because it's all connected to the geopolitics of how they use people. That's the geopolitics of it, bro, man. The geopolitics of it is it ties into the microeconomics of you're gonna get a civil war here, shit.
You know, all the Jews have to come and like open their books and like, you know, discern for everything that they have versus everything that they paid for.
Do you think a lot of So, like, Americans, like, I've heard a lot of people in this room today say that they support what's going on with America and Iran. Do you think we should, bro, like, I don't know, it's kind of insane because Iran supported the Palestinians as well. So, people's viewpoints, I feel like, switch up at a drop of a dime. So, I don't know, it's kind of fucking crazy.
Niles, I'm going to try to explain it so it's clear, right? I'm trying to be crystal clear. Jewish people invented another race, called it their brother race, like Palestinians or whatever, Muslims, right? And then they gave them their religion, and they told them to hide the secrets in their religion, and they give them money and land and things like that. And so the Jewish population of the Jews can grow, and nobody can be the wiser. And they act like they're fighting all the time.
From Zionist. Zionism is linked with the American politics, and not all Jews support Israel, and not all Jews support the idea of the Zionist agenda. And the difference is that there are 12 tribes. Some of them converted into it, but they're making their religion into a color, which is a problem. They're making it into a color thing like the Europeans made people into colors. And people saw tribes first. I respect 1,000% a person's tribe. If any tribe wants to be Israelites or whatever, and you say that's my tribe, that's fine. But when you put a color on it, that's a problem, because now you're going by coloring. And like I said, if racism was based on intelligence, I'll support it, because I know what category of the masses I'll be in. But when it's based on color, it makes no sense, because I have no problem discriminating against a fool. Fool will get killed. I mean, don't y'all? Because it's about the economics of the trade. It's about okay. So the Iranian war is the last phase of George W. Bush's policy that was made up 30 years ago to go into the Middle East for the greater Zionist project of taking over parts of Syria, parts of Egypt, parts of Saudi Arabia, all of Iraq from the biblical time. They want to recreate the boundaries of greater Israel from biblical times. They've been saying this all along. It's a big triangle that goes into all those people's country borders: Syria, Iraq, parts of Egypt, and parts of Jordan is a part of that of greater Israel. And the thing to the American economics, American system, control all the media to convince the Americans to go and create the greater Israel, because the population there don't have enough men to fight the greater Israeli war. So what you're seeing is Americans for 40 something years, the last domino is the Iranians, which is a civilization. There's a difference between a civilization and a country. Civilizational states like China, Russia, and Iran has been around for thousands of years. That's a culture and a civilization. They're not Arabs. They're Persians. They've been around since they've been in the Bible, bro.
Yeah, and that's
it's the civilization that they're fighting. So the issue is that they have now gotten rid of all the other weak countries. And Iran is the last standing block, because if they defeat Iran and they get into the economy and they control Iran, they can stop the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, which blocks the Russians and the Chinese from connecting to India and Africa without going through the oceans. That's what all this is about. And then they get the greater Israel, where they have American satellite states, State 51, in the Middle East to control all the economic output of where the oil goes. And all the other Middle Eastern countries have already have been submissive to the American economy. Every single Middle Eastern country except for Iran has submitted to American dominance. That's all this is all about.
But you know what's so crazy, bro? The people that's waging war and fighting right now in this war, they're not on this app to give us all this information. So I'm trying to figure out like how everybody is doing themselves, and they're not even on this app to tell us what's going on.
We see it, but we don't want to see it. We see things that we don't want to admit is real.
But don't y'all think the Goyim should unite? Like, aren't we tired of Jewish supremacy?
Are you a Goyim is a question. You don't know who you are, then I don't look. If you buy into that philosophy, then you're just becoming like everyone else, creating another layer of division, right? When you know who you are, you don't have to. I don't have to tell nobody I'm a man, or no more than a woman have to tell a man she's a woman. But the person who's trying to convince you, oh man, I don't even want to go into that gender war. You have to convince other people when you don't even yourself know who you are. I don't need to go and announce to anyone who I am and what I am, because when you do that, then you are not who you say you are. So if you forget into that goyim and all that, that's not what it's about. Zionism is not Judaism. It's not. And that's the problem. It's the political class of people that want to control the world, that motivate people around a zero-sum game of taking your stuff and think it's right for one person to have $300 billion and $1 trillion and think it's okay. That's all this is all about.
No, but I think you should just let God decide, right? Like, leave them alone, all right? Let them do what they do, right? It is already the time for them to, like, align with the planets. But they don't even know how to use the planetary system. You know, the system is in place for a reason. So now it's time to call the Federation and call the people that know what to do. And now there's there's things that are in place. I don't want to say what it is because it's like, you know, people get scared and then they go, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. But whatever. Let God decide what God wants to do with those people who have taken control of the minds of his children, all right, for 6,000 years and played with them and like made them into dreidels and all kinds of crazy, inhumane shit, okay? Dreidel, I made it out of clay. I made it out of humans.
Why do we make
You can
why do we make this a god?
Just continue to do what you do. You know we're not in danger. Nothing's going to happen to us. This is just how he works, because to us it's just TV, because we only see it through the telephone or the tablet. And it's like, just live your life. That's how comfortable Americans have become when it comes to our government implementing war and these special operations when they what's the term I'm looking for? When they declare war on other nations, right? Americans just like, hey man, I'm going to the club tonight. It's Saturday. You know what I'm saying? We've been talking about this shit for hours, man. You know what I'm saying? It's always been like that. And then God forbid, something like Pearl Harbor, 9/11. Then everybody is shocked. Oh my God, what's going on? How? I can't. What the fuck?
Yeah, but that's where we start.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like because you're so comfortable, and because of that type of perspective, you really don't understand the impact of what's going on. You don't understand the devastation that's taking place minute by minute as we speak. You know, that first story I seen this morning about the all-girls school being hit, and over now the numbers are coming out. It's over like 60-some students were killed in that airstrike. And Israel and America claimed the strikes too. You know, that's another thing we have to look at. They claimed the first strikes. We did this. Iran did not shoot at first, right? It was all attacks on them. Then they closed their airspace. Then they retaliated. So all of the damage that was done early this morning in Iran was from American and Israeli jets. And I don't know, man. I'm just a human, regardless of what country I'm living in. I don't want to see nothing about no kids being hurt. If you claim to have this technology, and you claim to be so precise, and you claim to be so tough, and you've taken trillions of dollars out the American economy for these efforts, then I expect to see a better job being done. I don't want to see kids being killed on behalf of money that's come out of my check, your check, because I wouldn't pay for that. If you give me an option, motherfucker, no, give me my motherfucking money, because then that means I'm cool with it, and I'm not cool with it. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I just think we have to understand with these people. We have to understand what's going on with these people, man, and sometimes we have to think outside of the comfortability and our everyday lives. You know, just think as a human being what's actually being done to these people. Year after year, generation after generation, this shit has never stopped. Our entire adulthood, we've been killing people in the Middle East. Our entire adulthood, everybody in here that's 20, 30, 40, since you've been grown, people in the Middle East have been killed by our people.
It's worse than that. You know what they're doing? They're desensitizing you. I remember when I was younger before, man, you would see a fight and people would either try to break it up, right? Nowadays, they take out the phone and record the fight as if the fight is like television and somebody will die in front of you and you will record it before you think it's a person. So Epstein Files is proving a lot about I'm not saying this is not directed to everyday citizens anywhere around the world. It's not no group of people, no ethnic. How your government takes your society, control and program you, and desensitize you to violence and think it's okay. So when you hear a school full of kids dying, it doesn't matter. No more than the American government has desensitized the lives and devalued the lives of black Americans since its creation. So that when you see someone with a police on the back of his neck, oh, that's black people. But when there's two white ladies die up over there, it's, oh my gosh, the government has collapsed. It's always been that way. But they desensitize them first against black people, and then they program them to do it to the rest of the citizens. So we, black Americans, were the test, were the guinea pigs of American violence. America cannot treat anyone else around the world any better than they treat the black population. Don't ever believe that. And you are only an American when you have an American passport and you travel. I know, because when I travel with my American passport, my whole chest pop out. Because the value of an American passport, when you come home, the reality doesn't come into your daily life. Again, this is how the government controls you. They beat it out of you. And when you start to realize that the government don't have any control of you like that, and these rich people that's in the Epstein files not going to jail, but Michael Vick kicked the dog or whatever the hell he did. I don't remember what he did. He went to jail for a dog. And you're hearing little girls and boys being prostituted. It's ridiculous because they feel that they're untouchable. And then this is not the everyday black, white, I don't give a shit where you are in America. It's not the everyday people this is referencing. It's the 1% that is unaccountable for what they do. No one holds them accountable. And you keep voting for the lie. Their vote don't matter. It's the same bird, two wings, same direction. They give you the illusion of choice. Because you get the same result when you vote for them. No, every person in this room, no politicians are liars. But you vote for the lie. That's how fucked up we are.
Hey, if they don't vote, they're gonna call me crazy in here. But I've been telling people, I don't even know how you're voting at this point, or even picking a side, or even thinking. It makes no. It's actually insanity. Like when you think about it, that's like borderline. That's like insanity right there. But hey. They will be back in. They'll be back in. Like, please, we need you to slave and work. Come on.
How do you not participate in the economy though?
They could shut down the economy for a whole year and cut a check to you. Listen to how delusional we are. COVID hit. They $10 trillion in paper.
For a fake virus that you could survive 99.9%.
No, family.
Who have all that these days? Come on.
It lasted for a year. And look, brother man, if I didn't experience COVID, I would not say what I'm saying. They did it already. They showed you. Now, so to realizing, every person I knew that was older than me was going back to work. Every single person, they realized, wait a minute, they were in the matrix. They never took a vacation. 40-hour work week. They manufactured. They trained. When Ford designed the P4, they started to design how to make people work without dying on the job and giving them all.
Sorry, just for clarification, who are the they that you're talking about?
The corporate America. Okay, sorry. Thank you for saying that. I'm talking about corporate America. Corporate America, businesses run America. Citizens do not. There's no group of people, no Jews, no, it's corporations. I don't want to talk Jews as an enemy. No, I'm not saying that. People have these illusions about who run America. Corporations run America. because the government is financialized. When manufacturers run, there was more manufacturing and more businesses, and they all fought for market shares and the government's interest. But when you financialize the government, only 10 to 12 banks have a say-so at the Federal Reserve, which is a private bank. All the big fours and a bunch of other little ones that control a different region of the country, that financialize the economy, and they have all the power because the American banking system went from the government dictating where the dollar goes to the bank taking that over.
I don't think it's breaking news that the corporate interests run America. I think we can accept that. What's the point here?
The point here is that your vote don't matter because they make companies people. And interest groups run America. And interest groups have dollars to influence votes and influence politicians and the presidency. So your vote don't matter. That's what we know. So by the time you vote, you just choose it. What the corporations make you choose.
That's at the very at best. I think that's not necessarily across the board. You know, the corporate interests tried to affect a judicial election in Wisconsin with Elon Musk investing more money than ever had been invested in a local judicial election in history, and he still lost. So that suggests that there is some power in the local vote, regardless of corporate investment and corporate interests of influencing people with political ad spin.
But again, the people that's in front of you are in front of you by the corporate interests and what their interests are. And that's the dynamic behind it, is that as an individual, you don't have enough money to support your candidate for your local entity. But besides, the local vote is immaterial when it comes to senators, Congress people, and the president. That's the big ask, because you cannot even get a third party in the country. The last third party I remember was Ross Perot that was trying to create a party. He was a billionaire, and he crushed it. And Elon Musk, after Donald Trump kicked him out of the White House, decided he was going to have his own party.
Well, no, we have some third-party candidates that serve as senators.
Has any of them been presidents?
You don't have any. You don't have any third-party presidential.
That's the point. The ultimate power that make the decisions is the senators and the Congress people, not local elections. And that's where that's the dynamic here, is that there's not a third party, true independent from corporations, because they have more money than me and you. You work for them. And look at the economy of the Americas, you'll realize that the Democratic Party support working people and the Republican Party support corporations. And one is a shareholder and the other one represents the union. It just mirrors the American politics corporate structure. And that is crazy.
Well, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, this is fairly well known. It's been well known in American politics for a long time. People understand that corporate have national politics. They're the ones that write the regulations. They're the ones that lobby, that sit on the boards and the regulatory bodies that survey, how certain things are regulated. This is nothing new that corporate interests effectively run the world from a global level as well as a national level. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, why is that relevant to the conversation we're having about Trump and Israel and Iran?
Because they control Trump. That's the ultimate. They control Trump, and they have systems in place that you have the illusion of choice. They control Donald Trump. They control every politician that's ever sat in that chair. You think it's by chance that you have...
Well, I don't know if you can say that corporate interests control Donald Trump.
Do you know the ultimate corporate interest?
I can make a better argument that Donald Trump is controlled by selfish interests for corporate greed. But I can't see how corporate interests are controlling Donald Trump. If anything, Donald Trump has rebuffed corporate interests.
Corporate
interests with the most recent position.
He literally
fights against position with the Supreme Court. It was the corporate interests that were for Donald Trump's, or limiting Donald Trump's ability to impose tariffs on other countries. And they sided with the Supreme Court, and Donald Trump was diametrically opposed to that. So I wouldn't say that Donald Trump was controlled by the Supreme Court. I think a lot of times Donald Trump finds himself on the opposing side of corporate interests. And sometimes he wins, sometimes he loses.
So let me break down Donald Trump and corporate interest. The biggest corporate interest is the military-industrial complex. It's a corporation. It's never been dismantled since World War II. And Theodore Roosevelt Theodore Roosevelt said that the biggest mistake we made was creating a monster that we can't get rid of. It's a monster with many heads. That's the deep state. The military-industrial complex is a deep state. So now that machine has never been turned off because it drives a parallel economy. We're the only country in the world with a parallel economy, which is the military-industrial complex produces as much output for that economy as does the civilian infrastructure.
Yeah, but how does that control Donald Trump? Donald Trump has been a proponent of...
Because Donald Trump right now is fighting the war in Iran. That's how.
Wait, hold on. I'm thoroughly confused here. Like, this is intense. You're saying that Donald Trump engaging in military actions in Iran is
if the corporations, right? If he can't say no. He's there. He can't say no. He said 9 months ago. Hold on. I'm about to make a connection, right?
Wait. Connect the dots.
He can't say no to the military-industrial complex. Corporations that put him in that chair. The first Donald Trump was free and clear. The first Donald Trump did not. Donald Trump won. Donald Trump number 1 was not that influenced by corporate interests. Donald Trump number 2 is. The first time he came down them escalators, he did that all from showmanship. He put himself in the chair, and the Democratic Party said it was Russiagate. Now he's a seasoned politician, and he took money from corporate interests.
Hold on. You're making these broad conclusions, but you're not connecting the dots.
Look at his behavior.
But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
but what I don't understand is how you draw the conclusions. Like you're saying, it makes sense.
Look at the conclusion.
Wait. It makes sense because the military-industrial complex. But you've not demonstrated at all, or you've not provided any evidence to support the argument that it was the military-industrial complex that convinced Trump to bomb Iran this morning.
So look at it in this optics. We went into Venezuela to get rid of the president and buy out the government. Okay. They didn't change the government, and it was for oil. That's corporate interest, right?
No, that's his. Wait. No, that's him being driven by his own selfish greed for corporate.
How does it benefit Donald Trump as an individual?
Wait, hold on.
He doesn't own an oil field.
Hold on one second. Last time that I checked, the oil companies, one of the main oil companies came out and said they didn't support a re-engagement of Venezuelan oil because it would be too costly to defend a position of reinvesting in Venezuela.
So you're saying to me that because a company says something to you, they tell you the truth. It's that part too.
Well, what I'm saying is that you're
That's the point. The point is, me and you don't have enough. Go ahead. Hold on. You're oversimplifying it. You're saying there's this big daddy called corporate interests that control the government, and I'm saying I don't know if I got it. Yes, we know that corporate interest often has a heavy influence in how government is and how government is implemented in America, right? But what you said, you took it a step further. You said Donald Trump being controlled by corporate interests is the reason why he bombed in Iran. And I've yet to hear. I broke it down earlier. So I'll repeat it again. I'll repeat it again to you. Let me clarify it again. If America went from voting to making corporations people, and then interest groups could come together and support a certain candidate, and those candidates get into office, and then those corporations want them to pass laws to benefit the corporations based on industry and sector. And then Donald Trump now is going into Venezuela, and he doesn't own an oil field. Donald Trump has no oil interest, and he'll take out the president out of that dynamic. And you're talking about geopolitics and American domestic politics. It functions at the same time. About market shares compete with China to block China from getting Venezuela, and to go into Iran to block China again from making a road and belt initiative. And corporate interest is saying, if we can't financialize China to have them use our dollar, and Russia and keep their resources and the dollar, the financialization of the government with the banks run,
bro, you are
can't get those things done. Then that is the answer to the question. The answer is that China, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, everything links right back to the dollar, and the dollar is linked to the Treasury Department, and the Treasury is linked to the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve is controlled by banks, corporate interests. And the banks control Wall Street, and 7 companies right now have over $1 trillion up in AI that if it goes under, the economy crashes. That's over 30% of all trades on the market is financialized by Microsoft, Google, name the other five. Microsoft, Google, Oracle. Look at who's invested in AI and ChatGPT and OpenAI. Look at it. 7 companies control the entire economy of the tech sector, and then the bank control the difference of that, and they're giving money to each other, and there's no diversification of the economy anymore because we don't manufacture anything with 50,000 manufacturers from shoelaces to belts and buckles. Corporate interest has been centralized on Wall Street between banks, oil interests, and now tech companies. It's so concentrated that you see them going in and out the offices every day. That's what we don't see as a soft look at what's really going on. That's corporate interest. And they have to respond to no president has never responded to the stock market, the price of oil going up or down. Isn't it funny that no one cares about the gas price that's about to probably go to $5 or $10 since Iran is temporarily blocked 20% of the Strait of Hormuz?
Hey, Mister, is this still the answer to the question?
That is the answer to the question, brother. It's a broad answer that you see how corporate interests, 7 companies control AI. And Microsoft took some money out of the left pocket, put it in the right pocket of another company that they have shares in. Right? And all the other big tech companies have done it. And now they're building data centers around the country with no electricity from new power plants or dams or freaking, oil companies to make oil generated through oil or coal. There's none of that happening. It's centralized and they made a mess of things in 40 years. All corporate interests. We respond to the Wall Street stock market, we respond to the oil price, and we respond to the farmers. The farmers are controlled by Tyson. Everything in America has been monopolized by a block of companies that control the economy and control the government. We don't see it, but we are used to it. We're just living in it. Corporate interests. And it's too big for you to say. It's too big for you. Know what happened after COVID? All the mom and start businesses around everyone neighborhood on this app got shut down, and it was okay for Amazon, it was okay for Target, it was okay for Walmart. All of them was essential because they got rid of all the small competitors. There's no hardware store for you to go cut a key anymore. You go to Home Depot. There's no paint shop called I forget the name of that paint, Benjamin Paint. It's in Home Depot now. Home Depot created a big box store to centralize all these other manufacturers to come in and put the stuff on their shelves to sell it. And then they drove them out of business and they bought it from China. This is ridiculous. Why am I going to... The answer is so simple and the details are under all of that. But when you look at corporate interests, you don't get a vote because they made corporations people. And then people could vote. And if a corporation is a person, they now have an interest group that influence Washington. And I don't care about the local zip codes. I'm talking about Washington.
I've been checking out some updates. Apparently, there's been some footage coming out of Tel Aviv and Iran. Both of those countries have been struck multiple times in the past few hours, and so has Dubai. But Israel had something going on to where people couldn't upload footage for a while, but they're uploading footage now, and looks like Tel Aviv has been struck a few times here recently.
You want to hear something funny? Do you know all the authorized Jews in Israel's war and then none of them go to fight in the wars? And they fight the Israeli government all the time, but they never show it on the news? The people that live there don't want that shit because they live there. It's the Americans that want that shit. Imagine, you think anybody would live and want to go to war with another country and drop bombs on your head? The government of these countries don't care about their citizens at all. Imagine me and you living in New York and California decide to go just fuck with the Mexicans for no reason. California, just go fuck with the Mexicans so the cartels could drop a bomb on your house when you and your wife are sleeping at night. No one wants to live like that.
No, facts though. I do want to say this though.
Contrary to the reports we heard earlier about him celebrating and just so happy and in the streets, which would be crazy. Like, imagine going into the streets, thousands of people deep in the middle of bombs dropping. I mean, that's the safest thing to do, right? But anyways, there's actually footage from Bahrain of citizens, just a couple. I'm just gonna say that it's just a couple. But they were excited actually to see a U.S. base get hit. And one guy even tried to go up in the base with his scooter. He was using Snapchat, but I don't think he was able to go up in there. But where the naval fleet base was in Bahrain, one of the citizens get up there. But you know how the Snapchat got the filter across the screen? His was all laughing emojis, and in the comments they broke down what he was saying. But yeah, this information, this shit is crazy, man. Honestly, man.
And by the way, don't think they won't draft you if it gets bad.
I'm not gonna lie. I was telling y'all before, based on the assessment, there is no way to fight Iran. You can't invade with a force with the agenda of occupation. Could you send in special forces to carry out special operations, get them to an LZ and extract them? Yeah, you can do things like that. But to sustain occupation like we did in Iraq and other places like that, like, it takes a lot of effort. And just pulling up with some Navy ships and carrying airstrikes is not going to do the job. It's just not. It doesn't work with any group. It hasn't worked with the Houthis. It hasn't worked with Hezbollah. It hasn't worked with fucking nobody. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work with ISIS.
We went to Afghanistan, right, for 20 years, and the Taliban took over Afghanistan again after 20 years. Iran is different from Afghanistan. Afghanistan was a poor country with no resources that was developed. Iran is a modern, developed country with scientists and technology that equals us. They didn't build ships, they built missiles, right, for 40 years. Their missiles are pretty good, God, but it's a mountainous country. And the defeat comes from the fact to climb over mountains to get to someone. And if they live in there and they're domestic and they own the land and they have the land, they know where all the traps are. So you're going to walk into a country with a foreign force to go invade them, and knowing that it's surrounded by mountains on all sides. And Tehran is in a valley, just like Venezuela is in a valley. Venezuela is the worst place you want to go fight a war because it's Vietnam times 10. Iran is the worst place to go fight a war because it's 3 times bigger than Iraq and 1/3 the size of all of Europe. It's 1/3, I think, the size of Europe. It's a huge 80-something million people. 80-something million people. And people think that you hear these shit on TV and you're thinking freaking Clint Eastwood and freaking Rambo and whoever the hell you watch on TV thinking war is pretty. That's bullshit. The Russians are invading Ukraine and they have to go slow for 4 years because they planned for war. America planned for battles, 12 days, and they ran away. The Houthis chased them away after a month because we don't bleed. So we bring the Air Force in and start dropping bombs, but Iran have missiles that can shoot down planes. And Russia couldn't even fly their airplanes into Ukraine because America had their missiles over there. You think Russia and China is not looking for payback? Really think about this. You really believe the Russians didn't go give Iran some really good shit to fuck us up with because we've been fucking around with them for 3 years in Ukraine? This is how stupid our American government are. And then they tell people stupid stuff like what they're going to do anyway. They literally tell you what they're going to do. That's how dumb the government is. Like, you just fucked with the Russians for 3 years going on 4 in Ukraine. And now the Russians go, wait a minute, you're about to go to fight the Iranians? Oh, let's give you some of those good missiles. Let's give you some S-4s. I'm going to give you the S-5s because right now it's proprietary. I don't want Americans get it. But let's give you some S-4s. You was using S-2s and S-3s before. S-4s. Oh, you can have access to my satellites now so you can see what the Americans are doing. It's payback. And I already heard some people died. And my son is you guys' ages, man. I did not have anything for war to see my son's dead for some politician, wet dream.
Didn't Trump in another administration, or he criticized another administration for attempting to go to war with Iran?
He said no war. He said he was a no war president.
Yeah.
That's what he ran on. He said he was going to solve the Ukrainian war in one day. I expect the exaggeration, but, bro, Donald Trump has been at work probably every month so far. Every day I see a battleship parked by somebody else's neighborhood.
He said that what Now said, though. He said that before he even became president. He spoke about the situation in the Middle East, and he was totally against it.
So how could he be against something and then have to be forced to do it?
Military,
you don't have any position. You don't have any independence.
Military industrial complex.
See, because, you know what I'm saying? You got power.
And you wind up like JFK. That's what happens when you change your mind.
Master, were you happy if the regime in Iran built ballistic missiles and attacked U.S. soil? Would have you been happy in that scenario?
When is that? What's the likelihood of that occurring?
It's very likelihood. The regime already has ballistic missiles.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Intercontinental ballistic missiles. They are called ICBMs. They already have, and they can attack European soil.
Oh, really?
They already did attack Israel.
Whoa. All right, not the question. You said what happens if they get ballistic nuclear missiles and then attack the
Not necessarily nuclear, just regular ballistic missiles. Would have you been happy? Because they have already created. Yeah, but they cannot reach U.S. soil yet.
Even if they could, they couldn't do no damage to us. We have, bro, listen, you know how many of our allies' airspace they would have to bypass in order to hit the United States? And then you know what the retaliation would look like when it's really justified on our behalf? Because you tried to hit our actual country. No, they would never do that. Why would somebody that knows they would get their ass whooped if they was to pull off a maneuver like that shoot themselves in the foot? I'm going to shoot my one new ballistic missile at America. It's not going to make it. And I'll probably get killed for it. But I'm going to take my chances.
I don't have to follow behind that statement. Say it again. I support your message 1,000%.
The point that you are missing is that they wouldn't necessarily need to, when they create those ballistic missiles, they wouldn't necessarily need to attack you with those ballistic missiles. They will use them as leverage to do whatever they want first in the Middle East region and then in the global community. They will use it as a deterrence strategy to first develop their nuclear program strategy and second to develop their proxy funding strategy. So those are their three survival and terrorism export strategies that they're following on parallel phases. How can't you see that?
Are you Iranian?
Of course, yes, I am Iranian.
Where you live at?
I'm not in Iran, but I want to specify in which country I am because...
You're somewhere in the West, that's for sure.
Yes, I'm in the West, yes.
Yes, all day. Iranians from the West have been coming into this room, including Rabbi Shmuley. Right? Hey, that's major, though, for the waiting room, right? We had Rabbi Shmuley, the most infamous fucking goddamn Jewish supremacist ever, right? In this room today with his other agents, posing as Iranians from the West. That never speaks about the people that have been killed in Iran today due to Israeli preemptive strikes. Why is it that you don't care about the innocent Iranians?
We do. We will trial IRGC. We will trial IRGC because of any civilian.
No. I'm asking you this. How do you feel about Israel carrying out those preemptive strikes this morning, which resulted in dozens of innocent Iranians killed in the streets? Civilians, how do you feel about that?
Those are two separate issues.
No. How do you feel about that as an Iranian?
I feel two separate feelings. For the Israel attack in Iran, I feel happy because we are allied with Jews. Iranian people and Jews have biblical ties with each other. We love Jew people. We don't have any problem.
What about the people that died?
And also with the United States. We don't have any problem with the United States.
Okay, now what about the people that died?
Okay, but that's the second. About the people that were died, we are furious. And because we are furious, we will trial IRGC because those are the root causes of the civilians who got killed. We don't blame Israel.
We don't blame Israel killed civilians.
So you don't blame the actual people who killed them? You don't blame them. You don't blame the people who actually did the murder.
We blame the people who killed them. IRGC is the ones who killed them.
Israel wronged Iran.
No.
You make no sense.
No.
You make no sense because what a lot of
guys,
people don't realize is that...
Let me teach you some history. 6 years ago. No. Fact check me.
There are Jews in Iran, there's Jews in Iraq, there's Jews in Syria, there are Jews all over the world. And
I'm not a Jew. I was born as a Muslim Shia, but I don't believe in Islam as majority of Iranians.
It doesn't matter. That's not the point I'm making.
Okay, I'm not a Jew. Okay.
There's Jews that's been in Iran since Iran was Persia. And Iranians, they have power in the Iranian government. There's Jews that's in Iraq that has power in the Iraqi government. People keep having this delusion that Jews are not in the Middle East in power of politics and positions in other countries. There's even Jews in Turkey. This illusion, what you're hearing is people who are spinning facts. Do you know that more Christians are injured in Israel than they are in other Arab countries? That you never get mentioned? Again, the Israeli government is not the Israeli people. People don't understand that the government of Israel don't care about their own citizens. No more than the American government care about us. And then these people come and start propagating this war machine as if it's a good thing, as if you don't have enough resources already that we're already taking. No one wants their children dead for dirt.
Mister, look at me. From my perspective, I'm trying to be 100% honest, okay?
You said you were happy people are dying, dude. That's crazy.
Mister, I'm trying to be very honest. Mister, from my perspective, you are not necessarily trying to push propaganda, okay? But from my perspective, you are a victim of propaganda. You don't see that.
Wrong. Let's have this intellectual conversation.
Okay, 6 years ago. Okay, Mister, 6 years ago, just fact check me. I will land in 30 seconds. 6 years ago, this regime shot, by I mean Islamic regime occupying Iran. 6 years ago, they shot a passenger airplane on Iranian airspace 6 years ago. The number of the flight is PS752. Okay, they shot it on Iranian airspace. And guess what? For 3 fucking days, United States administration, which was Donald Trump, Canada administration, which was Justin Trudeau, all of them were saying Islamic regime has shot the airplane. But guess what? For 3 days, they denied it. But after 3 days, they accepted it. They had not shot a bullet. They had not done a regular thing. They had shot 2 fucking missiles. But they denied it 3 fucking days. The spokesperson of the whole forces, armed forces of the regime denied it. The head of the airplane system, I don't know how to put it in English, رئیس سازمان هواپیمایی کشوری, it is an official. He denied it. All the state media, they denied it. So how do you expect me to... No, let me finish. How do you expect me to believe that Israel has attacked a school girl in city of Mina, in Hormuzgan, which none of you guys is where in Iran it is located, right? There is no benefit on earth for either Israel or United States to attack a schoolgirl. The only people who benefit from schoolgirls being hit is the Islamic regime to antagonize you, coming and throwing this propaganda to my face.
So let me ask something. Let me up the ante. Do you know that?
You have no idea. You have no idea what's happening.
What's the benefit of
Do you know that the Israeli government killed American soldiers in the Middle East and nothing happened? Do you know that? Nothing happened in Congress. Do you also know that whenever you bring up the Israeli government, which is not the Israeli people, the American government, did you see that Tucker Carlson interview with Mike Huckabee? Did you see that crazy interview that they could criticize, American senators are criticizing the American government and they can't criticize the Israeli government? It is crazy. It's crazy. And he's the one that gave me the information on Greater Israel. And that was a couple of days ago. And I'm repeating what I'm hearing from our own government, right? That they are instituting and industrializing this bullshit that they keep telling citizens to keep drinking. Israeli government has killed in the past American military soldiers, and nothing happened. So you're mentioning an airliner. I'm talking about a military killing our military, and nothing happened.
They killed the humanitarian food truck.
So let's see what we
in front of everyone.
If you ever want to know who control your government, look at who you can't criticize. I didn't make that quote up. Really good quote, by the way. I can criticize Donald Trump. I can't criticize AIPAC. It is crazy. Do you know that They have a policy that they have a policy for dual citizenship that you cannot criticize AIPAC.
You can't criticize Donald Trump. I don't know what AIPAC is. I don't live in the United States.
You don't know what AIPAC. So by the way, I like your nice Iranian Chinese accent.
I'm not Chinese. No, I'm not Chinese.
That's the point, bro. I've spoken to a lot of Persian and Iranians, and they don't have that accent.
What do you mean? So perhaps it is our accent. So what? I don't live in China. I don't live in China or either in the United States. So what? I live in Europe. So whether it's or even if I live in China, well, what are you going to get result from that? But let's forget.
The fact that you're supporting kids dying, and look, if it was Jewish children, I'd feel the same way. And that's the point. For some reason, Zionists have this myopic look at if it's the other, just like, and that's why I reference Black Americans in America getting killed by the police, and no one cares until a white person gets killed. That the world that people live in to make those things not equatable is crazy to me.
No, mister, you said you can't criticize Donald Trump, right? No. You said you can't criticize Donald Trump, right?
No, I said I can't criticize, but I can't criticize AIPAC.
So who can't you? Who can't you criticize?
You can't criticize AIPAC. Let's cut this shit out. We're American. We live here. Cut the bullshit. You can't get on YouTube or any social media platform and say anything about AIPAC.
Oh God, forget your paranoia. Why on earth would I hide if I live in the United States?
You trying to convince
Why would I hide if I live in the United States? Why would I do that? Why would I hide if I live in the United States? I live in Europe.
It blows my mind that a person would be from a country that your family members might even be injured in and applaud your own country being bombed. That is crazy.
No, that's the point. My family members wouldn't be injured. That's the point. First of all, if you're questioning my identity, I can't speak.
You said you were Iranian, right?
Yes, I am.
And
how can I prove
your country being bombed?
I'm not the only one. I'm not the only Iranian who is urging international community
Have you
to
heard the
take
bombs
action.
where I'm at?
Dude, you're crazy.
We're getting missiles now.
Right,
because of what Israel and America is doing. Now we're getting bombed all day long in Qatar.
Yeah. Hey, mister, you gotta be careful, bro, because these motherfuckers is cosplaying as Iranians when they're really Jews to act like they're okay with what's happening.
They gaslight you, family.
Yeah, they already did that shit already. We
did this shit earlier,
Rabbi Shmuley doing that shit, and he cracked Twin Tower jokes and act like that shit was funny and shit. Like, I don't know, bro. Like,
he's it's like you saying they drop bombs in freaking California and I live in LA and I'm cheering it on because I don't like the governor.
Hey, but listen, I don't think you understand what he said, though, man. Like, these people have become so emboldened that he actually cracked a 9/11 joke.
Yeah, I get you, family. Look, and you know what's fucked up about it? I had to respond to that shit. I had to respond to fucking 9/11.
No. Who did make a joke about 9/11? Who did that?
Come on,
Rabbi Shmuley. Your homie, your big homie.
I'm not sure whether I understood. I thought you were referring to me.
I bet you. Yeah, you don't understand. We get it.
Dude, you got anyone that would promote killing people, even people in your own group of your own pretty much family members. It's just mad. That's why
I'm not trying to kill my family members. We are urging the international community, our oppressors, because we are not recognized. We don't have weapons. We don't have weapons.
Just like what happened to Libya and Iraq.
It doesn't work.
Just like what happened
there are conceptual differences in Iranian society and Iraq and Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, people didn't hate Taliban. In Iraq, people didn't hate Saddam Hussein. Even right now, Iraqi people, they
You're delusional.
Yes. Who was the opposition leader in Afghanistan? Who was?
Nobody was able to. Nobody wanted them. I mean, the women didn't want them. A lot of men didn't want them.
Have you guys called any of your family members in Iran today and checked up on them? Have you even tried in the last few hours?
connection is off, so we are not able to contact them. But
I
already
know, but y'all been on Clubhouse talking to us, and you guys haven't even attempted to call your own family members.
We have tried, but the connection is off. Are you stupid? Do you hear me?
You've been in here debating.
There is no way we can contact our family. What are you saying?
You see, we too smart for these people. They don't realize we tapped into the source.
What are you saying? What are you speaking about?
Because
the
connection is not on your side, man.
Hey, calm down, bro. Calm down, all that anti-Semitic shit, bro. One mic on these niggas for me.
I'm just saying that you've been spending hours trying to convince and plead your case to Americans in the midst of the war is already happening. It's already going on. And you guys said you have relatives in these nations, or in this country, Iran, where you're from, and you guys haven't made one attempt to check on them. You don't know if they're alive or not, but yet you're celebrating the bombings. Your aunts, your cousins, like, how do you even know, like, this is wild to me, man.
So Iran closed Hormuz Canal, which means instantly the prices of oil and gas, as you can hear, there's bombs, missiles launching in where I'm at. So the oil and gas prices will launch. The Middle East will affect international economy if this continues. So you will see not only is this narrow-mindedness of this person claiming to be Iranian, his narrow-mindedness thinking that, oh, Israel will come to save us and remove this government. When did that ever happen? Let's look at Libya. What happened to Libya? Let's look at Iraq. It's all divided. It's all they became poor countries. They were rich countries. They became poor. They were strong. They became weak. And everyone is poor now in Iraq. Everyone is poor in Libya. People were rich in Libya before. So that never worked. Now this time, it's worse. It's not just one country. It's not just on Iran. Iran controls Hormuz Canal. All the Middle East oil and gas is imported through that canal. And it's energy prices and everything will be more expensive. Everything. It will affect everyone.
First, for 30 years.
This Panda is saying this person claiming to be Iranian. So how on earth am I supposed to prove to you that I'm Iranian? Should I say anything in Persian?
I'm not saying you're not. I'm saying.
So I am Iranian. Okay. So forget your narrative.
What people
forget your narrative.
Some people don't believe you. So I'm talking to them, and I said the person who claimed to be Iranian. You claim to be Iranian, no?
I am Iranian. I am Iranian. I don't claim to be Iranian.
Maybe you are. I don't know.
What do you say? Maybe. Should I say anything in Persian?
I just find it hard to believe that you will be cheering your own country.
Look at the footage inside Iran. People are celebrating on the streets already. Look at the footage. Just go to New York Post. Just go to New York Post. Just go to New York Post. Other social media, CNN.
You're repeating Israeli talking points.
Okay, go to CNN, go to Newsweek. All of them are showing footages from people inside Iran. Inside Iran, they are celebrating on the streets all over the country. What do you say?
Hey, I don't mean to cut y'all off, but I'm about to drop a link. It's crazy you said that because they're actually chanting death to America. Look at this right here. Look at that link right there. Look, it says, what else did Trump expect the Iranians? And this is the second time I seen this post, and I had to make sure and research it real quick. But this is from today.
Funny thing is, for 30 years, Netanyahu's been saying Iran is a year from making a bomb. 30 years later, the same propaganda. That makes no sense. 30 years.
He's the architect of weapons of mass destruction. He's the same person who said Iraq has it, and turns out Iraq didn't have it. Same thing he's doing now.
Yeah. Yeah, they say
By
it's
the way,
stripped
America
oil.
going to attack countries with nuclear bombs. Then Vietnam is a perfect case for that.
They said they attacked the oil factory in Saudi Arabia, so
Now they just turned it up because Iran is if they start hitting Iranian oil factories, they said they were going to blow up all the oil refineries in the Middle East. You're about to see pain you've never experienced. This year is you guys. The American government is lying to us through the media, all the regular news channels. And what we don't realize what's coming is when you start to mess with Iran and the strain of Hormuz and oil prices go to $10 a barrel, you're going to see American citizens in the street protesting. You don't know, when they hit $5 a couple of years ago, I parked my car because the gas price, a full tank of gas was $100. Now you have inflation on top of that. Right? So now you're going to hit $100 a barrel of oil, gas price for fucking with the Iranians for no goddamn reason, like you couldn't cut a damn deal and leave the motherfuckers alone. It's just crazy how people just keep having this zero-sum game about nuclear bombs for 30 years. They've been saying that. A kid, they've been saying Iran was going to have nuclear bombs.
Okay, but Mister, I have a question from you. Mister, I have a question from you. So, but please respond to me when I land. So, my question from you is that weren't you the guy who said, if Iran actually builds a nuclear bomb, we are militarily much more superior to them, so we will attack them and they won't be able to do anything to us? Weren't you the guy who was saying just this about 10 to 15 minutes ago?
I didn't say nothing like that.
So why are no? You are contradicting yourself. You right now.
I said America don't attack countries with nuclear bombs. That's what I said.
Mister, listen to me. You just said right now. I'm quoting you. Then you go and fuck with Iran. There will be crisis in the United States, oil prices or whatsoever. So my question is exactly this from you.
What?
How would the situation would have been different if this regime had access to ballistic missiles to target United States?
They do.
How emboldened they would have been in that scenario.
Let me clarify what the United States is. The United States is every military base in the Middle East that they could drop bombs on. It doesn't necessarily mean the mainland. Let's not be delusional here. The United States, everywhere the government goes, every embassy is United States soil. Every military base is United States soil. And there's American military personnel on those bases, which is considered American soil as long as they're there under lease or ownership. Okay? And American bases is all over the Middle East that those bombs can drop on. Let's not be delusional here.
Okay,
you are here running your mouth about American citizens being blown up as if it's okay.
If you are suggesting that targeting missiles, shooting missiles in the heart of the United States, such as New York, California, Washington, all those cities is not different from targeting U.S. soil in a United States embassy in UAE, in Saudi Arabia, or military bases in those countries is not different from one another. I don't know how.
Because we're the one that started the war twice.
I don't have anything to discuss with you.
We attacked them 9 months ago. We attacked them today for no damn reason because we have enough military strength to do as we please because they're not attacking them by themselves. It's a Zionist agenda.
You
That's
didn't
the
answer.
They're trying to pray over me.
You
don't have to go to war. That's why you can run your mouth. You look like you have
Mister, I asked you a specific question.
You're not American.
Excuse me,
Mister, I asked you a specific
You're not American.
Mr. Velvet, can I ask a question, guys? I'm just coming in here. I'd just like to ask a question to Mr. Velvet. You said if Iran were to have ballistic missiles, and how would we feel if they shoot them to the United States? Okay, so my thing is, why would they shoot them to the United States if they did have them? Why would they attack America if they did have these long-range missiles? Mr.
They won't shoot it at first. The answer is they won't shoot it at first. They will just use it as a deterrence strategy because they would be emboldened enough that use it as a threat to you. Okay, so you won't be able to determine or direct them what to do or what not to do. Okay,
no,
so they would
why would they attack America? Why?
Okay, I'm answering. I'm responding. They will not attack you at first. They will just use it as a leverage to carry on their other strategies, 2 other programs. First, developing their nuclear program. So two strategies. First, their nuclear program ambition.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because they are already doing that. They are already doing that. 20 years ago, IAEA, Agency of United Nations.
I think people was like people been saying like, oh, because hold on, bro. Hold on.
Go ahead.
And I think this is when Donald Trump. I think this was all kind of like planned out already, because now I'm thinking about it. Donald Trump saying "drill, baby, drill," and that's to pretty much to remove dependence on Saudi Arabia for oil after the 1972 deal was signed to pretty much buy Saudi Arabia oil in American dollars. I think now it's not going to have an effect where we see these gas prices skyrocket, because we're going to start using domestic oil, start using oil from Canada, Mexico, and shit like that, where we won't be as dependent on Saudi Arabia. That's why Saudi Arabia feels inclined to jump in this shit, because they know that, hey, these gas prices rise up, Trump not about to pay this shit. Trump not about to have the American people pay this. We're going to drill, baby, drill, and rely on domestic oil, because we haven't tapped none of our reserves yet, honestly. If people know, we got so much, we got probably more oil in Alaska than they got in Russia. We haven't even tapped into that source yet, because we had these Democratic politicians, these foreign lobbyists rallying for us not to drill. Then we have the EPA that come into play that try to say, oh, it's bad for the environment, which prevents us from drilling and depending on Saudi Arabia for oil. But I don't think it's going to be like this time around.
I was expecting Mr. Velvet to give me the answer, because, well, maybe it's American sanctions that are the reason for all of the uprising in Iran. Iranian money is worth nothing because of American sanctions. I was expecting you also to say...
Sir, can I respond to you, sir?
I'm not done. I was also expecting you to say, how about because of Israeli occupation? Occupation of Gaza, occupation of the West Bank. How about 1948, when Israel was established falsely by the powers that be? They kicked the Arabs out, right? And I was expecting you to say, well, maybe that's why Iran would want to hit the United States with some missiles if they had, because I don't believe that Iran or anyone in the Middle East would just wake up one morning and say, I want to just bomb the United States for nothing. The United States is doing something over there. I think you know what it is.
Okay, I got interrupted before I being able to respond. So the first point, the mainstream media and the propaganda that you are reiterating, but you don't see that, is just reducing our suffering and misery to economic issues. First thing I want to clarify, it's not just about economy. It's about our desire as a nation of over 7,000 years of civilization to have dignity, to have freedom of speech, to have freedom of thinking, to being able to criticize the dictator, supreme leader who has been in charge for 37 years, to have equality between men and women, to have separation of religion from power. That's first. We don't want our women being stoned to death for act of adultery. We don't want a gay man being executed by this regime. We don't want a dictator being in charge for 37 years. That's the first point. Second point.
Do you guys know about how the Middle East works?
Majority of Iranians are not Muslim. Majority of Iranian people are not Muslim. Majority of...
I have a question for everybody. Do you guys know how the Middle East as a whole, Iran and Iraq is a good example, from the 60s to the 80s? Do you guys know how it was at that time? Because it was very prosper. You can look it up. It was very prosper. Women were wearing what they wanted to wear. Men were walking around how they wanted to wear. But something, I don't know exactly. I think the regime changed.
Let me clarify.
Something happened.
Before the Ayatollah came to office, they had Iranians.
What year was that?
The Iranians had a king. I think it was. They kicked him out in. I don't remember. You can Google it. But
give me an estimate. Just give me an estimate.
I think it was in the
1979.
So calculate 44 years from today would be 1971, I think. Or
47 years. 47 years.
So my grandpa talked about it. Different.
Let me break it down for you, family.
So there was a change.
America ruled. England and America controlled Iran through the king, and the Ayatollah was living in England, I think, or in Europe. And he came back, he passed out some goddamn imam tapes talking about the oppression of the government. And he came on a damn airplane in Iran and got rid of the goddamn thieving king, whose son, I think, still lives in freaking California. So all this is about is the American government controlling Iran so that they could dictate what goes on in the country. It's not nothing to do with no goddamn terrorism or nothing like that.
That was the Shah, brother. That was the Shah.
Yeah, the Shah. Thank family.
And he was westernized. He was a westernized ruler, and they got him.
And they were brutalizing the people, and they got rid of his ass. What year was this though? What year? I don't remember. We've been in power for 44 years, I think. So it's like probably 1971 or something.
60 years Iranian, man.
Because like I think the Iranian Revolution happened in the 70s. Am I correct?
My father was
the Iranian person on stage, so we get correct information.
From history questions.
Can you give me mic, moderators? Can you give me a mic? My father was a lefty at that time in '79, and like he was part of that revolution himself as an educated person, and now he's completely regret of what people have done at that time. Lefties joined, like the majority of religious people who were following this mullah at that time. So they didn't recognize the king improvement for 30 years that he had done for the country, and they just kind of wanted to have those lefties kind of democracy, which is very kind of inhumanistic, we know now. And so, hello, am I audible?
Yes. Neil, I just want to ask, what do you have an understanding? Was that during the late 70s?
1979 to be exact, young man. 1979.
So
okay, because that was the revolution, right?
No. Okay. The movement. If you want the exact information, let me talk. So the movement started 20 years before 1979 in a more active way. Okay, so when the king was newly kind of become like a king, really. Okay, so 20 to 30 years. So and it just gets improved. That kind of left thoughts is getting improved through the educated people. So educated people started with the left side by the Soviet Union, by the help of the Soviet Union, and that communism kind of movement during that time, it get power. So and it's gradually kind of become like spread through the whole country. So, and because people were uneducated and they were so tied to that Shia and Islam religion at that time, so they were listening to ayatollahs and mullahs rather than king, and they couldn't accept that culture that our king brought to the country. It wasn't in their capacity. Just the civilized cities at that time were accepting that culture, and big majority of people were not educated, where they were still living in the village, and they really didn't know what's wrong and what wrong. So they, at that time, they got the side of the lefties at that time, most of them. And at 1979, it was the end of the kingdom. So, but at that time, lefties and those mullahs are united. I'm finishing.
It's taking you a long time to finish, so.
Sorry, no, just last sentence. So after 79, left and communism still were there, okay? But they terrorized the Islam, and Ayatollahs terrorized outside. They banished them from the country, and they got the So there were no left or communism anymore, like we call it Cherik Fadai Khalq or Mujahideen, which we call it now Munafiqeen. So all those leftist parties just either they executed or they banished from the country, and they completely captured the whole country. That's all. Thank you.
Did that lead to the Iranian Revolution?
Yes, all
that
these
was
things
the
happened
Iranian Revolution.
2-3 years after '79, before the Iraq and Iran war, and during the Iraq and Iran war, all these things happened. The first years of the that Islamic revolution. Yeah.
Basically, the Islamists joined with the leftists to overthrow the Shah, and then the Islamists murdered all the leftists and the college students that helped them do it. That was the revolution.
Yes.
You said that
Right. That was the concise sentence we needed.
Islam is a religion that has its own values and its own rules, and you if you don't like the rules that's going on in the land, get the hell out. If you want to be westernized, move out and go to the west.
Iran wasn't a Muslim country. It wasn't Islamist back then. You have to
Can we say that to Islamic people in the West? Can we say if you don't like it, get the hell out?
100%. You can say it to anybody.
An option.
You can say it to anybody. Listen, Iran was a Persian country with a Zoroastrian history. It has many different religions, including Muslims. The Islam that it had was not of such a hardcore fundamentalist nature. And today, the majority of Iranians...
So true.
And today, excuse me, one moment. Today, the majority of Iranians do not consider themselves Muslim. In fact, the majority of Iranians are the fastest growing religion in Iran right now is Christianity. And then there's a renewed interest in Zoroastrianism. And what happened in Iran was the Soviet Union, which was a superpower, started converting, college students, like the whole brain isn't fully developed, right? So they were converting them into communism. Then they merged the college students and the leftists with the Islamists. They had the PLO and Yasser Arafat as their employees. The Russians were actually paying, the Soviets were paying Arafat in bags of cash. We know this because his handler, a guy named Pasepa, who was the head of Romanian intelligence, wrote a Wall Street Journal article about it. And so guess who the first person to visit the Ayatollah was after the revolution? Yasser Arafat and the PLO.
And that's World War I. And World War I set the stage for modern history, what we know as today. And everything that's going on now, like, it all starts with World War I. And then World War II, as brutal as it was, it gets so much media attention, this and that, because of how brutal it was. But a lot of things that's going on now, like, it started in World War I during the time from 19 to the 20th century, it really did. People don't, including myself. I'm looking more into it. The more I learn about it, the more I can connect what's going on and then study about, point the dots and stuff, because
can you connect
fools if we don't study our history.
Can you connect one right now? Can you connect one right now?
What's interesting
Wait, say that again. You said connect World War I to right now.
Yeah, give me a connection. Give me a connection right now.
Well, basically,
did you guys celebrate the Ayatollah's dead? Did you celebrate yet?
No.
Did y'all celebrate yet? Because he's confirmed dead.
Yeah, hey, hold on.
The whole Ottoman.
Hey, y'all gotta practice with Mike, man. I know y'all here nigga trying to get in there. Y'all keep talking over and shit. Yeah, your shit's still low, bro. It's just
I know. It's all good. I figured it out, but it's all good. Let him keep talking. Keep going, Gabriel. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt anymore. I just had a question. Did you guys all know that Khamenei has been confirmed dead? His body has been found. Did you all know that? Yeah. If not, I want to wish all our Persian, Iranian friends, Israelis, Lebanese,
Syrians, and the Yemeni people a big fucking congratulations because the witch is dead.
That is crazy how people celebrate people's dying. That's just crazy.
I'm dancing. Are you kidding me? The 90 million Iranian people are dancing.
I'm from Iran. I'm telling you, all the Iranians, they are so happy. I don't know. Is there any Iranian here? I'm born in Iran. I'm raised in Iran.
They say you are Jewish or whatsoever. Yes, the Iranians are happy. All of Iranians are in on Iran.
I guarantee you.
Watch the videos of women dancing in the street.
They twerking all in Iran.
That's true.
Now they get to take up their burqa and twerk on TikTok, and that's freedom. Crazy.
All right, hold on 1 second, y'all. Y'all all speaking at the same time. We said one mic. So if you want to come up and talk, please, one mic. I get it. You guys are excited, allegedly. But I got a question. Wasn't there a woman up here saying, oh, there's bombs outside. You can hear them now. Those, so correct me if I'm wrong. Did y'all hear that? Like, if there's missiles being dropped on you guys.
Working with the missiles falling.
Yeah. Like, this is wild.
You know how it is in the middle of war. People go outside and dance. You know, it's bombs and missiles and jets in the sky, but we can still go outside and dance. I mean, buildings can be blowing up.
That's correct. That's exactly what's happening right now. And the bombs aren't dropping all over civilian areas. They're dropping on military targets.
So who's going to be in office now? Like who's a ruling party?
He's still alive. He dropped a video. He's still alive. You can see his it was his early report. It was really report.
Let's say hypothetical.
Hear me out. It was only coming from Israeli intelligence that he was dead. That from them bombing the compound. There's no evidence at all.
Who dropped the video, bro?
Show me the video.
OG.
That's his greatest. That's
No, show me the video. Show me the video.
We dropping videos and shit like Kendrick and fucking Drake.
Okay, show the video. Where is the video? Send your name. I'm curious. Keep that.
The U.S. is saying he's dead.
Okay, I have a question. Let's say he is dead. If he's not, he's not. But I want to know who's going to be next in charge.
So
and then also
President Bibi Yahoo.
No, man. The son of the Shah, right, has organized basically a caretaker government in waiting. He said he wants to be basically the leader to create a transition government for a democracy, and so he is supported. He is supported. Listen, whatever the case is, the Iranian people, that's their choice, right? He's supported by 80% of Iranian people.
This is psyop, bro. You guys are crazy.
Okay.
How can anyone? I just supported by 80%. I said it. No Iranian would want their country blown up and controlled by America. Let's just cut this shit. It doesn't work.
They don't want to live with
nobody. Why would I be so passionate about Iran if I'm not Iranian?
They don't.
So I got a question, guys. For those of y'all that are twerking in the streets right now, twerking with the bombs, I got a question. How many casualties? They're saying that the one guy is dead, but how many other people died to get that one person? Like, how many people had to die? Casualties.
School was bombed today. There were a lot.
Yeah, but the school, the Iranian sources are saying that the school
One mic.
Iranian sources are saying that the
Velvet. Hold on, bro. Okay, go on. Get it.
Okay, so Iranian sources are saying, and I'll post this up in the Nest or chat or whatever, that the school was located in IRGC compound. The school was abandoned, and that basically it was not an Israeli attack. It might have been an American attack. It might have actually been the IRGC's own munitions detonating and falling back. So we don't have confirmation of that. But what we do know is that The Guardian, which I think was the one that broke the news, they literally just quoted IRGC propaganda. And we know that that propaganda is not reliable.
So what is the number of casualties?
It's too early to know. Nobody knows the
so
total
far.
number.
So far.
Nobody knows the number of casualties, but I'll tell you. But wait, one sec, my friend. Listen, what we do know is that over 30,000 people were killed in 2 days by the Islamic regime of Iran, of their own people.
That's cap.
We know that.
That's
Okay,
fake
so
news, bro.
if it's cap, how many people died?
Why would you say that's cap?
No, if it's cap, how many people died during
The
the protest?
Iranians are reporting it. The Iranian
If it's cap, how many people died during the protest?
There's video of thousands of them. We do know that whatever
Right.
casualties.
If it's cap, how many people died during the protest then? 30,000 is cap.
Listen, bro. First of all of the people that were involved in the protest in a violent way were working with the Mossad or either the Mossad themselves.
All of the people.
Listen, hold on.
People were so quiet when we were being massacred by this regime.
Hold on, Velvet, relax. I want y'all to think about something real quick. I want you to think real quick, Gabrielle, everybody. You're coming into a space on social media. Apparently, we always in here talking about these type of things. I think you want to think about what you're saying first before you try to push any type of propaganda or any narratives as if we're ignorant or naive to what's actually going on, right? We're not a group of children. We're not stupid. We're not ignorant to the situation. We do a lot of research in here all the time. It was CIA and Mossad agents and even Israeli media backed this up inside of Iran since the 12-day war. Remember how they executed the generals and they bragged?
You're right, 100%.
I don't need you to say I'm right. I know I'm right, but you didn't think I would be right. That's why you wanted to push them narratives, because you didn't think somebody knew.
I'm sharing facts with you.
All right, but hold on, listen. Remember how they bragged about the top generals in the 12-day war so effectively and efficiently because they already had people inside of Iran? Remember how they was bragging about that they already had these people locations marked out and everything? Yep. Iran has been infiltrated by the Mossad for a very long time.
Which is fantastic. The Iranian people support
man, stop that, man. I hate when y'all do that. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to throw me off. So during the protest, the IRGC, Iranian media, and other media outlets released video footage of them busting into these places where they had brand new machine guns, they had drones, and these people were popping out in all black in the middle of the protest, killing Iranian police officers, children, and protesters.
Hold on. You just said they were killing protesters, but a minute
yes,
ago. Hold on.
And they claimed
a minute ago, you just said, hold on. A minute ago, you just said all of the people.
Yeah, bro, listen. They stay, listen, bro.
A minute ago, you said all of the people were Mossad agents or working with...
Bro, listen, we trying to educate you on something. One of the tactics that the West use is they'll stage civilian revolution. Listen, they'll stage revolutions in the midst of protests. They'll stir up internal issues that already exist and exploit it and amplify it. Then they'll Then they'll send in somebody to arm the protesters that are angry enough to actually fight back against their government, and then that's when things go out of control. And so
you don't think the regime killed any protesters?
You keep talking if you don't know about this.
I'm asking you a question. You don't
have to ask if you just listen.
All right, answer.
Right. So what they tried to do in Iran was they tried the same method at the same time, simultaneously, while this was happening in the streets. Kurdish forces actually tried to breach the Iranian border, and they were killed by the IRGC. There's actually footage of IRGC agents chasing down Mossad agents that tried to escape in vehicles. And a lot of them, believe it or not, actually come from the country of India. It's a ton of people in India that actually work for the Mossad and from Afghanistan.
Thanks for sharing.
Hold on. I want to
respond to this guy?
Wait.
I want to make sure.
No, I was waiting. Let me. So.
Okay, you go ahead.
So you don't think the regime is responsible for any deaths for the protesters? Is that what you're saying?
What type of simplistic question is that?
You making it sound as if it's okay for other
that's the way. That's the way he's propagated his position, that Mossad agents they armed them, it's a false flag, they were the ones who were actually killing protesters. Okay, so how many deaths do you attribute to the regime then?
No, forget about that. Look at it this way.
No,
look at it this way.
I want to know.
Why are you advocating? Why do people think the American government is so supreme and our form of government is the best in the world?
Get out of the way, bro. Let him answer the question. Get out of the way.
It doesn't matter.
It does. It does matter, bro.
Next, can you answer that question, man? That's a good ass question.
Well, I mean, if you want to say about anybody that was a civilian that was killed, that's not on the government. But any of the people that were, people, and we don't know in the totality, right? But any of the people that were killed that were working with the Mossad or either the Mossad agents themselves, which earlier somebody spewed a number here and said 3,000 after somebody said 30,000 and 50,000. But I know from some of the resources I read that it was at least a few hundred people that did face the ultimate end, but those people were identified as Afghanis and the citizens from the country of India that was working with the Mossad. Hold on. There's actually even footage of them chastising Iranians that participated in the protest, but they did not do any of them. They jailed them, and even the supreme leaders told them, like, listen, this is the last time we gonna tell y'all. If you gonna protest peacefully. But fucking hitting apartment buildings with Molotovs, shooting police officers, burning down businesses is unnecessary. Set mosques on fire, bruh, listen, you're not even understanding what
I'm understanding you.
Hold on, bro.
Just make it.
Curtis,
I just need to understand. Do you attribute any deaths to the regime?
Innocence.
Any deaths or protests to the regime?
Okay, so
what would you say? Hold on. Okay, great. Now, so what would you say to family members who have been told to come and pick up the bodies of their family members who've been killed by the regime?
They weren't killed by the regime. That's the propaganda that was pushed. They were killed by the Mossad.
But the
regime is telling them to come and pick up the bodies.
Any civilians at all?
What was this guy saying?
You know, are you in England, Madara, are you in England? You should be more concerned.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
You're not even American. That's the funny shit.
I was wondering where you from because I'm like, why you so?
Okay, but none of y'all are in Iran right now, so why are y'all not even American? Like, what the fuck? That's weird. None of you are in Iran right now.
But he's not even. I know for a fact.
You people are debating.
Mister, are you in Iran?
You're saying you people, you're not even American.
Hey, if y'all can't get a conversation, I'll just move y'all down. Let's get one mic.
Yeah, keep it out your mouth.
It's funny how people living in other countries are advocating for countries. It's crazy.
But you're not American.
And you're from the President of the United Kingdom. And you can't even protest outside before you lock you up for protesting. But you're going to advocate for Iranians to protest and what the government does to them, and you can't even do that in England or America. You think you're free? You crazy, dude.
That's his point, though. That's his package. He made a point. Him and next are in the dialogue. We got next position. Next position is that the government of Iran has no responsibility for any civilian deaths in the protest. Got no game.
Hey, Lance Blood, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I'm struggling to hear you, bro.
Can y'all hear me?
Very better. Very much better.
Yeah, so let's get to next, man. That's a good dialogue. So next, your position is that the government is not responsible for any civilian deaths in the protests. I know Gabriel wanted to end a lot with next. I want to hear it. It's a good conversation.
Yeah. So, look, it's kind of simple to answer. I think there's a person in the chat named Sarah. She's saying, speak for us, and I believe she is Iranian. There are hundreds of thousands. In fact, there's over 1 million Iranians in the United States. About 90% of them have been in touch with someone over there who knows someone who's been killed or wounded in these clashes by the government. It is so preposterous to think that something that has been videotaped and broadcast, right, nonstop on WhatsApp, on Twitter or X or whatever, we see the IRGC forces firing into the crowds. We see them chasing people into, dark alleyways. We see bodies being dragged, body after body. Any one of you should do your own research. You literally can just go to X and you can find these videos that Mossad Mossad operates in much smaller quantities. They're not going to have 1,000 people out on the streets of Iran, but that number of people, those are the types of people that you see attacking civilians in Iran. And by the way, the Iranian people are extremely into having Mossad, having the U.S. do this, dancing in the streets. Go to X and see Iranian women dancing in the streets with their hair off. They're dancing. Older women in their 60s are dancing, okay? And it's not because there's a gajillion rockets falling on their head. It's tired of having their girls taken away and murdered and tortured simply for putting on some makeup or uncovering their face or dancing. They're tired of having their rap artists arrested and hung, right? They're tired. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of people murdered over the years and disappeared. So they are welcoming Israeli and American help. They are welcoming anyone who will help them, but it's the Iranian people who are going to overthrow their rulers. And people try to say, oh, it's Israel. I don't like Israel. Fine, don't like Israel. Oh, it's the U.S. It's Western imperialism. Fine, fuck Western imperialism. We don't have to agree on any of that. The point is, 90 million Iranian people, 80 plus percent, want to get rid of these rulers. That's who's doing this. Done. That's
you know what's funny? What's funny is these people are coming in this platform celebrating being un-American.
Hold on. Hey, Mr. Hold on 1 second, bro. Hey, next one, bro.
Yeah, I do want to respond to that. And this, Gabriel, it's funny you brought up those videos, man, because I remember watching those videos extensively and thinking to myself, like, yo, what is going on? And of course, I keep doing further and further research, because in those videos where they were shooting at that, what it looks like a crowd of people, those people had guns and they were black. The video with the guy being drugged in the alley had just killed the police, right? So I'm thinking like, yo, wait, hold on.
The Iranian people, I don't know if you know anything about Iranians, but they like to wear the color black.
I did not interrupt you.
So I'm fashionable people in the world.
Hold on, I did not interrupt you. So then I thought to myself, how are Iranians getting guns? How are the civilians getting guns?
Oh, you think since Iran cannot have any guns?
Gabriel, this is how I know y'all be full of shit, man. Your agent tactics is not going to work with me. You might as well just stop it. It's not going to work.
Not saying anything profound, Big. Just saying.
Because you believe the propaganda and you've been paid to come into these type of spaces to push it. But anyways, so I did some research and thought to myself, how in the fuck are Iranian citizens getting automatic rifles, and at the same time, why the fuck are they shooting at their own police officers? This is insane. This shit went from 0 to 1,000 out of nowhere. It looked like the classic play out of the textbook, right? Arms.
Shout out to Israel, bro.
Man, so I'm doing some research and I'm looking, and come to find out, these are Mossad agents, and you talking about these agencies don't operate like that with hundreds or thousands of agents. Yes, they do, and it surprises me all the time. This is how you had the Spring Arab. This is how you had the revolution in Ukraine. They send hundreds of people to these areas if they don't already have a network set up there. That's usually what it is. No. They're training all type of groups internationally everywhere, so their network is vast. And at any given time, they can get one of these networks to cut on and to do some shit, and they make sure that they always film it so that you buy into the propaganda. Everything they want us to buy into is always filmed from 90 different angles all the time, and so that we can believe it, because we have to believe it in order for them to have unjustified or how can I say, not unjustified, but basically there's no pushback. The American people are 100.
I thought America was going down.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to tell him is, because he didn't understand the operation that was taking place in Iran. And you see, he never mentioned anything about the Kurdish forces, which was trained by the United States in Syria to take down the Bashar al-Assad regime years ago. And they've been using the same Kurdish force group in multiple areas in the Middle East to carry out their attacks. While at the same time, Turkey has been bombing the Kurdish forces. And why did the IRGC? Why were they able to defeat this group real quick at their borders? Because Turkey gave them the information. Turkey also let Iran know that the Mossad was in their country. They coordinated with them, and Turkey is also with NATO.
But they want to leave NATO. Propaganda, but
No. But see, listen, listen, last thing I'm going to say. When you guys have your chances to talk, you fail to mention any of this.
You just
But
talk about
you're
what
spewing
CNN
propaganda
said.
as well.
You don't mention any of these details. You guys simply repeat what said on CNN and other major news outlets, and you do no independent research. You just fucking scrape the
The
surface.
saying isn't propaganda, but what they're saying is.
Hey, one second, real quick.
Okay, I just wanted to make
Real quick, if I just weigh in real quick. Now, Big, I think E does bring up a point when you say you can't say what they're saying is propaganda while simultaneously assuming that what you're saying is correct. I think E is correct by saying all sides are floating on the assumption based on different levels of propaganda. But propaganda can either be correct or incorrect. Propaganda is just this word we throw out saying, oh, okay, if it's propaganda, it must be false or misleading.
You just pushing an agenda, that's all.
In my summation, from the way I see it, I think Big is the most correct in this argument. And the only thing I'm basing that on is past experiences with situations just like this. The situation where the United States and Israel destroy a Middle East country for quote-unquote humanitarian reasons. This is not the first time we've seen it. We've seen it in Libya. We've seen it in Iraq. We've seen it in Syria. We've seen it in all of these places. The backdrop of all of these things, they said, oh, they're building weapons of destruction or nuclear weapons. They're killing their own citizens in the street. We need to free the people of Iraq. We need to free the people of Libya. We need to free the people of Syria. We need to free the people of Iran. But ultimately, what happens? Like, this is a tried and tested method, right? We've seen it before. The United States government in Israel, let's just be real, they could give a shit about the average Iranian citizen. They could give a fuck. Whether they live under a dictatorship or whether they get blown to pieces by their own bombs, they could care less. This morning, a girls' elementary school in Iran, I don't know if it was directly attacked. I don't think it was. I don't think it was a target. I think it was hit by a missile that was either shot down or malfunctioned, but it killed 60 kids in Iran this morning. 60 children were murdered this morning, right, by our weapons as Americans. And if you're an Israeli in the room, by your weapons. To say Iranian people are celebrating that, you're out of your fucking mind.
What are you saying, man? Now you're playing.
Now, beyond that, this is what I'm saying. Number one, the ultimate goal of our government, the United States of America, and the Israeli government, is to destroy the Iranian government and make sure they are no longer a viable military threat in the Middle East. Every other group inside the Middle East.
So why are the citizens celebrating that?
So the Iranian people, where they went.
Are they stupid? Like they brainwashed or something?
No, they're not stupid.
But why are they celebrating, dog?
Listen, let me finish. First of all, you're just ignoring the big fuck off elephant in the room.
I'm asking you a question, man.
Iranians that absolutely were protesting against the IRGC. There was also protesters in Iran, in the millions, protesting in favor of the Iranian government at the exact same time.
Okay,
they literally clashed in the streets. I know it's fun to say, oh, on Twitter I saw pictures of Iranians against the government. So that represents everything.
Nigga, I didn't know, nigga, it was a split. I thought it was more.
No, it's the same thing in the U.S. There are protests in favor of something in the U.S. and there are counter-protesters on the streets fighting.
Gotcha.
If the cameras are facing the ones that are against our government, and Iran is like, look at all these Americans protesting against the U.S. government. See, they want to be freed by... It's not the same. There are Iranians inside of Iran in the millions that support the regime. And there are Iranians inside Iran in the millions who don't. That's valuable fact.
That's actually logical.
All Iranians want to be free.
Yeah, I can believe that.
That's fair to say.
I don't want to hear that shit. Look, Iran is likely going to become like Syria. And likely like Libya. It's going to become a failed state where 100,000 people are killed. And the ultimate agitators, this war was not necessary. The ultimate people,
so you're a domestic terrorist?
You're
a domestic terrorist, bro. You sound scary, too.
Yeah, I don't...
Don't be scared.
What are you talking about? Domestic terrorism? Dumb motherfucker.
The only part that I don't agree with him, or that I agree with him on, that there is half and half. There are half people that agree, and there are half that don't.
Baby eaters
in the Epstein files and they fucking bomb kids to sleep and I'm the domestic terrorist? Fuck your house.
See that Mossad exploit. They made the most of the situation.
You crashing out, ain't gonna do shit.
Helped out, but I think to say that the regime do not have the
Mello said, "Fuck that nigga."
hands.
Because see photos of Iran like in the 1940s.
That's completely ridiculous. To those who hold that position, I want to ask them.
I don't think nobody listening to you, bro.
Explain to me why the regime turned off the internet. I want to hear that.
Oh, absolutely. Because dissenters inside of Iran were communicating via the internet. It's that simple, bro. Did you wonder during the uprising against the regime a couple weeks ago, why were 60 or 600 fire engines, why were they set on fire? What, protesters down? Fire engines that are designed, they're not weapons, they're designed to fire us out. Why would they burn those down?
Because those are civil, not criminal.
No, because when the fucking Mossad agents in Israel light fires, they don't want them put out. The fuck?
Do you understand how far Israel is from
Iran?
Iran?
Seriously.
Like geographically? Have you ever been to the Middle East? Have you ever been to Afghanistan? Did you ever?
I've never been in Nazi Germany. I don't need to be in Nazi Germany to know the Nazis were pieces of shit. So shut the fuck up with that argument. That's a dumbass argument.
Nazi Germany?
That's a stupid
Hey, get him out of here.
argument.
Hey, get him out of here.
You've never been here, so you can't have an opinion. Fuck
Hey,
yourself.
nigger.
Right? Fuck yourself with that bullshit argument. So let's just be real. The facts are pointing toward that we started an unnecessary war when Iran's a failed state. I want y'all to sit here and wave that flag and say Iran was supposed to be free. We cared about the Iranian people like we did with Iraq and Syria and Libya. I don't want to hear y'all bullshit. So big, right? Y'all full of propaganda bullshit. For real you are. Fuck out of here.
Which one of them just said nigger?
Nah, Kyle's cracker ass.
That was me.
Shit.
That was me. That was me.
It was no Kyle. Get Kyle out of here, bro.
Fuck out of here.
Nah, fuck that sorry shit. Get him out.
What's the propaganda? Is it right or is it wrong?
So
is it right or is it wrong?
So I'll tell you what the propaganda is.
No, I just said it was all propaganda. Which propaganda?
So how can you not say you guys will say propaganda?
Why don't you move the nigger down, man?
Doesn't matter. Which one is right? Which one's wrong?
So hold on, Yada. Listen, if we can acknowledge that there's two sides in Iran, one side wants the government there, one side wants the government to leave, then whether you agree with one side or the other, you're getting fed propaganda at the end of the day.
Isn't that literally what I said?
So no, it is what you said.
No, you said you guys say propaganda.
So hold on, Yada. You gotta act that you're being propagandized just like the other side.
I knocked that in the very beginning of my argument. Did I not?
So then, when I look at this shit, I look at it as just from a country standpoint. If some shit is already about to pop off, and I can go and benefit myself, it's already acknowledged some shit about to pop off. Because remember, they got intelligence that we don't. Motherfuckers is planning to kill this motherfucker anyways, and we know that the nigga ain't got no friends, no nothing. This nigga probably gonna die the next year. And I want him dead anyways. And he's gonna die at the hands of his own people. Am I honestly wrong for going in and siding with the people that want him out of there who are already plotting to kill the nigga?
Yeah, because you
who
have
did you side with though?
You have
who
to
did
think
we as the U.S. government? Who did we side with?
We side with the side that likes us, the side that is pro-America. And that's 80% of the people of Iran.
Wait, what are you basing
who
this?
support the Shah's son.
80%. Where are you
80%. I said 80%. I said 80%.
No, where are you basing this 80%? It's easy to say 80%
I base it,
support this.
Would you like an answer? I'm going to just keep asking the same dumbass question.
I'll go on mute.
Would you like an answer?
The other side of the camera was 20%. You dumbass.
So the 80% is from recent polls, and I will put them in the chat for you.
Polls from where?
I don't remember the name, but I will put it in the chat, and then you can read it for yourself.
So wait a minute. So
he's gonna put the
polls of Iranian people. Stop wasting your time and mine. Just wait till I put them in the chat, all right?
Okay, put him in the chat.
And then you can ask. Then you can blah 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 about him. Okay.
No.
Let me put him.
Yada.
Then put him in the chat and stop fucking talking about putting him in the chat.
You're the dude who's babbling about it.
Basically, what you're saying is people went into Iran and asked 80% of Iranians who they support.
Do you know how polls work? No.
I know how polls work.
It's not even making no sense. Just let him post it.
If I ask 10 people in a room, do you support Trump? And 8 of them say no. I can go
No,
and
it's
say
not 10 people in a
80% of
room.
the people in this poll said they don't.
Representative, simple.
I just feel like that part of the conversation is pointless.
You don't know how to do research, man.
One moment.
Research and statistics.
Literally that.
Everything is based off statistics, bro. So calm down.
Statistically, do Iranians support the regime or not? That's what
80% don't support the regime.
Hold on, real
Okay, so if they don't support the regime, does that necessarily... Let me check some follow-up question.
That means we go on and blow it up.
That's not the question I'm asking. Are you modding people?
A couple people here, because I was about to...
Yeah,
80% of our government hate Donald Trump.
I need to drop down.
I thought y'all was asleep.
That nigga state police
But
officer.
anyway,
Don't be modding people.
yeah, I mean,
Head ass.
it's people that's always mine. It's cool.
Head
But
ass.
anyway, see, there's no question. Oh yeah, so if
Hold on. Don't be mine.
if 80% of the people don't support the current regime, does that necessarily mean that they support the West interfering and taking over, or is there another option?
Just let them blow up the world. Iran have a nuclear weapon and let them blow the fucking
Wait
world.
a minute. So Iran gets the nuke, and the first thing they do is blow up
America.
America.
What necessarily like
America.
Yeah, they've been singing "Death to America" for 40 years. You dig
So is North Korea. They got a nuke. Did they blow up the world yet?
They teach their 3-year-olds to say "Death to America."
So does North Korea, and they have a nuke. Did they blow up the world?
They can't reach us, bro. Like, come on.
Oh, North Korea can't, but Iran can.
They were about to.
North Korea is closer to the U.S. than Iran, you fucking dodo.
So who got the better military?
Literally North Korea. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you really even know what you're
You be wrong on a lot, bro.
And the question that
real
she asked,
statistically, that's a beautiful point. During the Obama administration, those of you old enough will remember, there was a time North Korea didn't have nukes. Right now, they have about 120. They didn't have nukes. They were trying to build them, just like quote-unquote Iran is. What were they saying? We need regime change in North Korea. They're trying to build a nuke. The first thing they're going to do when they build a nuke, they're going to blow up South Korea, blow up Japan. Then they're going to blow us up in the U.S. The western coast is going to be blown up by North Korean nukes. And then they built a nuke.
What does North Korea have to do
For
with
the first time in history, a U.S. president, Donald Trump, stood at the border and shook hands with someone in the Kim dynasty. And tensions in Western Asia have never been lower with North Korea.
Because now America respects them as equals.
Hold on. How do we get to North Korea?
Yes, they respect them. Now it's not viable to them. You can't do regime change. You can't kill 400,000 North Korea to try to do regime change for the sake of the people, quote unquote. So you have to make peace. Now, what happened in Libya? Libya was also trying to build a nuke. But what did Muammar Gaddafi do? He said, you know what? I'm going to close down my nuclear program, just like we want from Iran. He literally shut it down. And then he was sodomized and murdered in the street by people we armed while we blew up his entire country. So Iran is watching this. They said the guy who built nukes, the U.S. left him alone and even shook their hand for the first time. The guy who refused to build nukes was murdered in the street, and his people are literally living in a failed state with open slave markets.
Okay, you ready to talk about the polls
Iran,
real quick?
What do you do?
Iran's military is stronger, bro.
Okay, you guys ready to hear the numbers? 108,000 people, that's one of the 3 polls I posted. 158,000 people were polled. 80% do not support the regime. 15% do. 15% do. I'm assuming the remaining 5% probably were like, don't know, don't want to answer. So that's one of the polls. I put links to a bunch of them.
So you should be wrong.
Do your own research.
You gotta be wrong.
No.
Real
quick. Nothing I'm saying hinges on the regime existing. The Iranian regime.
You said half of them are against it.
It was like half and half.
I got a question of Gabriel, especially.
No. Don't get Gallup. No.
You said half of the people.
Gabriel, I got a question for you, and no one else.
I'm not answering your question until we acknowledge something. I'm not answering your question until we acknowledge. One second. One second. Fred, I have more patience than you. 1 second, okay? For fuck's sake, listen. Happy to move on to the next topic, but I'm not gonna gish Gallup. We're like, well, I said A. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna acknowledge that according to 3 different fucking polls by 3 different groups, okay, 80% of the Iranian people, 80%. Another poll said 75%. I think what was 80. They say they support the regime. That's it.
So apologize, you was wrong.
You was wrong. Doesn't make it right. Can you acknowledge that?
You was wrong, dog.
This doesn't make it right.
So let me
This is crazy.
35% of Americans are gay. Is that true?
So where do you get your numbers from, Yada?
All right then.
What's the point of telling them to bring up the poll when you have an
What are you doing? I'm asking you, Gabriel. Here's my question.
Why do you think everybody's
the Iranian regime is completely gone. It is replaced by a democratic.
You say your polls bullshit.
No, listen. It's replaced by a democratic state, but they still want to move the goalposts. Do you see the U.S. supporting that?
You move the goalposts.
Let's get one mic.
Hey, can y'all niggas leave my country alone?
Repeat the question. I don't hear that one.
Real shit. So my question is, the Iranian regime is gone. The Ayatollahs are gone. Iran democratically elects a new leadership, but they still want to build nuclear weapons. Do they stop getting bombed by us?
That's not what we're
They're not going to want to build nuclear weapons. They don't care.
No. Fuck out of here, bro. Because there's multiple democracies that build nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons aren't some evil thing. We have nukes in the U.S. It doesn't make us evil, right? So I'm saying if this new democratic regime wants to build, are we going to leave them alone?
No.
Hey, y'all are talking over each other, so I understand y'all want to hear each other out, but you guys are talking over each other. One mic, one left.
Yeah, man. So I don't mind the conversation, right? It's a good conversation. But if you get information, if you ask for polls, and the nigga give you the motherfucking polls, you see that it's a substantial amount of people that were asked. You gotta update your position before you move on to the next one.
Yeah, look.
No, you asked him to substantiate his claim, man.
Where the polls taken. That's what I'm saying.
Got it. But you one mic. Look, I've never been asked in a poll in my entire life. I don't give a shit what a poll says because I there's something that you have to understand about sex and polling. It's not real. Okay, if people ask a bunch of people that think like them the same question, you get the same result. So move on past the poll. The Yada made a very good point. The current Ayatollah does not, he stood on the point of not wanting to build nuclear weapons. If he dies, you can't guarantee the next guy won't build them. And when the next guy do build them because they have the capacity to build them, I guarantee that America will leave them alone. Because America don't mess with people that got bombs. They only mess with people that don't.
That's it. That's all.
And that's where it's headed. I guarantee
even if he
dies, they're going to build a bomb.
Even if he's civil, even if he opens up the rights for the people, even if he's kinder to women, none of that matters. We topple democracies all the time. We destroy governments that are kind to their people, that are just to their people.
Which democracies did we topple?
For fuck's sake, Iran used to be a democracy. Iran used to be a democracy.
Each other.
Please, I just want to make this point. I want to make this last point. I'm going on mute for the rest of the session. Please, this is the last point. Iran was a democracy in the 60s. It was open border. It was pro-capitalism. It was pro-kindness to women and for religious freedom. It was all of this. But Iran made a crucial mistake in the 60s. It nationalized its resources. The gas station you go to called BP Bristol used to be called Anglo-Iranian Oil. They used to sell their oil at a 80% discount for our benefit. So we destroyed them and put in the Shah. I'm just saying, all this bluster about, the U.S. just cares about Iranian people. The Israelis want to free the Iranians from the evil mullahs. Bullshit.
Yeah, but who said that though?
There it is. Gabriel did, and that shit pissed me off. But that's it.
I don't think any.
Hey, I just want to say something. Iranian here. Whatever you say, even if you're saying Trump is not doing it for Iranian, I know, like, if he's doing it, he's doing for the benefit of Americans, and I want that. Because it's working in my favor as well.
Because you live in the West and you don't live in Iran, do you?
No, because my parents are living in Iran right now. And I haven't heard from them for the past 24 hours.
So you
I do not care about that because I'm going to bring Iran.
You people are delusional. You mean to tell me that your government has resources that they want to give to the citizens and have the citizens benefit, and you're saying have the Americans take it and benefit them and you get nothing? Have you been to countries where our government has been in? You get nothing in return.
Resources.
Right now, I don't get anything in return. These people bring up my country, these resources right now.
But you're speaking from a place of privilege. You're saying that
an Iranian refugee is in a place of privilege?
If their situation is now such, where it's so you are though, because how can you say they're delusional if they're living in a situation where they're quite desperate for any form of intervention and they see that as better than living under the regime? Who are you to tell them?
Exactly.
You're speaking from a place. You're speaking from a place of privilege in your house.
All right, y'all, calm down, relax, take a breather, okay? I don't know if you haven't already, but go get something to eat, enjoy the day. I don't know what time it is over there where y'all at, but the sun just went down. And it was a very good day. But, however, we do have listeners in the audience, and we also have people who are just, on Clubhouse just to be on Clubhouse. However, they would love to listen, right? But they can't listen because you guys are talking over each other. So let's get Mike. And if you would like to respond to whoever is currently, which I know it was a male, just put a Q in the chat and we can get to you.
Hey.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was.
Let me just say one thing. Let me just say one thing.
Can I finish?
Let me just say one thing.
Now, hold on, Paul. That was not you. Go ahead to the gentleman and then you can follow.
Yeah, so, like I said before, it's a very self-righteous, a very arrogant, privileged position telling them they're delusional. You're not in their position to speak on this. So that's what I wanted to say. But yeah.
Have you ever lived in a country under a dictatorship? Have you ever been in their jails? I have been. I've been here for the past 10 years. My parents are right now living in Iran. I haven't heard back from them. They don't have any connection. But I do not care at this point. They're my parents. But you know what they told me? If we die, Islamic Republic killed us, not Trump. My cousins right now are living in Iran. And all of them on Instagram, they share the same thing. If we are killed, Islamic Republic of Iran kill us, not Trump. Tell this to the world. They are willing to give their life to just have a free country for their future. And I hope people in US understand that. We are not dumb people. We understand US has its own benefit in this war. But we are willing to take that. We are willing to have a war, to have this regime gone. And they work for our future. Even without resources, right? Now, our resources are not for us.
Okay, well, I can absolutely sympathize with your situation. That is a horrendous situation, and I pray for your parents. That sounds incredibly terrible. That sounds like a terrible situation. But I have to ask what happened in You'd rather have your parents.
All right, guys, listen. There are some mixed emotions. I get it. Okay, as Americans, U.S. citizens, our heart goes to you guys over there. And the waiting room also stands with you guys, and we appreciate all of you guys bringing your opinions it's been a long day. I'm not gonna lie. I've been in and out this room, but one thing I will say is it has been very passionate. So let's just take a moment to just take a breather, okay? Yeah. Go ahead to the next speaker.
Hey, let me just say one thing. Wait, I was next. I was first. No, I was next. I was first.
Yes, go ahead, Blue Balls, and then put a Q in the chat.
Hey, yo, stop. Hey, yo, to all you agents coming in here, stop bringing the federal government into these conversations, all right? If I have one of my young boys Swiss cheese you niggas.
Right. Stop.
I'm so sick of the conversation. I think it's interesting. The young lady that spoke. It seems like a lot of Americans or like a lot of people around the world can't imagine something worse than like the American government. But it seems like there's people that are actually living in something worse with the American government about. So like like Venezuela and like Iran.
Can I share my experience in a jail in Iran? And I've been here in US for the past 10 years, and I forget about it. But it's not something you can forget.
Good man, we get it.
Just listen for this video. It's horrible living on a dictatorship, and there is nothing worse than that. And we Iranians are willing to do anything for a change because there is nothing worse than this. That's it.
Right. Nothing. Word.
You guys are talking over. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, Israel is United States.
What the hell does that have anything to do?
Leave her
Absolutely.
Stop talking about
the rap.
We stand with Israel, Zionism.
It is very difficult to have conversations with people that only want to.
So if you're talking about me, let me tell that. I do not support Israel. I never in my life did it. I actually was a pro-Palestinian.
Hey, this is
I used to be pro-Palestinian. You can go check my Instagram page. But after this, I'm not anymore. And I'm against it because they did not support us. I used to think that, yes, Israel is attacking them. Oh, poor guys. I'm not anymore.
Yeah, that's a good mindset because people that think they are inherently right and can't change their mind on something are very dangerous for every society like that. Yeah, like that. I'm talking about people here that are not giving people a chance to even express themselves just because they have a different stance or different opinion. It's very dangerous for everyone.
By the way, I'm a big ass Zionist and I support Israel massively. Ask me anything you want.
You would support that pedophile. Of course you would. Oh yeah, I told y'all. Oh yeah, of course.
I also support. I'm also a very big Israel fan, honestly.
We can tell.
And I'd rather support.
No, I do not support
the regime that is killing
decisions.
No, we support the pedophile.
You black monkeys that want to support you. Black monkeys that want to support you.
Yeah, Israel. Just because you think I'm black, because me being black means you're very stupid. You have no sense in your mind.
That's what Israel.
And you think you're
what Israel thinks of my brother.
That's totally
like a monkey. You guys been. You are going to them. You are a cattle. You are going to them. You guys been. We are telling you, remove that.
Yo, listen.
I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. One to another. Master.
Listen. I don't care about what you say. I know what the fact says.
Okay, guys, say it.
Why do you guys
know?
We love it.
Okay. All right, guys.
We've been imitating. Like, can we actually have a conversation about trolling, imitating, mocking? Like, all of that, none of that is necessary to have a conversation. And Lynn, I'm so happy. Can you mute up whoever that is? I don't need ad-libs, no thank you. I appreciate everything that Lynn said because it's like, yeah, my heart goes out to people who are going through. This is a tough time for a lot of people. So regardless of what side of the fence you're on for whatever, there are still people who are going through it. So let's we are all still human beings. Okay, so let's still be mindful and have some sympathy and empathy. You know, let's not go too crazy with the trauma dumping, but still have sympathy and empathy for what people are going through. Because we're talking about it as a topic on Clubhouse, but it's still some people's reality. Okay, like they're living like bombs outside, like that's happening to some people, and maybe some people can't relate. So nonetheless, still tiptoe and let's appreciate, you know, the people are sharing their experiences in different perspectives. I don't know the gentleman that said that, but we have all perspectives in here, and people are having the conversation. You can't make someone agree with you though, but we have all types of opinions and perspectives in here. But be ready to defend it, because someone will challenge it. That does happen. Okay, respectfully, let's continue the conversation.
Shout out Trump here, gangster. Okay, so yo, I'm gonna level with you, alright? And I'm gonna tell you all the truth all the way. Israel, right, and all these people, they don't care about black people. They look at us as goyim. They look at us as animal, cattle. You can actually go and read it in their Talmud. It's in there, in the Kabbalah as well.
Yeah, bro, let him conclude, because I'm very knowledgeable in the things that he's talking about.
That's cap.
So I'm listening, and I'll also say what I want to tell you.
No, I've concluded. Go.
Are you done? Okay, the thing with Israel is Israel is not a dictatorship country, it's a democratic country. Not everyone in Israel follows that Talmud you're talking about. There are so many black people living in Israel freely and not being hated. I mean, the thing is, no matter where you live in the world is not a fair place to live in. So, would you say because the world is not a fair place to live in and there are some bad people living somewhere, it means everyone that lives there is a bad person? No. In Africa, where I come from, there are people that look just like me that still do all these crazy things. Does it mean every black person is bad? No. So your point is invalid, saying that the Talmud says that means every Israeli person thinks I am a slave. It's a very bad position to have, or bad.
Okay.
It's not good.
Look in my PTR. You see the woman. You're just 10 seconds. I just 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Okay, listen. Look at. Okay, I'm not rebutting. I'm just saying, look for 10 seconds in my PTR. Woman in my photo, right, is Ashagir Araro. She's the leader of the Ethiopian Jewry in Israel.
Damn, Blue, said fuck you.
All right.
We don't even care, because at the end of the day, right?
Israel airlifted 100,000
you don't care because you
Ethiopian Jews and brought them to freedom.
Yes. So you don't care because you think you're inherently right and you can never.
Guys, you're talking over each other, okay? One at a time.
It's Blue and the African nigga. Everybody else speak to her.
G.O.D.
I'm just trying to get to him, right?
Mic, like, it shouldn't have to be like this, y'all. We should
I'm
be
an
able to
African
hold
man that knows my worth, and no one can change it.
People in Israel are racist towards black people.
You brown stupid.
Hey, can y'all let Gabriel finish his point?
You can hear the accounts of Afro.
I want to be able to.
No, but I'm really interested in Gabriel's point, and then
I think Blue was talking though.
No, we're not gonna do that. I'm gonna finish my point. Thank you. I'm gonna finish my point.
I can go after
Just fucking you up.
Please,
Y'all.
Stop.
Yeah, one mic on
GLD, please stop.
DLD, gotta keep going. You act all right.
Hello. There was a guy talking about my PTR something. He was talking.
Okay, I'll finish real quick. The name of the woman.
Shut up.
Okay, I can't talk like that. All right,
so I want to talk to you.
So Israel.
No.
Are you trying to talk to Gabriel?
What you mean? I was next. Shut up.
Hey, I'm talking.
It was Blue's turn, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
God just told me to speak.
Shut up. No. Now I'm gonna be rude because y'all being rude.
Look at something in this PTR. Something.
Yeah. Do you want me to finish and then maybe?
Yo, these are Jewish freaking actors, man, and agents. Jesus Christ.
Yes, moderator. I am from Iran. I am from Iran.
Bro, shut the fuck up, bro. It don't matter, bro. Shut up. Alright, allow Blue, whoever he was having a dialogue with, that go
continue that shit, and then Gabriel, you could get to your point.
That's what I was saying.
You're doing too much, bro.
These fucking agents, man. Anyway, like I said, man, it's sad because our own people, right? Who owned the slave ships back in the day? Who actually funded a lot of Africa's
A whole bunch of Christians and a whole bunch of Muslims.
Bunch of small heads.
What slave ships are you talking about? You talking about?
Gabriel, don't worry. Let me have this conversation with him because I'm very knowledgeable in what he's talking about.
Bro,
All right, and Medora and whoever else, the next time you come off mic, you will be removed from the room. Now mute your ass up.
That's a lot of agents. I'm good. Came through all of them.
Alright, yeah. There we go. We're just gonna try to do some conversation. Just kind of keep it going like that. Yeah. And they'll shoot you off the stage now, just let you know now. So.
I'm shooting them out the room.
Yeah, there you go, right there. There she is here. So let's just keep it cool, right? And like she said, man, it's a very contentious topic. Emotions are up there because shit's just uncertain in the world right now, man. But just try to hear each other out here. Just move on from there, type shit. All right. It was, I think Blue and M were having a conversation.
Bro, I'm done with that shit. G, I'm done with this.
Why are you done with it? I mean,
because they're freaking agents. You can tell,
bro.
I've been saying this all day,
bro. It's really sad to hear this from you, honestly, because I'm very open to hear what you have to say.
A lot of my listen, Charlie.
And you saying I'm an agent.
I'm gonna talk and you're gonna listen. Since you wanna listen, all right, thank you. Charlie, I'm from Ghana, and I'll tell you the truth, right? A lot of our people are very indoctrinated. Let's not act like religion and so many other factions has broken our people across. I'm talking about all continents, period. Our people are broken. Our people are mentally gone. They don't even know who the enemy is. You understand? So for you to be talking out your mind saying that, oh, this, that, and this, if you look back in time, a lot of who do you think took out Kwame Nkrumah and all these people that was against the whole system, period? Who do you think took them out? You don't
What's
know.
the point? I'm also from Ghana.
Right.
I'm also from Ghana.
Again, brother, listen, if you don't know your history, bro,
I know my history very well.
No, you don't. You're in bed with the enemy now, bro.
Bro, you don't know. You necessarily don't really know who the enemy
You're
is.
to them. I'm sorry. I will never associate with anyone that classifies me as an animal. I don't care who it is. If you don't have, I know you're there for money. I know a lot of my people, Africans, we always want to sell off for money. Trust me, I know this. You're not there. Why would you?
Bro, have you ever met me to come to that conclusion that
We're done.
Been done.
Hello, good morning.
Can I say something now?
Good morning.
Hey, hello.
Let go. Go ahead, Em.
Yeah, the thing is, I really hear you out, Blue, and I understand what you're saying this, but the thing, you can't really come to this conclusion that I have this position because I'm an agent or I
Why are you in Israel?
And I don't live in Israel.
Okay, so what?
Let me. I kept quiet when you were talking, right? I think it's not.
Yeah, you kept quiet. Let him finish, bro.
So the thing is, you can't come to a conclusion that everyone that lives in Israel has the same mindset. Even in countries that have everyone support, like countries that are countries that have their leaders, dictators, you can't come to that conclusion. The same way I can't come to the conclusion that everyone that lives in the US has the same mindset and thinks every black person is stupid or something like that. In as much as there are people, that's what you were saying. You were saying that they think
all of Israel. No,
bro. And what's your point then?
Blue, please let him finish.
All right, go ahead.
You were saying that they think we are Goyim and they think we are this and this and that, right? And I'm saying, who are they that you're talking about?
Okay, I could be specific.
Who are that they you're talking about?
We could talk about the Zionist Jews. We could talk about the Ashkenazi
Blue, like spiritually, I'm with you, but let him finish.
Who are you, nigga? Shut up.
So you can't come to that conclusion, honestly, because Israel is a democratic country and everyone has their own view. So, in as much as someone maybe in the government thinks black people are stupid, and if they are doing something good, I mean, I don't really care who thinks who is something. If the person is doing something good, I'll still support it. If my enemy is doing something good, it doesn't make what they are doing wrong. So that's my point. If someone thinks I'm stupid, it's up to them. But they can still do something good that I support. So what's your point?
I think that was a good point. Now, real quick, Blue.
Solidified it for me.
All right.
That's crazy. If someone thinks you're stupid, and then what if? Oh, okay.
And I mean, if someone thinks I'm stupid, and the person is doing something right, and I still think they are doing something wrong, that makes it stupid.
Hold on, y'all gotta get in there too. I got some point.
Good morning.
All right, look, real quick. M's point is completely valid. He says just because one person of a particular group or a particular government believes X, Y, Z, that doesn't give you free range to paint a broad brush over the entire society. I think that's incredibly valid. Secondly, I think the next valid he said, just because you expect a government, a society to behave morally, doesn't mean you won't find any evil acts within that society or government. Also a valid point by him, 100%. But I do have to say to you, M, Israel is the only society in recent history I can think of. When I say recent society, I mean the last 5 decades, that have sterilized people based off of race. Now, I don't know if Gabriel will come on the mic here. Yup, there he is. All right. So
Gabriel's a Jew. You know he's going to speak.
Do you see how I predicted that? I predicted that. Let me land and it'll be all right. I know you guys don't want me to say this.
Israel saying if you disagree, hey y'all,
Israel absolutely sterilized Ethiopian Jews based off their race.
Let's look it up
until 2013. 2013 isn't a century ago. It's not ancient history. It's not Jim Crow era. 2013 was when the involuntary sterilization of Israeli Jewish Ethiopians stopped. So let's stop pretending that that is a normal state. So Israel isn't an evil country full of evil people. Not all Israelis are evil. There are good-fearing, peaceful Israelis. There is nobody who can debate otherwise. Societies, even China. We shit on China here in the U.S., but I've met tons of insanely amazing, nationally Chinese people, right, that are good, God-fearing, peaceful people, right? However, the society's leadership in Israel is evil. It just is. Bases its policies off of its ethnicity and off of its theology.
Theocracy.
No, you don't respect Saudi Arabia, as I don't. Even though I'm a Muslim, I don't respect Saudi Arabia because it assists a lot of its people based on Wahhabism. It does. Just like Iran does. Just like all the... We call a spade a spade. Israel is not a moral...
Okay, can I answer now?
It murdered more children this year than every group on the planet combined. Let's just be real. So nationally, there are good Israelis. There are bad Israelis. However, its society is led by corrupt monsters. They murder children. And they are incredibly racist. They are incredibly racist.
Can am I the one that you were addressing this to? Because I
wasn't addressing it to M, but I know Gabriel's going to be touchy because I know he's Israeli.
Okay, so Gabriel, can I say something before you answer?
I want to ask you. I want to say something. I'm confused.
All right, whoever said that, I'll go second. Go.
Yeah, the thing is, I understand what you're saying, and maybe I don't really truly think it's true. I don't really believe what you're saying is true, but I understand you can't be right.
Just Google it.
Even
I'm gonna put it in the chat,
bro,
and then
I'm
you
not
can
even
decide.
Hey,
what's your point?
You gotta stop.
Hey, y'all gotta calm down.
What's your point? I'm not even done speaking. I said you can't be right. Even if I think you're wrong or I don't really agree with it, I can't change my mind on it. And even if you're right, it doesn't still disprove something that they might be doing right. That's my point. Even if a country is doing something bad, China is considered to be whatever. And what they are doing wrong doesn't disprove something that they might be doing right. That's my point. Even if they are being bad or they were bad to black people back then, and you're saying that now they've stopped. So it means that it's progressive. They are doing something good now. So you have to appreciate that. And if they are doing something good, so you have to tackle
his point, and then you can respond. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you saying your point, the thing that you brought up doesn't really justify or make Israel bad for attacking Iran. Because if they are trying to liberate the Iranian people, which it's a good thing. I mean, it's really surprising to me that people support the regime being there over the liberation of the people. It's sad that people that live in countries where they have all this freedom say this to those people that live there. It's really sad to hear this from you guys, honestly. You can't have, I don't really know how to say this, but yeah, all these that you mentioned are also something bad, but you can't base off of that and say what they are doing is wrong. You can tackle only that bad thing and say, yeah, Israel should stop that, but not when they are doing some good thing and be like, this bad thing makes the good thing they are doing bad. So
okay,
Excuse me, no.
All right, so real quick, Gabriel, I don't have permission to respond.
It's all right, Smurf. I'm not gonna yell over y'all. Go ahead, Yada, and then Gabriel, and then Blue.
Perfect, thank you. Now, M, you are 100% correct. Just because a nation or a government does something bad, does that mean does that negate any good they might do? Of course not, right? Of course. And I agree with that. I think that is fair. Just because Hitler killed 6 million Jews and started the deadliest war in human history doesn't negate from his good policies like banning abusing animals and making that a crime. Now, it is valid, right? Governments, no matter how evil and no matter how good, can do good things and bad things. I think that's valid, 100%. However, we do have to say, do they do more good or do they do more bad? Now, Israel isn't like, as the way it's presented, I would love for everyone in the Middle East, especially in the war-torn countries, to have the standard of living and the governmental system of Israel. I would love that, right? Because Israel is domestically more free and more democratic than its neighbors. I don't think there's anyone who can debate that, right?
It's a foreign entity.
But however, the way it behaves towards not only its neighbors, but those under its military rule, right? Especially in the West Bank, especially in Gaza, regions explicitly controlled by the Israeli military, right? Just like Guam is explicitly controlled by the U.S. military and is a territory of the United States, it's not a state, right? But the U.S. doesn't destroy and kill the people of Guam for wanting their own sovereignty, if that was their want, right? But Israel behaves differently. In the West Bank, there are Palestinians who live there where children, 13-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, get held on
Guys, this is
court.
what about into a different topic?
It doesn't exist anywhere else in the
Real
world.
quick, let him
Please,
finish.
Gabriel, you're right out.
Yada, 30 seconds, and then the
last point. Look, there's nowhere else in the world where children go to a military court. Nowhere else but the West Bank. And that's because of Israel's policy of domination over a people based on nothing else than their theology. There is no justification for a 10-year-old boy who threw a rock at a armored tank or armored personnel carrier, right, to go into a military court and then be detained without rights for decades. A boy who was locked up at 30 was recently released at 25. And he had Stockholm syndrome, and he developed other ailments, mental issues, where he was so degraded physically and mentally that he could not function anymore. Nowhere else on planet Earth does that exist. Now, while Israel does have good that does not negate the evil it does. And I'll land right there. It's an evil nation.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
My turn? Thank you. I really appreciate it. All right, so here's what I'm going to try to cover. I'm going to try to cover it really quickly and concisely. This space, this room, right, was talking about the Iranian Islamic Republic, right? The Islamist regime. And as I already proved, 80+% of the Iranian people wanted gone. Okay. Now, somebody else here, several people, really want to what about to Israel. Okay. So what they do, they want to gish gallop. They want to throw Israel did sterilized Ethiopian women. Well, Israel did not sterilize Ethiopian women. Israel happened to have brought out 100,000 people from the African continent, not for slavery purposes, but to liberate them. It is the only country in the area that has taken people from the... No, not right now, because I'm speaking. It is the only country in the area that has taken people from the African continent to liberate them. Israel, the whole Israeli government, including all the press, condemned the small number of social workers who inadequately translated for some, like 50 or 60 of those Ethiopian women, so they didn't understand how Depo-Provera, which is a mainstream, birth control methodology, right? How it worked. And so a small number of Ethiopian women, Ethiopian Jewish women, did not get adequate instruction on it. Those social workers were fired, and there were a lot of proposals to put them in jail. That's how the Israelis reacted to that scandal. The woman in my photo, right, like I mentioned, my friend Ashagir Araro, she is the daughter of one of the women who went across the desert, right, in order to come to Israel. She and her friends are the children of those people supposedly sterilized. Sterilization is permanently preventing somebody from having kids. The real story is that a small number of women were given birth control without adequate instruction and adequate translation, and it was condemned. The bullshit that this guy is telling.
So
now,
why?
One second. Wait. No, I'm speaking. Shut the fuck up. I'm speaking. Thank you.
Yeah, let me know.
The other thing you guys should know, okay? Unlike the Arab and Muslim states which surround Israel, right? Israel has never had slavery. Iran did not eradicate African slavery until the 1920s. Qatar has slavery. 6,000 people died building the fucking soccer stadiums for the World Cup. Did you guys know that? Libya has slavery today. Mauritania has slavery today. Black people are called abid, or slave, to their face in Arab and Muslim society every day, millions of times today. Did you know that there's a name in Gaza called Al-Abid, which is where the people known as Afro-Palestinians live? Why do the Afro-Palestinians live in a neighborhood called the Slaves? Because they were brought there as slaves, okay? There is blackface on Arab and Muslim television all day, every day. And Al Arabiya and Al Jazeera and the New York Times have covered it. Blackface in the Arab world. Okay? Some of the most racist societies, the ones that still have slavery today. African slavery, right? Asian slavery. They have chattel slavery, real chattel slavery, and they also have a, quote, modern version called kafala, okay? These are the societies that we are talking about. And the Islamic Republic of Iran, right, the mullahs, they have been preparing this. They have made money off of slavery. Hezbollah, right, the proxy of the Islamic regime, has been perpetuating the trafficking of women and children, African women and children, into the Arab and Muslim world. So when we're talking about, oh, Israel is so terrible because some social workers really, and they publicly denounced them and everybody knew their names, and we must condemn Israel as the most evil place in the world, wake the fuck up. Look at who you're talking about. Look at the neighborhood and look at what's actually going on. Qatar hates gay people, hates women. The Islam of Iran has been perpetuating apartheid against women. Okay? Women get murdered for showing their hair or dancing. And then you guys want to go off on Israel. I don't know who this motherfucker is who's sitting here going off about, oh, Israel is the most evil in the world. You guys are smart. You know what he's doing.
His name is Blue.
He's coming and trying to change the topic.
I think you can say my name.
I'm right after you too. So
from the Islamic.
Are you done?
Yeah, real quick, Gabriel. I just have a question.
Hold on.
Let him finish first.
Yeah. You guys are pretty smart. You know what the one or the two guys here are doing. If they're trying to change the topic from the fact that the Ayatollah got his bitch ass bombed and erased, and that the people of Libya,
Yeah, you sound like it.
the people of Lebanon, Syria, the people of Iran, Israel, everybody who these guys were affecting with their drug trade and their human trafficking are celebrating. They want you to scapegoat and talk about Israel. News, and you have Iranians. You have Iranians coming here. You have Iranians coming here.
Hey, hold on, Blue. Hey, Gabriel, there's other people who want to talk.
I got it. I'm wrapping up. Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Can I?
So you got Iranians.
No, I'm next.
You've got Iranians coming in here.
People.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
You've got Iranians coming in here and telling you they're celebrating. They're celebrating. Yet this guy is like, but Israel's so bad. They want to change the topic to anything but the Islamist slave state, right?
All right, Gabriel,
they are defending.
You can tell you Jewish. He's still trying to just go ahead and make your point, bro. Just make your point.
Yeah, you know how the Jewish people always do that. But yeah, I'm gonna just say one thing. Who's behind Planned Parenthood? Who's behind the vaccines? Who's behind the slave ships? It's crazy you mentioned slavery because, geez, don't bring up slavery. Don't, I bet, because a lot of your people ran that whole operation. Let me see what else. I mean, we could go down the list, man.
Hey, Blue, can I ask him a question? Can I ask all of them a question real quick?
Yeah. Go ahead, man. Cause
This is my question, right? Because I hear what y'all saying, like, you can't blame everybody because of what one person did, right? But if it's like common practice, like, and the whole thing got a stain on it, why would y'all keep picking up that flag or that banner and following behind it? And I hear some people trying to make it seem like it's a nationality or something, but I'm more talking about, of the Jews or whatnot, the shit y'all practice or whatnot.
The religion that originate Christianity and Islam? Which religion? I just want to clarify. What do you mean?
Judaism, whatever you call it. I don't care because I don't practice none of that evil bullshit y'all practice. Not Catholics, not Jews, not Muslims, not none. Yeah, my nigga, whatever. Let me finish, right? All that shit is evil.
I'm not your N-word, dude. I'm not your.
All right, bro.
No, he in the audience.
Hey,
y'all gonna
call him your boy. Call him your boy.
Hey, Blue, this go for you too. Stop interrupting us.
I don't want to get started with shit. I'm gonna get tired of shit. You know how I feel about this shit. But I'm just asking, like, if y'all know, because y'all ain't gonna act like, because I really feel like y'all some kind of secret society that hijack other religions and put on a show in public and practice something else in private, right? So I'm gonna just go back to the Epstein file. Being that it's already discovered that you niggas is eating babies and practicing worshiping towards Baal and Moloch, whatever the fuck y'all do, but in public, y'all make it seem like y'all the most righteous of all, right? And my thing is, if this shit is going on, y'all motherfuckers know that shit, and I know y'all gonna play like y'all don't. Why pick up the banner under the Jews to begin with? And if y'all didn't know what was going on, now y'all do. Y'all know what's going on now. So all that Epstein file, y'all going, it's just Epstein. That's usually what y'all do when shit like this get exposed. It's just that person. It's just this person. It's just that rabbi. It's not all of us. It's like, I don't know why y'all play like that. Why y'all play like, why you even follow any of these bullshit ass religions that worship all these deities that you go and deny anyways? I just don't get it, bro. Like it's only one person and it's not all of y'all. It's all of y'all. Because nobody's doing nothing to stop it. Y'all act like y'all don't know what's happening. Or
you talking about America using American.
Shut up.
American.
Shut up. Shut up.
Yeah, y'all act like y'all don't know what's happening, and y'all come on stages like this and play all righteous and holy and shit. I don't know, bro. I don't know how niggas play stupid all the time, bro. Like, but I ain't no dummy. I don't get how y'all father me.
Are you sure you ain't no dummy? Because you sound like one.
Your mother.
All right.
How about that? And I bet I'll punch you in your face, baby eater.
I'm seeing it.
Yo, tell them we'll take your little Jew daughter and we'll run a train on her. We're gonna take your little Jew daughter and we're gonna run a train on her.
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
Hey, no. Y'all know.
I don't like him, bro.
Hey, bro, y'all.
You gonna take his little daughter?
There's certain rules in this room. Hey, you already know. Like, if certain shit said, you already know. Motherfuckers gotta get removed. Please don't put none of us in a position to where we are forced to remove you from the room. Please do not do that.
Can I say a few words?
Wait, hold on. I just want to say that I think the conversation is starting to this conversation is starting to become unproductive because it's coming more so on personal feelings and more so on bullshit propaganda versus like what's really at hand and what we should really be talking about. I think we should stay on topic because it's like kind of getting convoluted. My autism is beginning to flare up.
That's it. No, that's what I was going to say. Moving on. So, the guys say they liberated Ethiopians. They haven't liberated anybody. Anybody can live wherever you want. And they came and took them away, injected this Judaism thing to their head. They're normal, born and raised in Ethiopia. They were normal. They know anybody can be Jewish or Orthodox or whatever they are, but this thing is a better land for you. There will be job, there will be food for you more, because by default, East Africans were a little bit unfortunate, were a little bit poorer than anybody else in the world. So that's why they took that chance and fly them away. And they gave a lot of money to the president at that time. He got so much money, so he let them go. It was at the end of Haile Mariam, the leader at that time, and that's why they got successful. So all this, they liberated Ethiopians, is just religion thing going on. Anyway, I don't have anything much to say about Israel, but also all this basic M is saying, basic African, Israeli, who normally says Israeli people are bad people. All we're saying is, we didn't even know about Epstein until recent. There is so much shit going on in there. There's so many refugees losing their liver, their kidney in Sinai, in all these deserts. All this operation is happening in Israel. That's why in Tel Aviv, this is what we hear. So much things hasn't been revealed yet. So please, don't stop about those leaders and those runners of that country doing. So if you have anything to say about this.
No, a lot of people truly believe Israel is bad, and that particular group of people have a history of being kicked out of hundreds of countries, and I don't think that they genetics change.
That's a Nazi myth. That's a Nazi myth.
Oh my God.
Look, whatever your nationality is, I'm gonna let you know.
I'm American. I'm American.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now. You're not gonna speak it. Hey, like I said, you tell man. I ain't that. Yeah, you got moved already. I'm not here to play with you, pale people. You gonna shut the fuck up and listen.
Yeah,
bro. You wanna run shit around this way? You gonna shut your mouth and listen.
Some shit happening here, bro.
Like I said, people from your country historically are some of the worst.
You're cyberbullying people.
Of motherfuckers. I don't give a damn, bro. I'm a real life bully. So, like I said, your group of people are documentally the worst group of motherfuckers to walk this planet, and consistently have been kicked out of hundreds of countries.
They got kicked out of every country.
Exactly, and you need to get kicked out the United States.
Fucking parasites.
They be getting money though. They is hustlers though. I give it to them.
No,
they scammers.
They be getting money though, Blue. Like,
they leverage and scam financial institutions, and they have a history of perpetuating pornography, transgender, the whole LGBTQ movement,
jewelry, diamonds.
Yes,
blood diamonds.
Leveraging other people, and then also lying to people, and then telling people that they don't lie. We literally watch people do it here in the room. And I don't think every single Jew is bad, but as a collective, I don't believe that y'all are worth it down. And you are going to have a hard time changing my mind about that. And unless melanated people decide that they want to come and do business with Israel directly, not as the United States as a collective, as melanated people, I really don't.
But Israel's still our little brother though. We still gotta protect Israel though, no matter what.
Yo, D, shout out.
No, we don't.
We doing it now. We doing it. We got to. Like whatever mysterious reason why we doing it, we still.
Like I said, I don't give a damn. I'm not talking over none of y'all. So until I mute, because I done heard you motherfuckers talk all day, blah 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 blah. All I hear is a whole bunch of emotional motherfuckers. When it comes to the facts, Israel has not been worth shit. Yes, we leverage them. Yes, we have an allegiance with them. And in my mind, I don't believe that the citizens, because they come from that same fucking stock, are worth a lot. So that's all.
Hello, good evening.
Hey, Berto, you lucky I can't say what I want to say. I promise you. Oh, boy.
Good morning.
Don't you ever bring your big nose, crusty, man.
Why not just the man's nose, Blue? That's no, man. That's not called for.
Why we can't be pro-Israel?
No, we're not doing that.
We pro-Israel,
man. They got enough problems already, nigga.
It's different when we talk
Best
about
I'm
history.
talking if I come shake some joints out your nose.
It's different when you talk about history, Blue. Like, there's no need for personal attacks on people, bro. You feel me?
Nah, because you know what you
don't know if that man did anything wrong personally. I'm talking about historical accounts. That's different.
That's facts. But what they do, right, when they're talking to people, they like to belittle people and all that. When he was talking, right, and when he said that to Smurf, mind you, we're having a rebuttal, but he said some slick shit. So I'm like, yo, that's when I just jumped out there. But other than that, they do that.
These are small people with small man parts, bro. They're gonna feel away every day. Like,
exactly. That's what I said.
You said the little daughter, bro. That's great.
Time out. Did you say Bertram?
They got Pornhub. They eat babies. I don't even do that.
Not all of them, bro.
Hey, Blue, who was you talking about?
You, nigga.
I see something.
That was G.O.D. Bertram. Don't entertain that. Let Blue respond, please.
Hello, good morning.
No more personal attacks, Blue, motherfucker.
I'm good. I apologize.
Hey, go ahead, bro. You can speak.
Okay. I'm listening to what you guys have been saying since that. Sorry about maybe my intonation might not really sound well to you.
Hey, you understand shit he's saying. Oh, that's rude, bro. That's rude.
Oh, bro, clean that up right there, my brother. So you should. Come on. Let him finish that leave. What you mean? Come on. What do you mean? Hey,
respect the brother, please. Respect him, please. Don't do that.
Chill out.
Hey,
speak English.
Hold on 1 second, Fernando. Just so we gonna clear the stage for you. So just so we clear, if y'all interrupt, bro, you going to the audience, dog.
No problem. So can I talk now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been listening to what you guys have been saying for like almost an hour now. I don't know how to put it, but when you say a particular country is don't like black people, I begin to wonder. Let me explain. Should I say it from my own perspective? Maybe it is from the way I've seen it. I've been to like 2-3 European countries and I've been treated well. I've been to Israel too. I don't see them as racist, but it doesn't still take out the fact that majority of the things they do are not good. But I will still tell people, if you are looking for, if you're talking about people that, even though they're Americans, I don't even classify. When people tell me most Americans try to segregate people, I still don't believe that. The people who really segregate people the most are people from Africa. You see a guy like you that has the same black skin and try to segregate you because
because of your ethnicity. You guys are not some. Let me use myself as an example. I'm in Nigeria, and I know you guys might be very familiar with Nigerians. Majority of Nigerians don't like each other. So I don't have an issue when I go to another country and I am being told, and a white man who sees me is being able to differentiate my color and tell me and be racially insultive to me. How will I put it? I really don't take it to heart, because I've been insulted by people because of my ethnicity. So, like what M said before he left. I don't really think what Israel is doing is good, but that doesn't still take the fact that Israelis are still good people, American good people. I was in one room that was like 2-3 days ago when people were condemning American stuff and this and that. People still talk bad about America, and I told them, I said, from the country I am from, a white man can never become a president. Yes, if America can make a black man president, it says a lot of things. It shows a lot of diversity. In fact, it is so, and I'm very sure majority of you in this room have never stayed in Africa before. You will understand the hatred black people have for each other. So if anybody is coming to this room to come and talk about white people and how racial they are, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you seeing what is happening did you see what happened in Congo? Did you see what happened? Are you seeing what is happening in what's the name of this country again? Are you seeing what is happening in Sudan?
So Fernando, let me ask you a question just so we can move this along just a little bit.
Yeah.
Are you saying that you are comfortable with allowing white people, that's the word you use, to talk to you away because it happens so much from people who have the same skin color as you? You saying it doesn't bother you when they do it?
No, what I'm trying to say is, it's not that it doesn't bother me, but if I am being segregated by a black man like me, when I'm in the train and a white guy is trying to segregate me, I just keep him quiet. I have nothing to say about it. Provided he doesn't touch me, I have no fucking thing to say about it. Because I am being stigmatized by my same black people from my country I come from.
So you saying because Israelis is white, we shouldn't have an opinion about them? I'm just trying to have an understanding of where you live.
No. I'm not saying you should not have it. I said it at the beginning. People are good. People are good or people are bad. Doesn't mean there's something good there's something good that will not come out of them. I'm not in support of this. I feel this war is being caused by Israel and not America, Israel and Donald Trump. I feel if there was a better president, if America had a better president, in quote, this war wouldn't have happened. But what I'm very upset with America is too intelligent. America is too intelligent to have a president like Donald Trump. Yes, Donald Trump is supposed to be ruling the country in Africa, not America. Donald Trump is not an intelligent president. If he is an intelligent president, they are about it without fighting this war. Definitely. There are ways we will go about it. And you should note something. These Iranians have allies. Like I tell people, if you see Donald Trump too is trying to avoid some certain things. He's trying to avoid issues with Russia. And Russia is trying to avoid him. I remember when Zelensky was complaining to the United Nations that they should beg Putin to give him Tomahawk, so he should use it to shoot Ukraine. He should use it to shoot Russia. And Donald Trump refused, which I felt he was sensible there. Because nobody wants to wage war with Russia. In fact, the way Russia is now, Russia is a wounded lion and wants to wage war with anybody. They are just waiting for people to make that mistake. And I feel, like I said, what Israel is doing is not good. I wouldn't say what America is doing is not good. What Donald Trump is doing, Donald Trump is not like I said, he's not an intelligent person.
Okay, bro. Well, we appreciate your submission to the floor. Is it somebody else trying to get in there?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let somebody else talk, please.
Hey, blue check. We don't need that. Say it. I think that's how you, man. And then after you,
So what I'd like to say is that there's bigger plays happening as we speak. People are looking at the shift that's going to happen in due time, and we're all living in a time where we're going to be able to witness it. Right now, we've got Israel barking up the lion, Iran trying to cause a regime change. And why do you think that? I think that is because that they are the deterrent for the greater Israel. Like, you've seen all these IDF soldiers badges on their shoulders. They have that map where they want to expand their territory to southern Syria, to parts of Egypt and Saudi Arabia, and this is what's coming. We weren't able to live during the times when the British Empire lost their major power around the whole world. A country which was able to control, was it a third or nearly 40% of the whole world, and lost it to America economically. Now we are seeing right now, in due time, is Israel taking the lead, and I think they're going to do it, and they're going to start controlling the world using tech. That's how I see it. Because right now, they are trying to get Iran out of the way. Iran right now has the, what they call, potential to become a nuclear country in the Middle East. You saw what they done to Saddam Hussein. They used to fund Saddam Hussein against Iran. Iran's been their problem from day one. It doesn't matter what you lot are thinking right now. Israel right now is playing puppet games. They want to control the world. They think that they're trying to bring the Messiah and all of these stuff, and this won't happen. It won't happen. They just want to cause destruction against the world. You know what I'm saying? This is how I see it. And people just keep on talking about Iran regime change, etc. What's going to happen after that? Why is these Saudi countries, these Gulf countries, a slave to America? Why are they not being able to control their oil? And they're having to answer to orders. I mean, look, we got the two of the biggest allies, the America and the UK. They don't have military bases in either of their countries, do they? No. But they're allies, and they have one goal, and it's to take Iran out, so then they can make Israel control the Middle East, and America to stay their power. But I don't think America's going to continue. A lot of the people don't question why there's lobbyists right now around all of these European countries and America being controlled by these Zionists. Like, you would have politicians openly state that they have been funded by the Israelis or IDF, and that they're pushing certain laws and regulations to better their interest. It's shocking, but anyway, I rest my case. I put down.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to cover up something. This war, I think, is just one big prank. They're trying to cover up the Epstein files or some shit, bro. Be real.
Yeah, let's destroy a quarter of the fucking world over some fucking Epstein files. Motherfuckers are different here.
Hello, can I have the floor for a moment?
Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, hello. So, guys, to be honest, regardless of the talk about the values of Israel or the Epstein files and all that stuff, regardless of all of that, I think people are learning and getting aware about that. But I think from my own perspective that it's more relevant to discuss this topic from a purely political perspective. There are several questions that maybe you guys earlier asked them. I wasn't here, so I think no one asked. Why do we have this war despite several intelligence agencies in the US who confirmed that Iran isn't developing a nuclear weapon? Several other, and I can share with you, the media reports about these intelligence reports. Other, reports, they, refuted the claims that Iran is developing some sort of ICBM that will target the US. And despite all of that, you know, we have just a war that was planned. And you know, on today on Al Jazeera, according to Al Jazeera, you know, basically, there was a source in the Israeli government that said, you know, that Israel and the U.S. have been planning this war weeks ago, like since the beginning of, you know, those negotiations. And that negotiations, they were actually, you know, some trick to gain time and to prepare for the attack. So both sides were not serious about the talk. We have a president that, you know, launched this attack, a war that would cost the U.S. God knows how you know, how much money, how much lives, you know. And despite, you know, the recommendations from his chief of the general staff, who, you know, who expressed his concerns about the possibility that this war would become a long-term conflict, that, you know, it would cost Americans a lot of lives, a lot of money, and a lot of resources, you know, military equipment. The president, you know, went into this conflict without even approval from the Congress, without any legitimacy, and as far as I know, there's nothing that would approve him to launch such a conflict. There is nothing that would justify this war, you know. And as far as I know, no one is making the claim that it's in the best interest of the U.S. to go into this war, okay, and that such an attack would serve just and uniquely, you know, the interest of a foreign government, you know, i.e. The Israeli government, obviously in this case. So I think that there's plenty of questions that should be asked about the reason behind this war, behind this attack. You know, so I don't think that the values of Israel or the values of Iran would be, you know, or the talk about who's the good guy, who's the bad guy, is relevant in this case. It's a war. It's pretty serious stuff. It's something that would change the lives of plenty of people. You know, just today, I don't know if you guys are aware of this or not, if you heard about this on the news, but when Israel bombed the Quran to target the high command of the Iranian government, they bombed a school for girls in Iran, killing 105 kids. 105 kids. Sorry?
Government killed way more than 105 kids, so shut that shit up, nigga. I'm gonna tell you right now. You don't know the best interest of the United States, and we've been dead. We don't give a fuck about going.
Just a moment. If the government killed, you know, if the Iranian government have been accused, and I think they killed a lot of protesters, that doesn't give, you know, it doesn't mean it's open season for the Israeli government to kill Iranian kids and to bomb these kids. I don't know you guy, the guy who was here just now talking to me, trying to justify killing kids, bombing a school. There's nothing that would justify such a thing. And yet, you know, we don't know how many kids in the U.S. would become orphans because of this conflict. How many other kids in Iran would have the same, you know, the same sort, you know, the same result, you know, become orphans and maybe lose their lives. So I'm sorry if I've been talking for long, but just to conclude, to summarize, I think there's pretty much stuff to discuss about this war. You know, other things that are more important than the Epstein files, and, you know, how Israel is sponsoring, you know, pornography, because they are doing far, you know, worse stuff than just Pornhub. So thank you for listening.
Oh my God, hey, bruh. What part of the regime do you live in, gonna work for. Because you obviously against America taking care of business, and you so worried about our finances and what we might owe and lives it might cost us. This shit gonna be done and won. Like I said, make America great again. Your regime is coming to an end, and regardless on how you feel like it's unnecessary that we get as innocent kids, the shit gotta happen. Y'all been at the front door. Now we came, open the door, let the shit begin. All that bullshit you was talking, I'm gonna summarize it. It wasn't worth nothing. I ain't learned nothing from what you said. That shit was capped too. Half that shit was capped.
Facts.
Yeah, this shit is beyond.
I think financing wars won't make America great again when over 800,000 people are homeless, and God knows how many other thousands are suffering from drug addiction. And instead of financing wars, I think it's better for the U.S. to finance programs to save and to help these people. Thanks for listening. You are doing great job.
We understand that. Are you aware of how are you in the U.S.? Are you in the U.S.? Tariq, I'm talking to you.
Someone. Sorry.
No. Are you in the U.S., Tariq?